The words ad hominem are Latin for against the man. In other words, an argument that resorts to using an ad hominem attacks a person in order to shoot down the person's argument instead of using research or logic to do so. This means that it is a fallacy, or an argument with bad logic and poor reasoning. Oftentimes, the most obvious example of a fallacy is a direct attack on someone. Calling someone a name or insulting his or her character is a quite common way of committing an ad hominem, especially when an argument gets heated. For example, listen to this argument. I think that we should continue to fund the military at a high level because there are a number of countries that could be military threats to us, and terrorist activity from different groups means that we must defend ourselves from terrorism as well. Wow, you must be a warmongering idiot who loves to cause death and destruction to believe something like that. A smarter person might come up with a better way to deal with terrorism. Ginger takes a position on the topic of military funding. She says that she is for current military spending levels. She then goes on to give her reasons why, stating that there are a number of threats from countries and terrorist groups that the country needs to defend itself against. Marianne may disagree, but she must actually address the points that Ginger makes to defend her position. Instead, Marianne just calls her a warmongering idiot. These insults do not actually disprove Ginger's reasons for wanting to maintain current military funding levels. Note that this is an ad hominem, because not only is Marianne calling Ginger names, she is doing so specifically to try and counter Ginger's points about military funding. Marianne says that Ginger only holds her position because she is not smart and because she is a warmongering idiot. When name-calling is used to shoot down someone else's points directly, it counts as an ad hominem attack. Furthermore, these insults make Marianne seem childish, as if she does not have a way to really argue intelligently against Ginger's position. Obvious insults can often turn off the audience altogether and make them assume that you know less about the topic than your opponent. The example in the next-to-last section on this pyramid shows how an ad hominem fallacy fits into a hierarchy that shows ways to disagree. Note that ad hominem fallacies are slightly different from simple name-calling. Name-calling may have nothing to do with the argument. Not all ad hominems are as direct as name-calling. Sometimes an ad hominem can be a put-down that insinuates that the person making the argument is somehow deficient. Let's look at this example. I think there is far too much violence on television nowadays. Viewing violence repeatedly can desensitize the viewer to real-life acts of violence, according to a number of studies. I guess that might be true for wussy guys who don't believe in what it means to be a man anymore. Personally, I wish that there were more guys out there who were tough and that appreciated violence instead of soft guys who are mentally weak. Thomas gives his position about violence on TV clearly. He thinks there is too much. He gives a reason for his position as well. He has seen proof that viewing violence can lead to the viewer feeling less affected by real-life violence. This is a fair point and position to make. Freddie disagrees. Now, if he wants to disagree with Thomas's point, he can. He can also dispute the findings in the studies that Thomas read. That would directly deal with Thomas's overall argument without resorting to ad hominems. However, note what Freddie does instead. He just says that people with Thomas's position are wussy. He implies that people like Thomas are not real men, and they are instead mentally weak and soft. You can see that Freddie never quite directly insults Thomas. However, he does essentially insult the character of any male that has the position that Thomas holds. He never refutes Thomas's point about becoming desensitized to violence directly. Instead, he just gives a series of put-downs that indirectly insult Thomas and anyone who disagrees with Freddie about violence. When speakers like politicians or TV personalities use this type of insult, it is usually to a group of people, and oftentimes their audience eats it up. We sometimes like to insult people on the other side of the argument from us. They are clearly wrong and we are clearly right, and if we just name-call the whole group, everyone can see how we are on the right side. However, this is still a bad argument. It never addresses the actual points that Freddie made. As with the first example, a good critical thinker will see through this type of bad argument and believe that we do not have enough data or proof to back up our position, so we must resort to insults. For that reason, we should avoid these arguments in our writing or speaking. Furthermore, we should be very suspicious if we hear someone else trying to convince us of his or her position using ad hominem arguments. Oftentimes, People who use ad hominem arguments cannot actually defend their position very well, so they try to seduce us with slick, sometimes funny insults to make us feel like we are joining the right side if we agree with them. It's important not to fall for this and to demand that anyone who makes an argument use clear, reliable facts and strong analysis to defend that argument. If you are responding to someone else in an argument, you want to avoid ad hominem fallacies by focusing only on the points that the original person made. You may dispute his or her research or how he or she analyzed the importance of the research or what it means. However, you may not attack the person making the argument directly. Just leave the speaker out of your response, and you can avoid making ad hominem errors. An ad hominem, Latin for against the man, insults the speaker in order to attack his or her argument instead of using logic or research in order to attack the position that the speaker takes. This means that it is a fallacy, or an argument that has poor logic and reasoning. We should avoid ad hominem fallacies because they make it seem as though we do not have the facts to support our position, and we should be suspicious of anyone who tries to use ad hominem fallacies in order to get us to agree with him or her.
Ten-year-old Colby is playing video games when his mother comes in and says it's time to go. They have errands to run and she doesn't want to leave him home alone. When he asks why he can't stay home, she uses a phrase many parents know well. Because I'm your mother and I said so. But Colby isn't your typical 10-year-old. He's a philosophy genius. He's going to give his mom a hard time about what she just said. Mom, that's begging the question. That's a philosophical fallacy, a faulty argument. Her first reaction is to just angrily repeat what she said, but he's struck her curiosity. Colby's mom asks him to explain what he means before they head out to do the errands. By the end of this lesson, you'll know the characteristics of this fallacy, and you'll be able to identify arguments that use it. Colby explains to his mom, "When I asked you for reasons why I can't stay home on my own, you said it was because you said I couldn't. So you were telling me I can't stay home because you say I can't stay home. You didn't give good evidence for why I should listen to what you're telling me to do." His mom has to stop herself from getting angry with Colby. She says, "But the reason I say it like that is because it's obviously true. You have to believe me because what I tell you is the truth." There you go again, Mom. That's a type of circular reasoning. Starting one's argument with the conclusion to the argument. It doesn't give evidence at all. His mom is reaching her limit for her son's philosophical arguments, but she's still intrigued. She asks, "Tell me more about what you mean." Colby explains that in any argument, you start with a premise or theory, and then must give evidence to prove that theory and draw conclusions. He goes back to their conversation. For instance, when you said that I must do what you tell me to do, the next step would be to give evidence for why this is true. But when a person uses evidence that is just restating their claim, it's known as begging the question. A form of circular reasoning, this is an argument with a conclusion that appears as one of its premises. This is how people typically make a faulty argument by begging the question. He writes on his mini chalkboard, X is true. The evidence for this is X. A person starts off by stating that a certain thing is true, then they do not give any real evidence for that. Instead, they restate the same general information. So no evidence is really given. No progress is made in the argument. A parent saying you have to listen to me because I said you should listen to me uses this fallacy. A better argument would be, X is true, the evidence for this is Y. Colby says to his mom that if she told him instead that the reason he must listen to her is because she has the responsibility to protect him from harm, that would be better evidence than because I said so. By now, Colby's mom is irritated, but also still interested in the topic. "What other examples can you give me?" she asks. His mom is a math professor, so Colby asks her how she would respond if someone asks her, why is she qualified to be a math professor? She says it's because she's completed graduate studies in the subject and learned to communicate the information to those with less knowledge. Colby says that this is a reasonable argument. But what if she had said something like, a math professor is qualified to teach math because they are a math professor? That's not very convincing, is it? That's one type of begging the question, a simple one to identify because it's word-by-word repetition. What if she said, a math professor is qualified to teach math because they are a college-level teacher in that subject? This could still be considered begging the question because saying someone is a math professor is virtually the same as calling them a college-level teacher. It's not giving new information or evidence, just stating the same thing using different words. His mom's answer about her education and training was more focused on evidence and reasons for why she is actually qualified, which is why it's a better argument. Sometimes begging the question is harder to spot if a person uses different phrasing or other approaches that hide the fallacy of their argument. Sometimes the fallacy may be purposeful, but it's often an unintentional error. I get it, his mom says. Now what about when people say the phrase, that begs the question, like, that begs the question, when are we going to leave to run errands? Colby shakes his head that this is a different use of the phrase, meaning raise the question, and not the same thing as the philosophical meaning. The way the word beg is used in the name of this fallacy is unusual in our language. You typically won't hear it used like this elsewhere. Begging the question in philosophy means avoiding the issue or assuming the answer, but it's used differently in other contexts. One way to remember the name of this fallacy is to think of a person just begging to get to their conclusion, even though they don't give any real evidence. Colby says to his mom, "So, can I stay home by myself?" His mom's answer, "No, and before you ask why, it's because I said so." Though her logic might not be sound philosophically, he decides it's probably time to head out the door with her. In this lesson, we talked about one philosophical fallacy, or faulty argument, known as begging the question. This fallacy involves an argument with a conclusion that appears as one of its premises. It's a form of circular reasoning, or starting one's argument with the conclusion to the argument. It doesn't give evidence, but rather restates the issue using the same assumptions that were there from the start. Begging the question can be described as avoiding the issue or assuming the answer. Often, people who use the fallacy are not aware they're making this mistake. And if you're wondering how I know that this is the case, it's because people make the error without realizing it. My last two statements are another example of a fallacy, or giving a conclusion, and then following it up with evidence that simply involves asserting that conclusion. Bet has a friend, Kara, who loves to debate. But the problem is Kara's not very good at making clear arguments. She uses flawed approaches, also known as fallacies, to make her point. One of the most frustrating things Kara does when she's trying to express her viewpoint is using an equivocation fallacy. This lesson describes what this fallacy is and why it is so maddening to Bet when she realizes Kara has made this mistake. An equivocation fallacy involves using different meanings for a word or phrase at different points in the argument. Kara sometimes has a problem with confusing the meaning of a word when she's stating her case. For example, Bet and Kara were talking about rights and responsibilities one day. Kara was trying to argue that it's correct behavior to speak your mind in public forums. Bet agreed that there's value in doing this, but she didn't agree with how Kara came to this conclusion logically. Here's how Kara stated her case. We have a right to free speech, therefore it is right to speak our minds in public. Here Kara has used the term right in two different ways. First, she was noting the protected legal right to perform a certain action, in this case, speaking freely. But then she uses the word right in a different way. She says it is right or morally correct good behavior to speak in public. Bet is a big advocate for free speech and speaking openly about issues, but she thinks that Kara has confused the meanings of the word right by using it in two different ways in her argument. A helpful way to remember this fallacy is to think about equivocation as related to the words equivalent or equal, meaning the same or similar. The equivocation fallacy relies on the use of equivalent words or phrases that don't mean exactly the same thing, but are used as though they do to try to prove a point. Kara either doesn't realize or doesn't care that her argument uses this fallacy. When Bet realizes the fallacy, she points it out to her friend. Kara thinks she understands the problem, so she tries instead to make a different argument about free speech. Kara says, "We have a right to free speech. Therefore, listening to political speakers should always be free to the public rather than charging for admission." Bet shakes her head again. She says, "You did it again, Kara. You used an equivocation fallacy to come to this conclusion." Bet explains further. First, you claim that we have a right to free speech. In this case, you're using the word free to mean without controls or limits from others. But then you try to argue that we have a right to hear political speakers for free, and you refer instead to hearing them speak for no cost. Kara starts to get the idea, but asks Bet what specific things she can do to improve her arguments. Bet replies that Kara's been using words ambiguously. Instead, Bet tells Kara she should aim to use a word consistently throughout her argument. Kara could also clarify her meaning when using the same word multiple times. Most importantly, Kara should not rely on this fallacy to come to a conclusion. The conclusion could be incorrect if the word she uses to connect things logically actually has a change in the meaning of the words mid-argument, as Kara has been doing. An equivocation fallacy involves using different meanings for a word or phrase at different points in the argument. This error includes confusing the meaning of a word in an effort to come to a particular conclusion. The word or phrase is used ambiguously rather than consistently. To help you remember the name of this fallacy, think of how equivocation is related to the words equivalent or equal, meaning that the person is taking an equivalent word or phrase and using it in ways that are actually not equal at all. This issue results in a fallacy where the person uses these different meanings to come to a misleading conclusion. Horace has 2 job offers, both of which will keep him financially secure and offer good opportunities for a future career. However, one of them is a bit unconventional. Horace would play a key role as a manager in a company that provides services to families where children have contracted head lice. The other opportunity would be working in a computer programming job with a company that sells incredibly popular apps for smartphones. All of his friends think he is crazy for considering a role with the head lice company. In fact, no one he knows is supporting his own inclination, which is to take the managerial job rather than the programming job. One day, his sister says to him, "You've got to take the programming job. Everyone thinks that's the one you should take. That means it's really the better of the 2 choices for a job." This lesson explores the problem with the reasoning used by Horace's sister to convince him to take the programming job. We'll talk about the appeal to popularity fallacy and why it can easily trip a person up. Is it really a good enough reason for Horace to choose which job is better for him based on what appears to be the most popular choice? In philosophy, a fallacy called appeal to popularity is known to be a faulty approach to making an argument. You can tell this fallacy is being used when an argument relies on public opinion to determine what is true, right, or good. When Horace's sister recommends the job based solely on its popularity, she uses this flawed logic. The popular app company itself also uses an appeal to popularity when they tell him why he should take the job. His interviewer has said to him, "We're known to be the best, and you should want to work with us. Ask anyone you know and they'll tell you the same thing. It's common knowledge that we've got a bright future. Therefore, you'll want to get on board now. Horace weighs his decision and factors in something even more important to him. He doesn't really want to program all day. Although he's good at it, and it's a popular field, he really has a knack for management and sees himself headed in that direction. He also likes that the lice treatment company has opportunities to relocate with all expenses paid, and it's been a dream of his to move somewhere new. He decides that the head lice job is best for him, despite the popular opinion that says he should go with the smartphone app company. Are there times when using popular opinion makes sense? Well, it's definitely possible that something that is a popular choice turns out to be a better choice. For instance, when it comes time for Horace to relocate to a new part of the country, he'll likely try to find out which moving companies are most prominent and popular, and which have the most and best reviews. It may turn out that one of the most popular moving companies is, in fact, one of the best out there, matching what Horace is looking for in a company. Yet simply arguing that its popularity automatically means it is the best ignores other options that could turn out to be even better. For instance, there could be a much smaller, less-known company that could do a better job at a better price. Focusing on popularity misses the potential of these other companies. This is something many of us do out of convenience, so it is not necessarily problematic in day-to-day life, but can become problematic when used in arguments and decision-making as the primary factor. Focusing on popularity to determine what is good becomes a fallacy when it is used as a key element in making an argument. Horace's sister used an appeal to popularity when she told him to take the job because everyone could see it was the best choice. Horace was also tempted to use this approach when picking a moving company, arguing that the most popular company is likely the best. Yet to avoid relying on a fallacy, he did other research to confirm that the company had the services and pricing he really wanted. The appeal to popularity fallacy is made when an argument relies on public opinion to determine what is true, right, or good. This approach is problematic because popularity does not necessarily indicate something is true. Using this flaw in logic, a person may come to a conclusion that has little or no basis in fact. An appeal to popularity could also minimize the impact of smaller groups and opinions that actually have a worthwhile contribution to make to the conversation. An appeal to popularity may also shut out other important factors. This was the case for Horace when his loved ones did not consider any other factors besides the popularity of the smartphone app's job. Gavin is the leader of a paranormal activity club. He considers himself a ghost chaser, always trying to identify any clear-cut signs that invisible entities exist alongside human beings. He's definitely a skeptic, though, and so far has not found any solid evidence of ghosts. He mainly enjoys the experience of debunking myths and hoping that someday he could witness and document something truly beyond explanation. He's had a few experiences that defy logic, but no specific answers for what happened. Some of the newer members of his group are very eager to find examples of the paranormal, and say things that leap to conclusions. Following some unexplained events in a house that was recently explored by the team, one member said, "Either this house is haunted or it has some serious energetic disturbances." Gavin finds that most of the arguments of his newer members don't hold much weight. In this lesson, we'll talk about the false dilemma fallacy that is often used by those team members who really want to believe they have the answers about ghosts. When a new member says to him that either this house is haunted or it has some serious energetic disturbances, Gavin gets annoyed. Why is it one or the other? Is it possible there is no disturbance at all, or some other explanation for the experiences they have in the house? His member is using a type of false dilemma fallacy, or an argument that presents a few options as though one of them must be true if the others are false. In this case, his teammate is arguing that if the house isn't haunted, it at least has energetic disturbances. One day they hear noises in a house where they are monitoring activity, and a member says, if that wasn't the furnace turning on or the plumbing, that was a definite sign of paranormal activity. It leaves no room for other possibilities, and instead states that there are only a few options: furnace, plumbing, or ghosts. Could it also be vehicles nearby, or other team members moving around, or something else entirely? If the options provided in the argument are too limited, you likely have a false dilemma fallacy in that argument. Why is this fallacy unfair? Well, it gives the impression that there are limited explanations that count. If you pay attention in many different contexts, from political speeches to advertising, you'll notice these kinds of statements are everywhere. When the choices are limited to just two, this particular type of false dilemma is known as a black or white fallacy. For instance, you might see an ad for a new car dealership that says something like, "Do you want to deal with your broken down vehicle, or do you want a brand new car?" It presents the argument as either or, as though your only choice is to purchase a brand new vehicle if you have an old broken down one. It doesn't mention repairing the vehicle, purchasing a used car, or taking public transportation, even though those might be options for you. It presents the case that you have no real choice but to buy a new car. And of course, a politician might say, "Do you want liars in office? If not, vote Republican in November." This statement makes the case that there are only two choices that you can elect, either liars or Republicans. The Democratic opponent might also make a false dilemma fallacy part of their campaign. Either vote for me or watch your public school system fall apart. Once again, it presents limited options: a vote for the Democrat or public schools going down the tubes. Back to Gavin and his paranormal activity club. He finds himself pointing out black and white false dilemmas all the time. He himself is willing to say that in most of his ghost-chasing experiences, there are many possible explanations for what happens. This doesn't stop other less skeptical members from making claims using the false dilemma fallacy, causing their leader, Gavin, to shake his head in frustration. A false dilemma fallacy is an argument that presents a few options as though one of them must be true if the others are false. In this fallacy, the options provided in the argument are too limited and don't address other possibilities. The approach gives the impression that there are limited explanations. An example of a false dilemma fallacy is the statement, "If noise cannot be explained by the plumbing or the furnace, the noise was caused by ghosts." When the choices are limited to just two, this particular type of false dilemma is known as a black or white fallacy. An example of a black and white fallacy is a statement like, "Do you want to deal with your broken down vehicle, or do you want a brand new car?" The fallacy presents the situation in unfair terms. "I promise you that storm is not a threat to us," Karina says as she leads the way up the mountain trail. "It's perfectly safe for us to hike if we're not in the direct center of the rain and thunder." Her friends are suspicious, but she continues to try to make her case. Karina says, "I don't know of anyone who's ever had a problem hiking during a storm. Nobody has ever convinced me it's threatening, so I feel like we're really safe." Her friends are still doubtful and hang back, worried about going higher up on the mountain beyond the tree line. In this lesson, we'll look at Karina's appeal to ignorance fallacy and learn why her friends have every reason to be wary of her argument. Karina claims that hiking during a nearby thunderstorm is safe because she's not been convinced that it is unsafe. She's never had experiences that tell her it's unsafe. She's concluded that this means that they are safe. Do you believe Karina? You might find yourself questioning her argument. What is it about what she's saying that doesn't sit right? One of the main problems is that it is an argument that shifts the burden of proof away from the person making the claim, one that is an appeal to ignorance. Instead of Karina having to prove that the mountain is safe to hike on in bad weather, she is instead claiming that there is not enough evidence that it is unsafe. The reverse could still be a fallacy, where the opposite is argued by her friends. They are saying that it is probably unsafe because there is not enough evidence that it is safe. In either case, the argument is relying on a lack of evidence or proof from their side of the argument. The approach is not sufficient to arrive at a solid conclusion. What's more worrisome about Karina's push to keep hiking is that she's not just questioning whether it's safe or unsafe, she's making a claim and coming to a conclusion. At least her friends are willing to admit that they don't have enough information to say for sure, and are erring on the side of caution. Have you ever come to a conclusion about something even though you didn't have enough information to prove your thinking? Most of us do this a lot. If we don't hear back from a friend, we might come to the conclusion that they don't care about us. Or if we send a gift and we hear no response, we might assume the person didn't like the gift. A lack of information or response can put us into a situation where we rely on an appeal to ignorance in order to come to a conclusion. You can remember the name of this fallacy by thinking of how the argument involves ignorance or not having enough information to come to a particular conclusion. Instead, a person using this type of argument puts the burden of proof on the other side of the issue. Sometimes, when there's not enough information, this approach may be employed temporarily, such as when we presume someone innocent rather than guilty before evidence has been heard. This is a purposeful approach meant to shift the burden of proof onto the prosecution as part of our legal system. This is meant to protect our rights. On the mountain, Karina's friends have decided to assume danger until safety is proven, even though they're not sure, in order to protect their own safety. The problem comes when a person is trying to make an argument using the fallacy without acknowledging her own ignorance or lack of evidence. Karina is making this mistake when she says that she's never heard of anyone getting hurt in a storm, so it must certainly be safe. A better approach would be to find out information about how to tell if it's safe using the years of experience of many hikers and scientists, and to understand what to do to help stay safe if caught near a storm while out on a hike. Just as her friends consider heading back down the mountain without Karina, a lightning bolt snaps a nearby tree in half. Karina decides this is enough evidence for her. Maybe it's not safe after all, she says. Next time, she'll try to keep the burden of proof on her own argument, rather than appealing to ignorance. An argument that shifts the burden of proof away from the person making the claim is known as an appeal to ignorance fallacy. An example of this is the statement, "I have no reason to think we're in danger in this storm, so therefore we are safe." The reverse argument could also be considered a fallacy. "There is no reason to think we are safe in this storm, so therefore we are in danger." In both cases, there is not sufficient evidence one way or the other, but the person is using their ignorance of information as a rationale for a particular conclusion. A better argument would involve citing evidence, statistics, or expert opinion. In the case of Karina's friends, they decided to err on the side of caution since they didn't have all the information. Karina instead uses her appeal to ignorance as an argument for why they should continue, a risky move. Tasha owns a pet rabbit. One day, she changes the food that she gives her rabbit, and the rabbit suddenly gets sick. She takes the rabbit to the vet and explains what happened. The vet examines the animal, looks at the old and new food, and tells Tasha that it's not likely that the food is causing the problem. Further examination will be needed, according to the vet. But Tasha was so sure it was the new food. She argues that her vet must be wrong and is just trying to take her money for more tests. She angrily takes her rabbit to another vet for a second opinion. This lesson looks at an error in logic known as the post hoc fallacy and how to identify this tendency in your own arguments and those of others. "There's nothing wrong with getting a second opinion," Tasha's new vet says, "but I'm afraid your old vet was correct. It's not the food." Tasha is very surprised. The new vet has done an x-ray and found that a rabbit has ingested a piece of electrical wire from their home, which is likely the cause of her illness. The error in Tasha's thought process is very common. Although it was logical to speculate that the new food and the illness could be linked, it was not logical to insist that they must be, without a doubt. Her mistake can be described as a post hoc fallacy, or an argument that draws the conclusion that one event is directly caused by another event, without evidence to prove this. For instance, when events happen close together in time, like the change in food and the rabbit getting sick, it's very easy to come to the conclusion that the food caused the illness. The fallacy is sometimes known as a false cause fallacy, because the argument is claiming a cause for an event that could turn out to be false. To remember the Latin phrase post hoc, you can think of how post can mean after, and how this fallacy is used when one thing happens after another. Of course, two events that occur close together in time are related. Tasha could easily have been correct that the change in food was related to the illness. The two might have been correlated. In most cases, it's much more reasonable to suggest that events are correlated with one another, rather than having a cause and effect relationship. A correlation is a relationship between two things or events. It's common in science to find correlation between two events without being able to claim that there is causation. Causation is one event or thing causing a specific effect. Tasha was assuming causation when she said to the vet that the change in the food caused the effect of illness in her rabbit. Are there times when it's reasonable to claim cause and effect? Certainly. A pileup of cars on the highway could be said to be caused by the first car skidding and crashing. And if the vet was able to pinpoint that the food had caused the illness, it would be a reasonable claim to make. The fallacy occurs when a person makes an argument for a cause and effect relationship before they actually have evidence that such a relationship exists. This is so tempting because, like Tasha, we feel we are able to conclude something based on our limited knowledge, even though we could easily be wrong. The next time you hear a news story with a headline claiming that scientific research has found what causes a particular illness, dig deeper and notice how often the actual details likely show a correlation rather than causation. In some cases, there is a cause-effect relationship, but to be most accurate, a logical scientific approach must be careful about assuming this. In Tasha's case, if the vet had assumed causation before investigating, her rabbit might not have received treatment to remove the wire. Due to the vet's more logical approach, the rabbit is happily hopping around again. Post hoc fallacy, or false cause fallacy, is an argument that draws the conclusion that one event is directly caused by another event without evidence to prove this. The conclusion suggests a cause and effect relationship between two events, or one event or thing causing a specific effect. This is known as claiming causation. A correlation, on the other hand, is a relationship between two things or events. It's common in science to find correlation between two events without being able to claim that there is causation. Tasha was assuming causation when she said to the vet that the change in the food caused the effect of illness in her rabbit. Her vet did not use the same post hoc fallacy and instead successfully investigated to determine that there was another source for the rabbit's problem. The Acme Box Company is having a corporate meeting of its regional managers. The managers want to let the employees include more personal items in their work areas. Right now, no one is allowed to put up photos of loved ones. Only work-related documents can be posted in cubicles. The other issue on the table is use of the internet during work hours. The regional managers want to allow employees to use the internet for certain types of research and on their breaks. The owner of the company is absolutely against these changes. She says that if they make the adjustment to allow use of the internet, their productivity will go down to the point where the company won't be profitable anymore. We'll go out of business, she says. She also says that the inclusion of photos of family and friends could evolve into the posting of inappropriate images on the cubicle walls. We'll get sued, she says. In this lesson, you'll consider whether the owner of the company has a reason to argue this way, or if she is relying on the slippery slope fallacy. The slippery slope fallacy is an argument that claims that if one thing happens or is allowed to happen, then that will lead to other steps and ultimately to a final outcome. In other words, if the first thing happens, then the last thing is inevitable. If written out as a formula, the slippery slope fallacy would say if we allow A, then B, C, D, and E will occur, so A will ultimately cause E to happen. If you imagine a person at the top of an icy, slippery mountainside, the slippery slope fallacy suggests that once they find themselves at point A, it's only a matter of time until they slide down the whole slope and end up at point E. In the case of the Acme Box Company, the owner argues that use of the internet will lead to a bankrupt company. The managers protest, saying that they only want to have employees use the internet for a small portion of their time. The owner says to them, "That's just the start. Soon they'll be using it more than for those limited purposes and will start to use it for other reasons. They'll start to spend time on the internet doing non-work related activities when they should be working. From there, they'll increase this to the point where there's so little work getting done that our profits will go down the drain." The managers argue that they have ways of monitoring the use of the internet and ensuring it is only used properly. But the owner holds her argument, saying that the moment they allow use of the internet, it's a slippery slope down to the point where the company goes out of business. The managers decide to give up the fight for the internet for now, but come back to the point about the personal photos in the cubicles. The owner cringes again and says that she doesn't want their offices to become like another version of social media, or worse yet, to include images that could be offensive to other employees. The owner describes how she predicts things will turn out. First, they'll allow photos of family and friends, but someone will protest and want an image that doesn't fit this mold. Then before you know it, there'll be photos of all types of things that are not appropriate for the office. Worse yet, she says, the company might get sued because someone finds an image to be offensive. So really, she says, allowing for personal photos is opening the company up to getting sued, and no one wants that. The managers disagree. They're willing to create a policy with guidelines for what can be posted and what cannot. They assure her that they're willing to monitor the office and be sure there are no images that would cause problems. Once again, the owner is equating the first step, allowing photos of family and friends, with a much more distant outcome of the company getting sued by an employee. At this point, the human resource manager speaks up and says, "You're using a slippery slope argument. I don't think the worst will happen if we change to allow personal photos and aim to avoid the outcome you fear. There's no data in the industry to back up the claim that we'll likely get sued if we allow this." After more discussion, the owner decides to allow personal photos, but says she'll investigate further into the internet issue. If there are statistics available that demonstrate how internet use can reduce productivity at work, she can use this data as her reasoning, instead of the slippery slope argument she tried today. A slippery slope is a fallacy argument claiming that if one thing happens or is allowed to happen, then that will lead to other steps and ultimately to a final outcome. It's a fallacy because the sequence of events leading to the final outcome is assumed rather than proven. In other words, there is a leap from the first step to the last, without a logical reason to see the two as definitively connected. The argument assumes that if the first thing happens, then the last thing is inevitable. In the case of the Acme Box Company, the owner felt that if she were to allow personal photos posted in cubicles, the end result would be the company would get sued. And if they start to allow employees to use the internet, the company would go out of business. Whether or not these feared outcomes are realistic depends on whether there is evidence that each of the stages is likely to occur as a result of the previous stage. The fallacy leaves little room for other possibilities in between, such as the managers developing clear policies about employees using the internet and posting personal photos in their cubicles. Do you think you should get regular exercise? If so, why do you think you should, logically speaking? One reason you might give is because of the health benefits that occur when you get exercise. Therefore, you should get exercise. Some would argue that the argument you've just made for why you should get exercise is a type of naturalistic fallacy. This lesson explores why there is controversy about this topic. It seems like a no-brainer to say that it's good to get physical activity. But while few people would argue that it's a bad idea to aim for more physical movement in your life, some might take you to task for how you logically argue for why you should. Consider for a moment what benefits you might know exist for physical activity. You might look at research for its impact on your lifespan, quality of life, and a correlation to preventing certain health problems. If these are scientific facts, then few will argue these points. What they might argue about is whether you can take a leap from saying that exercise improves these various areas to saying that it is therefore something you should do as an obligation, something that is good with a capital G. Using a broad definition, a naturalistic fallacy is an argument that derives what ought to be from what is. In other words, it's an argument that moves from facts, what is, to value judgments, what ought to be. 1 minute you're arguing about what is scientifically accurate about the specific impacts of exercise on the body, and the next you're saying that you are morally obligated to do it. Another way to describe this problem in philosophy is that you cannot derive an ought from an is. Those who believe that naturalistic fallacies are a problem would question whether you arrived at your conclusion to exercise using reason and logic. Once again, though, you might say that it seems like a no-brainer to go from something that is factual to something that involves a value. Why not connect the two? In the example about physical activity, it's hard to see the problem. In other examples, you'll have an easier time identifying the issue. Consider the following statements. Human females have the capacity to give birth to children. Women are obligated to have children whether they want to or not. Now it's easier to see the flaw. The first statement about women being able to give birth is a factual statement. The second statement is more of a value judgment, saying that women are morally obligated to have children. This particular example involves an appeal to nature fallacy, or an argument that starts with facts about nature and moves to a moral statement that goes beyond the facts. Some philosophical definitions of the naturalistic fallacy include an appeal to nature, while others see the two as distinct fallacies. In the example of exercise, you might have thought that it was logical to say that you should aim to get physical activity. But you might find it illogical to argue that all women are obligated to have children. In both cases, you start with a factual statement, then move to moral obligations. Yet the statement about women clearly has flaws. Some philosophers judgments in cases where you can add additional clarifying statements to address why something is or is not ethical. The fallacy is most blatant when it connects facts with morality in ways that are largely unconscious, such as when someone says women should bear children simply because they are naturally able to do so. Yet other philosophers do believe that the naturalistic fallacy trips us up logically, and another approach would be more beneficial. In the case of physical activity, this could include saying that you want to experience health benefits, and so will plan to find a way to move more because you want to do it. This is different than saying you should, as a moral obligation, as something that is good. A naturalistic fallacy is an argument that derives what ought to be from what is. In other words, it's an argument that moves from facts, what is, to value judgments, what ought to be. Another way to describe this problem in philosophy is that you cannot derive an ought from an is. There is controversy over whether this approach really involves flawed logic, as do other fallacies. Some philosophical definitions of the naturalistic fallacy include an appeal to nature, while others see the two as distinct fallacies. An appeal to nature fallacy is an argument that starts with facts about nature and moves to a moral statement that goes beyond the facts. It's -5 degrees in Washington, D.C., a pretty rare occurrence. Greg and his friend Alan are walking a few blocks to get to a movie theater in their neighborhood near the Capitol building. Alan complains about how frigidly cold it is. Greg, who grew up in Minneapolis, laughs at Alan and says, if a person grows up in Minnesota, they're familiar with below zero temperatures. You didn't grow up there, so you don't know what it's like to be in that type of cold for more than just a day. This lesson looks at Greg's argument about cold weather and whether his statement is logical to make. We'll consider whether Greg is using a fallacy called denying the antecedent. Greg doesn't know where Alan grew up, but he sees his own argument as valid and logical. After all, it's true that those who grow up in Minnesota tend to be familiar with severely cold weather. Though Greg doesn't know where Alan grew up, he knows Alan isn't from Minnesota. So using Greg's logic, that means Alan isn't familiar with sub-zero temperatures for more than the odd day here and there. But is what he claims really logical? Let's look closer at the conditional statement Greg uses to tell Alan he's not familiar with cold weather. A conditional statement is an if-then statement that includes two parts, an antecedent and a consequent. The antecedent is the if part of a conditional statement. The antecedent often begins the statement. A way to remember the word antecedent is by thinking of how the A in antecedent begins the alphabet, just like how the antecedent often begins conditional statements. The consequent is the then part of a conditional statement, like a consequence to the antecedent. The word then may not always be used to denote the second part of the sentence, but when it makes sense to add that word, you probably have a conditional statement. In our example, the conditional statement Greg uses is as follows. If a person grows up in Minnesota, they are familiar with below zero temperatures. The antecedent is the phrase, if a person grows up in Minnesota. The consequent is the phrase, then they are familiar with below zero temperatures. Another warmer weather example is a person saying, if I move near the ocean, then I can go swimming in the summer. Sometimes conditional statements can be flipped around. In this case, you might say, a person is familiar with below zero temperatures if they grow up in Minnesota. The other statement flipped around would be, I can go swimming in the summer if I move near the ocean. Using conditional statements does not always involve faulty logic. If-then statements are used quite often and usually are an acceptable way to describe the relationship between an antecedent and a consequent. For instance, the following is a true conditional statement. If you grow up in Minnesota, you will be familiar with severely cold weather. There's nothing wrong with this claim, nothing illogical. Look at the low temperatures of Minnesota for the winters and you'll see this as a factual statement. However, a fallacy occurs when conclusions are drawn from denying the antecedent in a conditional statement. Denying the antecedent means the antecedent in a conditional statement is denied or rejected. For instance, if Greg makes the statement that Alan didn't grow up in Minnesota, this is a form of denying the antecedent. This may be a true statement in itself. However, the act of denying the antecedent becomes a fallacy when a conclusion is made that the consequent can therefore also be denied. So when Greg says, you didn't grow up in Minnesota, therefore you don't know what below zero temperatures are like, his argument uses a fallacy. The fallacy can be described in letters to make it easier to understand. In this example, A represents the antecedent and C represents the consequent. If A, then C. Not A. Therefore, not C. For another example of this fallacy, consider the statement, if I move near the ocean, then I can go swimming in the summer. If the person follows this up by saying, I am not moving near the ocean, they might also conclude, therefore I cannot go swimming in the summer. This conclusion doesn't take into account that they could still go swimming elsewhere, or that swimming might not involve an ocean but a pool or lake instead, or that a person could still take a trip to swim in the ocean. The person making the argument assumes that if the antecedent is denied in her statement, the consequent is denied as well, an example of faulty logic. Sometimes denying the antecedent still results in a conclusion that just happens to be true, but the argument for arriving at the conclusion is still considered faulty. When Greg concludes that Alan isn't familiar with severely cold weather, this could turn out to be a true statement. If Alan grew up in Florida his whole life and hasn't spent time in colder climates, this could very well be his first time feeling -5 degrees. Yet the logic Greg uses to come to his conclusion is still mistaken. Alan says to Greg, "Bro, I'm originally from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I know cold. I just shouldn't have forgotten my winter jacket at home. That's why I'm complaining about how cold it is. I don't have on enough layers. I might not be from Minnesota, but I definitely grew up with weather that included below-zero conditions on more than one occasion." Greg decides the next time he'll be careful about denying the antecedent. The denying the antecedent fallacy involves the use of conditional statements. A conditional statement is an if-then statement which includes two parts, an antecedent and a consequent. The antecedent is the if part of a conditional statement. The consequent is the then part of a conditional statement. Conditional statements are not always fallacies. However, sometimes faulty logic results in improper conclusions. Denying the antecedent is an example of a fallacy that can occur with conditional statements. In this case, the antecedent in a conditional statement is denied or rejected, and a conclusion is made that the consequent can therefore also be denied. Sometimes denying the antecedent will result in a true statement just by luck, but this does not mean that the conclusion has been made logically. Carla is very sensitive to caffeine. 1 cup of coffee in the evening and she'll be up all night long unable to sleep. She always orders caffeine-free tea and soda. Plenty of times she's ordered a caffeine-free drink and found herself jittery and lying awake in bed. When this happens, she concludes, "They got my order wrong. It must be the caffeine keeping me up." In this lesson, we'll look at Carla's conclusion and consider whether she has reason to believe what she does about why she's up all night. We'll focus on the affirming the consequent fallacy and how to avoid confusing it with logic that is correctly used. Here's how Carla began her argument. She said, "If I have caffeine in the evening, then I'm awake all night." The format of her sentence is known as a conditional statement, an if-then statement which includes two parts, an antecedent and a consequent. The antecedent is the if part of a conditional statement, and the consequent is the then part of a conditional statement. Sometimes then won't be used in the sentence, but the format is still basically, if A is true, then C is true. There's nothing faulty in saying the statement that if she has caffeine, she'll be up all night. But then Carla goes on to say, "I'm awake all night, therefore I must have had caffeine this evening." What's wrong with her logic? She's awake all night, so that's simply a fact she's reporting. Can Carla reasonably conclude that this means someone gave her a caffeinated beverage by mistake? When Carla says, "I'm awake all night," she affirms the consequent has happened. She's awake. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must also be true. Written in letters where the antecedent is represented by A and the consequent is C, this argument looks like this. If A, then C. C. Therefore, A. If I have caffeine, antecedent, I will be awake all night, consequent. I am awake all night, consequent. Therefore, I must have had caffeine, affirms the consequent, concluding that the antecedent must have occurred. This is not to be confused with the logical argument a person could make that goes like this. If I have caffeine, antecedent, I will be awake all night, consequent. I had caffeine, I will be awake all night. In this case, it's okay to affirm the antecedent and then affirm that the consequent will then be true. This is because an if-then statement is designed to describe just such situations and gives you a logical argument to use. The problem is when the reverse occurs, then a faulty conclusion could be made. The conclusion can be faulty because it could miss other reasons why Carla is awake all night. Her own worries and thoughts could keep her up. Noises might be keeping her awake. Perhaps she took an extra long nap earlier in the day, and that's preventing her from sleeping well that night. It could be the caffeine, but it could also be other variables she hasn't considered. That said, sometimes a person will come to the correct conclusion, but their logic is still considered faulty. For instance, there's plenty of times that Carla lies in her bed awake as a result of someone mistakenly giving her caffeine. But she would need to rule out other possibilities to know for sure, which is not how she makes this argument. Instead, she jumps from, I was awake all night, therefore I must have had caffeine. The fallacy of affirming the consequent occurs when a person draws a conclusion that if the consequent is true, then the antecedent must also be true. The consequent is the then part of a conditional statement, though at times you won't see the word then used. Affirming the consequent is problematic because you might miss possibilities that explain the consequent that have little or nothing to do with the antecedent. For instance, if Carla had a different reason for why she was awake all night, she would miss this. Sometimes the conclusion drawn when affirming the consequent results in a true statement, such as when Carla really did get caffeine when she asked for caffeine-free. The logic is still faulty, regardless of whether the conclusion drawn turns out to be true or false.
If you've ever felt like you're nothing more than a victim of circumstance, today's lesson just might be for you. To explain why, let's take a look at human freedom and the philosophical terms determinism, compatibilism, and libertarianism. Let's start by discussing freedom. When speaking philosophically, there are two types of freedom, circumstantial and metaphysical. Circumstantial freedom is the liberty to accomplish an action without interference from obstacles. In short, it means you have the physical ability to get something done. For example, I have circumstantial freedom to jump up and down. However, if someone were to tie me to a chair, I'd lose this circumstantial freedom. Differing from this, metaphysical freedom is the power to choose between opportunities. Usually being linked to intellect and ethics, it's the power to choose. It's the power of the self to select one opportunity or possibility over another. When discussing freedom, philosophers sit in three different camps: the determinism camp, the compatibilism camp, and the libertarianism camp. Often considered the most dogmatic of the three, determinism asserts that man may have circumstantial freedom, but he does not have metaphysical freedom. In other words, we may have the freedom to stand up and sit down, but we don't really have the freedom to choose a path in life. For this, we're at the mercy of our physical bodies and circumstance. Using its name as its definition, determinism asserts that man's path is predetermined. In other words, freedom is an illusion. When we think we're making choices, we're really just at the mercy of physical impulses or events which have already occurred. To use a rather oversimplified example, a determinist might tell me I didn't really choose to get an education. Instead, I was simply born into a family of people who were educated. Therefore, what I thought was a choice was really just me falling in line with events which had already occurred. In the same manner, I will always choose salty foods over sweet. To me, this is a choice. However, a determinist might tell me I simply reach for salt because my physical makeup requires more sodium than most. Of course, this type of hard determinism causes some serious ethical dilemmas. Most pointedly, if we're all just puppets on the path of existence, how can anyone ever be held responsible for their actions? How can we punish the criminal and elevate the saint? Under hard determinism, man can't be held responsible. You can see the dogma there, can't you? Building on this question, many philosophers hold to the opposite of determinism, libertarianism. Also called indeterminism, libertarianism asserts that man has both circumstantial and metaphysical freedom. We aren't just puppets dangling from a string, nor are we subject to some predetermined path. We've got the capacity and intellect to choose between options. On my own, I made the conscious choice to get an education, and I'm making a conscious choice each time I grab for potato chips. In other words, free will is alive and kicking. For this reason, the criminal deserves punishment, and the saint deserves adulation. Filling the gap between determinism and libertarianism is compatibilism. Also called soft determinism, compatibilism is rather easy to remember. It proclaims that determinism and libertarianism can be compatible. Bridging the two, compatibilism sides with determinism in that it agrees actions can be predetermined in the metaphysical realm. However, it also gives a nod to libertarianism. On this side of the coin, compatibilism asserts we are all still responsible for the actions we perform through our circumstantial freedom. Coming full circle with our criminal, he may not have had the metaphysical freedom to choose an upright life, but he can use his circumstantial freedom to keep himself away from the scene of the crime. When discussing freedom, philosophers often cite circumstantial and metaphysical freedom. Circumstantial freedom is the liberty to accomplish an action without interference from obstacles. Metaphysical freedom is the power to choose between opportunities. Determinism, compatibilism, and libertarianism all hold differing positions on freedom. Determinism asserts that man may have circumstantial freedom, but he does not have metaphysical freedom. We may be able to choose physical actions, but our paths in life are predetermined. This school of thought makes it very difficult to hold man responsible for his predetermined actions. Libertarianism asserts that man has both circumstantial and metaphysical freedom. Also called indeterminism, it holds that we have the capacity and intellect to choose between options. Man is responsible for his actions. Standing in the gap between the two is compatibilism. Also called soft determinism, compatibilism asserts that determinism and libertarianism can be compatible. Yes, we may not have metaphysical freedom, but we are still responsible for the actions we exercise through our circumstantial freedom. When I was about 14, my sister banned me from her closet. Yes, I did accidentally spill red fruit punch all over her favorite sweater, but a lifetime ban seemed like total overkill. Really, just because I ruined one sweater didn't mean I was going to ruin them all. Too bad for me I didn't know about the great philosopher David Hume. If I had, I could have given my sister an earful. To explain what I mean, let's take a look at David Hume's thoughts on the metaphysics of causation. We'll start with a definition and a bio. Keeping it simple, metaphysics is the part of philosophy that deals with concepts like being, substance, cause, and identity. Moving on to the bio, David Hume was a famous 18th century Scottish empiricist. He believed all knowledge is derived from the senses, which is called empiricism. Stated simply, empiricism argues that the only way we can know something is through touch, taste, sight, smell, and so on. Making him even more of an enigma, Hume also held to skepticism, which is the belief that true knowledge is unattainable. Following the logic of empiricism, Hume distinguished between impressions and ideas. These two things helped form the basis of his thoughts on causation. Impressions are everything we derive from our senses. However, ideas are just faint images of thinking, reasoning, and belief based on our impressions. Revisiting the great sweater debacle of 1989, the red-stained sweater was an impression my sister could unfortunately see. There was no denying it. From this impression, she formed the idea that I ruin sweaters. However, like Hume would tell her, ideas are just faint images of beliefs. Proving my case even more, Hume asserted we often form our ideas through causation, or the relationship between cause and effect. In other words, when we experience the outcome of an impression, we assume that impression will always bring about the same effect. Keeping with the theme, let's pick on my sister a little bit more. Just because I happened to ruin one expensive sweater, she believed letting me wear another sweater would end in the same disaster. Fortunately for young me, Hume would have told her she may have jumped the gun. In fact, using his skepticism, the idea that true knowledge is unattainable, he would have told her assumptions can seldom be truly trusted. Stating it as Hume might have, our assumptions of causation are usually flawed and untrustworthy. In other words, just because an event caused something in the past doesn't mean it will necessarily cause it in the future. Unless there is a law that the future will always be exactly as the past, our assumptions are not always trustworthy. Of course, living in the real world, Hume did admit that our assumptions do come in handy. For instance, if we didn't rely on cause and effect, we'd be like the fish that keeps biting at the same hook, never putting two and two together. However, we shouldn't let our ideas convince us that causation is always at work. And with this, I'm going to call my sister. Metaphysics is a part of philosophy that deals with concepts like being, substance, cause, and identity. As a famous 18th century Scottish empiricist, David Hume asserted that all knowledge is derived from the senses. This is known as empiricism. He also espoused skepticism, which is the belief that true knowledge is unattainable. When discussing his metaphysical views on causation, or the relationship between cause and effect, Hume distinguished between impressions and ideas. Impressions are everything we derive from our senses. Ideas are just faint images of thinking, reasoning, and belief that we base on our impressions. Hume asserted that when we experience the outcome of an impression, we assume that impression will always bring about the same effect. However, unless there is some law stating that the future will always be the same as the past, this idea of causation is often erroneous. Yes, it may come in handy from time to time, but absolute faith in it is irrational. As a child, I vividly remember thinking, I can't wait to be an adult. I'll get to make all my own decisions. It's a mantra of kids across the land. However, according to Baron Dolbach, my childhood dream of freedom is really just an illusion. To explain what I mean, we'll spend today looking at this philosopher and his views on determinism. To begin, Baron Dolbach was an 18th century philosopher who espoused materialism. Materialism is the belief that only matter exists. There is no supernatural entity that somehow floats around as an unseen reality. There is only matter. Materialists also believe that all matter is subject to physical laws. These laws determine how matter will act and react. In other words, matter is not free to just willy-nilly exist. Water can't decide to start moving upstream, and a wheel in motion can't just stop itself. Now, when talking about things like water and wheels, people didn't get too uptight. However, when men like Baron Dolbach began applying their beliefs to humans, a few feathers started to ruffle. This leads us to determinism. Determinism is the idea that since all matter is subject to physical laws, there is no choice or freedom of will. Interestingly, determinism also includes human actions. This is seen in Baron Dolbach's work, The System of Nature. In this, he espoused that man, like matter, is governed by physical laws. In other words, just like a rolling wheel can't stop itself on a dime, we humans are just as bound by physical law. Keeping things simple, the determinism argument goes something like this. Reality is made up of only matter. All this matter is subject to physical laws. No matter can escape them. Now here's where we come in. Since humans are made up of matter, we too are subject to physical laws. Not only do we lack the power to control or manipulate the universe, we really don't even have the power to determine our own course in life. In other words, freedom is an illusion. Making us all seem like puppets on a string, Dolbach asserted that even our preferences are determined by outside forces. It's not our will that says yes or no, it's just physical alterations of the brain. There isn't some mystical mind or consciousness leading us through life. All our actions are just impulses coming from a physical brain. Therefore, when we think we're actually making free will choices, we're really just responding to physiological impulses that will give us the best advantage to work within physical laws. Since this is pretty heady stuff, let's use an oversimplified example. Suppose I'm walking down the street and I realize I'm hungry. I walk into a fast food place and order fries. To me, my mind is thinking French fries. I desire French fries, so I make the free will choice for French fries. However, to a determinist philosopher, there is no mystical mind or consciousness choosing yummy fries. I'm just responding to the physical impulse of hunger. I am a physical body that needs fuel, therefore I am a slave to hunger. Well, with this you may ask, well, couldn't you have chosen a cheeseburger? A determinist might again say there was no choice. Rather, my physical impulse may not have been strong enough for a burger. Perhaps my impulse for fries was stronger because my body needed sodium, so my body yelled, "Salty fries!" In short, for every action there is always a physical impulse standing behind it as motivation. Of course, this leads to all sorts of questions. One main issue that arises from determinism is, if we are not free to choose, how can we be held responsible for our actions? When it comes to French fries versus burgers, this isn't a big deal. However, when you're talking about crime, it sure is. Interestingly, Baron Dolbach never delved too far into the field of ethics. Instead, his work centered on the physical world and its physical laws. Baron Dolbach was an 18th century philosopher who held to materialism. Materialism is the belief that only matter exists. Materialists believe that all matter is subject to physical laws. Building on materialism, determinism is the idea that since all matter is subject to physical laws, there is no choice or freedom of will. This also includes human actions. Holding to this opinion, Baron Dolbach wrote The System of Nature, in which he espouses that man, like matter, is governed by physical laws. Being bound to physical laws, Baron Dolbach asserted that choice and free will are an illusion. To him, what we consider choices are simply physical impulses acting on a very physical brain. Just like you really can't explain the word in without explaining the word out, you really can't explain indeterminism without explaining determinism. For this reason, we're going to start today's lesson on William James and his indeterminism by first explaining determinism. Stating it rather simply, determinism asserts there is only one course of events possible in the world. In other words, everything has already been determined based on events that have come before. Nothing just happens. Nothing is left up to free will. Nothing will happen that has not been predetermined to happen. All of nature is just a puppet in the grand scheme of predestined existence. Determinism comes to this conclusion through materialism, the idea that nothing exists beyond the physical world. For instance, there is no such thing as a mystical mind that exists outside the physical brain. There is no ethereal seat of mental consciousness that guides us to make choices. On the contrary, humans are entirely physical beings that are subject to the laws of physics and the predetermined course of the physical world. Quite the reverse, indeterminism holds that not all events are predetermined. On the contrary, human life is rife with choice and possibility. One famous proponent of indeterminism was William James, a 20th century American philosopher. As author of The Will to Believe and The Dilemma of Determinism, James espoused that the will to choose is still alive and kicking. However, this doesn't mean indeterminists think that life is full of all sorts of wild happenstance. Instead, it simply means that things are not preset and mechanical. We get to choose. Summing up the beliefs of many indeterminist philosophers, James believed choice and free will are all part of the human equation. In fact, choice only ceases to exist once a choice is made. For instance, my husband and I recently bought a car. As an indeterminist might tell you, we had our choice of lots of vehicles. After going back and forth, we finally chose a make and model. However, until the very moment that we plunked down the money, we still had a choice of which car to buy. Our choice only ceased to be choice once we drove our choice off the lot. At that point, the car was ours, and our choice had moved from option to reality. Interestingly, and very unlike some of his deterministic counterparts, William James did not dogmatically espouse his beliefs. In fact, he openly admitted that he could not prove the existence of free will or choice. To him, the argument centers on possibilities. Since possibilities can't be poked, prodded, and measured by science, there can be no declared victor in the determinism versus indeterminism debate. As he said in The Dilemma of Determinism, we have not yet ascertained whether this be a world of chance or no. At most, we have agreed that it seems so. Determinism asserts there's only one course of events possible in the world. All of nature, including man, is subject to the governance of natural law and prior events. Determinism comes to this conclusion through materialism, the idea that nothing exists beyond the physical world. There is no mystical seed of individual consciousness that determines human behavior. In opposition to determinism is indeterminism. Indeterminism asserts that not all events are predetermined. As author of The Will to Believe and The Dilemma of Determinism, William James was a proponent of indeterminism. He believed free will and choice are components of human existence. He asserted choice only ceases to be choice once a choice is made. Growing up as a girl in the Deep South, my mom often told us she had 3 choices for her future. She could be a teacher until she got married and had babies. She could be a nurse until she got married and had babies. Or she could be a secretary until she got married and had babies. No matter which she chose, the end game was the same. Get married and have babies. After all, she was a girl, and that's what girls are supposed to do, right? Many women have grown up under the same notions that were taught to my mom. Going far back into the pages of history, it's the idea that a woman's true calling is marriage and then children. Speaking philosophically, this idea has its roots in essentialism. Today we'll define essentialism and see what the works of the modern feminist philosopher Jean Grimshaw have to say about it. For starters, let's take a closer look at essentialism. When speaking of men and women, philosophical essentialism argues that the genders each have essential, inborn thought and reasoning patterns that define them. Stated simply, a baby boy is born with thoughts that make him a man, and a baby girl is born with thoughts that make her a woman. It's not nurture, it's nature. When speaking of women, essentialism has traditionally asserted that a woman's inborn patterns of thought and reasoning pull her toward the role of wife and mother. Many essentialists even argue a woman maximizes her full potential within these roles. To an essentialist, a woman's intellect is made for the private sphere of the home, not the public one. It's not a free will choice to act in the role of wife and mom. It's the predetermined course her intellect is programmed toward. Sort of like a fish is made for water, a woman's mind is made for marriage and babies. Stepping on the scene and saying, not quite, is Jean Grimshaw. Her work, The Idea of a Female Ethic, espouses that there is no inborn difference in the intellect of men and women. Putting this notion aside, it argues that women and men think differently because they are assigned different roles. It's not nature, it's nurture. Going back to my mom, Grimshaw might say, well, of course she thought and reasoned that motherhood was her destined path. After all, she was handed a doll as a child, while her brother was handed a toy gun. She was consigned to help Mom in the kitchen, while her brother helped Dad with the cars. Is it any wonder her thoughts went to motherhood while her brothers went to conquering? Is it surprising that she became a stay-at-home mom while he became a naval engineer? In other words, my mom wasn't born with some pre-programmed essential intellect that drove her to motherhood and life in the home. Rather, life and how she was treated programmed the notion into her. Broadening the scope of this, feminism argues women have been relegated to the hearth and the home since the beginning of time. This, and not biology, has led them to develop different priorities and thought processes. These priorities are learned, not inborn. In short, Grimshaw's feminism argues that there is no fundamental inborn difference between the intellect of men and women. Any differences that are perceived are the byproducts of experience and nurture. They are by no means biological and natural. When speaking of gender, philosophical essentialism argues that the genders each have essential, inborn thought and reasoning patterns that define them. In other words, women are physiologically programmed to think one way and men another. Traditionally, many essentialists have argued that a woman's inborn thoughts and reasonings pull her toward the role of wife and mother. Adding to this, many essentialists assert that women reach their fullest potential as wives and mothers. Disagreeing with this assertion is the feminist philosopher Jean Grimshaw. In her work, The Idea of a Female Ethic, Grimshaw opposes the view that there is an inborn difference between the intellect of men and women. Putting this notion aside, she argues women and men think differently because they've been assigned different roles. For this reason, women's propensity toward the home has been developed by years of relegation to it. There always seems to be a sidekick. Batman had Robin, the Lone Ranger had Tonto, and Marcia had Jan. No matter what the sidekick did, they were always the other. According to Simone de Beauvoir, the same can be said of man and woman. Man is seen as the superhero, woman is the subordinate. Man is always the subject, woman is always the object. Speaking philosophically, the subject is what has identity. It exists independently, apart from context. It simply is because it is. On the other hand, the object is dependent on the subject. The object is the observed, the subject is the observer. The subject takes action. The object is acted upon. Again, man is the subject, woman is the other. Being sickened by this premise, de Beauvoir authored The Second Sex. Today we'll take a look at this famous work and its harsh critique of women as the other. As a quick note of caution, de Beauvoir didn't pull any punches, so hold on to your hats. She also didn't really come up with many solutions. However, she sure did delineate what she saw as the problem. According to many, The Second Sex stands as the first attempt to view history through the eyes of feminism. Made public in 1949, it asserts that man is seen as the absolute and essential. He is the star of the show. Meanwhile, woman is inessential and incomplete. Man gets to enforce his will on the world, and woman is bound by the circumstances of the world. Man is the great subject, woman is the other. Working to make her point, de Beauvoir included the words of some pretty famous men. For instance, The Second Sex quotes Aristotle as saying, "The female is a female by virtue of a certain lack of qualities." Ouch! It also cites St. Thomas as saying, "Woman is an imperfect man. She's an incidental being." Double ouch. Summing all this up, de Beauvoir asserts history is to blame. It tells us that man is in the right for being a man and woman is in the wrong. It teaches that humanity is male. De Beauvoir points out that a woman's biology is often used as justification for repression and reduction to other status. In fact, she called reproduction a curse. Because of it, and I quote, "Woman is a womb, an ovary. A woman's ability to gestate life makes her a biological curiosity to men who sees woman as inhuman." Being rather specific, she discusses how Aristotle, who she saw as being particularly hostile toward women, says that even the female egg passively waits for fertilization. It is the male sperm that does the invading. She points to this as an invalid biological justification for the practice of keeping women tied to the house, the home, and passivity. De Beauvoir argues that hostility toward women is so entrenched and pervasive that no matter how rich or how poor, woman is seen as wife, mother, and hostess. According to de Beauvoir, woman must break free of these roles she's been assigned. Only through outside work, as in not motherhood, will she achieve autonomy. Speaking of the woman's role, de Beauvoir admits that woman has played a part in her relegation to the position of other. It's not just history and biology's fault. Woman has been complicit in ways as well. According to de Beauvoir, woman has traded in freedom for security. She has chosen comfort over conquering. She has allowed herself to be seen as inferior because she has passively accepted being the other. After all, being second is usually easier than being first. This isn't to say that de Beauvoir thought that women were completely at fault, but she was frustrated that women seemed to willingly accept the passive role that was imposed upon them. Simone de Beauvoir authored The Second Sex. Published in 1949, The Second Sex stands as the first attempt to view history through the eyes of feminism. It asserts that man is the great subject, woman is the other. Man is seen as essential, woman is not. In this work, de Beauvoir blamed history, biology, and to a limited extent women herself for the status of other. As for history, she quoted famous men like Aristotle as saying the female is a female by virtue of a certain lack of qualities. She also blamed biology. To de Beauvoir, reproduction is a curse. It has made woman nothing more than a womb and an ovary. De Beauvoir also blamed woman for her position as other. She asserts that woman has passively accepted second place. She has chosen comfort over conquering. She has traded in freedom for security.
Personal identity is the concept you develop about yourself that evolves over the course of your life. This may include aspects of your life that you have no control over, such as where you grew up or the color of your skin, as well as choices you make in life, such as how you spend your time and what you believe. You demonstrate portions of your personal identity outwardly through what you wear and how you interact with other people. You may also keep some elements of your personal identity to yourself, even when these parts of yourself are very important. Have you ever struggled with the question, "Who am I?" or thought about who you might become in the future? These questions have been thought about and discussed throughout history, in particular by philosophers who have immersed themselves in the search for knowledge about the nature of being human. Such questions as, "What does it mean to be a person?" and "Do I matter?" have engaged key thinkers and created conversations that we still grapple with in our society. Most people feel they want to endure in some way, both in their lives and beyond death. The philosophy of personal identity aims to address these matters of existence and how we even know we exist through time. How do you know you are the same person you were as a child? Is it because you remember yourself growing within the same body you have now? Or is it because you perceive that you have the same mind? What criteria can be used to confirm you are in fact a person? When you ask yourself how you know you are the same person you were as a baby, this is a question of persistence. In this context, persistence means our existence across time and how we can prove it. In other words, we perceive that our self persists through our life as the same human being. But how do we know for sure? The philosophers Plato and René Descartes, as well as many religions, have proposed that we persist because we have a soul, a timeless essence that continues in some form even after the death of our living, breathing human body. Descartes, in particular, aimed to prove a scientifically oriented argument for this enduring inner self. He used rational arguments and examples to demonstrate that the mind and body are distinct. He promoted the view that the mind can exist and persist without the body. This distinction between a person's mind and body is known as mind-body dualism and has been an influential and powerful theory in our society. Here's an illustration of mind and body dualism by Descartes. Even today, you may often hear the phrase body and soul. This way of thinking has evolved from the ideas of religious traditions as well as philosophical ways of viewing our personal identity. Personal identity develops over time and can evolve, sometimes drastically depending on what directions we take in our life. For instance, a person who at 25 identifies himself as part of a particular political party, of a particular faith, and who sees himself as upper middle class, might discover that at 65 he's a very different person. Perhaps he's no longer interested in politics, he's changed his religion, and he's living on less money than when he was 25. Any variation is possible during a person's lifespan. Children developing their sense of self may experiment with different ways of expressing personal identity. This can include various ways of dressing or wearing their hair, and it will also include a variety of ways of behaving and thinking. They might find that some ways of expressing themselves work well and feel right, while others do not last. Throughout life, we have a sense of who we are that continually changes. According to the philosopher David Hume, living life as a human being leaves only impressions, rather than one stable identity or sense of self. These impressions are the changing, shifting elements of our existence. Think of the various ways you have looked at the world throughout your life. You've had a set of experiences and have changed because of them. Hume argued that due to the unstable nature of impressions, personal identity cannot be said to persist through time. We perceive a sense of self because of the way our mind put impressions together and makes sense of them as me. For instance, if you take a vacation every year to a different location, it would be hard to say what vacation really is based on these different experiences. Does vacation mean sand and warmth or an invigorating hike on a mountain? Is vacation relaxation or adventure? Unless you have the same experience year after year, what a vacation is will vary. Vacation is not just one unchanging idea, and, from Hume's perspective, neither is a person. Hume challenged earlier ideas about persistence and the psychological and physical continuity theories that had come before him. Physical continuity theory had looked at how we have the same human body we have had during our life, and that this helps us know we are ourselves. Psychological continuity theory had focused on how the mind and memories seem to tie a person's identity together. Hume questioned these theories that talked of an enduring personal identity. Instead, he pointed to the fleeting nature of our experiences and how we are ever-changing. Philosophers grappling with the topic of personal identity have explored this concept from many angles by asking questions about how you know that you are you. Many of the concepts have left a legacy on our way of thinking as a culture, such as Descartes' mind-body duality. Some concepts might sound new to you, such as Hume's argument that we cannot prove a personal identity or self that persists. The debate about personal identity inspires those studying philosophy to ask themselves similar questions asked by philosophers across time. What is a person? Who am I? How do I know that I will continue to be me in the future?
There are just some arguments that never end. Should the toilet paper face out or in? Is fried better than baked? Is the mind really separate from the body? Since I couldn't find much empirical evidence about toilet paper, and since I'm totally a fried girl, we'll spend today discussing the philosophical arguments surrounding the mind and the body. In order to do this, we're going to focus on dualism versus materialism. Being the harder of the two to grasp, let's start with dualism. Dualism is the concept that reality or existence is divided into two parts. When speaking philosophically about humans, these two parts are often identified as the mind and the physical body. According to dualism, the mind is somehow separate from the physical attributes of the body. In dualism, the mind is part of the unseen world. Being a bit gross, if you opened up a human skull, you could see, touch, and smell the human brain. However, try as you might, you would not find a mind. According to dualism, it is a separate entity, or reality. Using this idea, the very famous Descartes asserted the mind is the seat of our consciousness. This mind is where we find our emotions, our will, our intellect, and our passions. For this reason, our identity comes from the mind. Summing this up, Descartes would say, I think, therefore I am. Standing opposed to dualism in the mind-body argument is materialism. Materialism is the belief that nothing but matter exists. In other words, if you can't experience it with your senses, it's not part of reality. Using these parameters, materialism holds that the mind does not exist. We can't see, touch, or taste it, so it's on the same plane as myth. For many who espouse materialism, what we call the mind is really just a collection of physical processes. For instance, materialism would argue that when a person is depressed, it has nothing to do with what's going on in some mystical mind. It's just brain chemicals misfiring. One proponent of materialism who really challenged the concept of dualism was Gilbert Ryle. He actually thought the idea of the mind controlling the physical body to be as absurd as ghosts operating machines. Paul Churchland, another philosopher who espouses materialism, used traumatic brain injury to argue against the mind as the seat of identity. Summing up his arguments, he asks, if the mind is the seat of identity, why does brain injury alter a person's personality? If the mind was a bona fide separate thing, wouldn't it preserve a person's sense of self regardless of damage to a physical organ? However, since brain injury often does modify a person's personality, Churchland asserts everything we call self does not originate in the mind. It comes from the physical workings of a very physical brain. According to materialism, there is no such thing as the mind. Therefore, the argument between mind and body is moot. Despite this, the argument wages on. For generations, the mind-body argument has filled the halls of philosophy. The two main schools of thought in this argument are dualism and materialism. Dualism asserts that reality or existence is divided into two parts. According to dualism, the mind is separate from the physical attributes of the body. Descartes is one of the most famous dualistic thinkers of all time. He asserted the mind is the seat of our consciousness. It is where we find our emotions, will, intellect, and passions. Summing this up, Descartes famously espoused, "I think, therefore I am." Materialism is the belief that nothing but matter exists. Using these guidelines, the mind does not exist. What we think of as the mind is really just a collection of physical processes at work. Gilbert Ryle was a proponent of materialism. He asserted the idea of the mind controlling the physical body is as absurd as believing that ghosts operate machines. Paul Churchland, another philosopher who espouses materialism, used traumatic brain injury to challenge dualism. Stating his argument simply, if the mind is the seat of identity, why does brain injury alter a person's personality? Starting things off on a rather morbid note, we are all going to die. Regardless of status, gender, or beliefs, one day each of us will cease to exist as we do today. For this reason, the question that's been keeping philosophers busy for thousands of years is not death. Instead, it's, is there a soul that sticks around once the body has checked out? To delve into this query, let's take a look at Socrates, Plato's, and Augustine's views of the immortal soul. For starters, all three of these guys held to dualism. Stated pretty simply, dualism is a belief that reality or existence is divided into two parts. When speaking of humanity, these two parts are usually identified as the body and the soul. Today, we'll focus on the soul. When speaking of the soul, dualists see it as a real substance that exists independent from the body. Unlike our bodies, which are subject to decay, the soul is not subject to natural law. For many dualists, the soul is what separates us from animals. It's the seat of human consciousness. It's our intellect, our will, and our emotion. Keeping this dualistic base in mind, let's take a look at our three philosophers. Being the earliest of the three, we'll start with Socrates. Admittedly, much of what we know about Socrates is conjecture. Keeping our summary of his views rather general, he believed the soul is immortal. For this reason, he asserted that death is not the end of existence. Death is simply the separation of the soul from the body. As a supposed student of Socrates, Plato agreed that the soul is immortal and separate from the body. However, he upped the ante a bit. He believed the soul was eternal. According to Plato, the soul doesn't come into existence with the body, it exists prior to being joined to the body. Sounding a whole bunch like reincarnation, Plato believed the soul exists within a body until that body dies. It then sets up house in another body. For this reason, Plato called the body the prison of the soul. As our last dualistic thinker of the day, Augustine also believed the soul to be immortal. However, he believed the soul and the body make up a human. The body isn't just a prison for a soul that jumps from body to body. Instead, one body and one soul make up one person. Yes, he agreed that the soul is immortal, he just didn't buy into the idea that it hops from body to body. Being a bit cryptic and heady, Augustine asserted the soul is immortal because it possesses truth. Stating it as simply as I can think to, Augustine argued the human soul is capable of scientific reason and truth. For instance, we can grasp that a triangle has three sides simply because a triangle has three sides. It's a truth. Since we can grasp this truth, and since truth is immortal, then it follows that the soul must also be immortal since it can grasp immortal truth. Like I said, it's a bit esoteric. However, if we can remember that Augustine argued the soul is immortal because it possesses truth, I think we'll be all right. Dualism holds that reality or existence is divided into two parts. These two parts are often identified as the body and the soul. To the dualist, the soul is a real substance that exists independent from the body. Socrates, Plato, and Augustine were all dualists who believed the soul to be immortal. Socrates believed the soul is immortal. He also argued that death is not the end of existence. It is merely separation of the soul from the body. Plato believed the soul was eternal. It exists prior to the body. He asserted that upon physical death of the body, the soul moves on to another body. Building on this belief, he called the body the prison of the soul. Augustine believed the soul and the body make up a human. He asserted that the soul is immortal because it possesses truth. Because the soul is capable of grasping scientific truth, and because truth is immortal, the soul too is immortal.
Nora has been watching the news and the way everyone is at each other's throats, and though it's painful and sad to watch, she also thinks it's inevitable. After all, people are all independent and very different from one another. Her friend Charlie isn't so sure, though. He believes that everyone is connected to each other and to the world. To Charlie, we are all one, so no one should be fighting. Nora and Charlie are thinking about the nature of the self. When philosophers talk about the nature of the self, what they're really asking is, are we separate from each other and from the universe? In Western philosophy, people tend to think like Nora. People are separate and unique from each other. What one person does or experiences is completely independent of other people and the world at large. However, in Eastern philosophy, the self is often treated as an illusion. That is, the idea that people are separate entities from each other and the world is not considered a reality in Eastern thought. To Charlie, Eastern thought seems pretty clear, but Nora's still confused about it. How can the self be an illusion? Does that mean she doesn't exist? To help Nora understand better, let's look at two major religious traditions in Asia, Hinduism and Buddhism, and how they view the self. Nora has heard of Hinduism, a major religion with many branches, common in South Asian countries like India and Sri Lanka. But she's not sure what Hindus believe or what their beliefs have to do with the self. There are many different branches of Hinduism with varying beliefs, sort of like there are many different branches of Christianity. But in all the branches of Hinduism, there are two important concepts that will help Nora understand the Hindu view of the self, the Brahman and the Atman. The Brahman is essentially the sacred, the God spirit, or the universe. In contrast, the Atman is the human soul, or the self. So when Nora thinks about her soul as a separate entity from others, she's thinking of her Atman. Unlike Nora's belief that the soul is separate, Hinduism teaches that the Atman is essentially part of the Brahman, or universe. To help Nora understand, Charlie tells her to think about a single drop of water in a cloud way up in the sky. It comes down with other drops in the form of rain and makes its way to a river where it blends with other drops. Eventually, this single drop of water flows out to the ocean where it's indistinguishable from other drops. Finally, it evaporates and makes its way to the atmosphere where it becomes part of a cloud again. To the Hindus, this drop of water is the Atman, and the cycle that it goes through is kind of like reincarnation, or the belief that people die and are reborn over and over again. Each time a person dies and is reborn, they come closer to the Brahman. Eventually, the person will complete the cycle of reincarnation when they've developed enough. When this happens, they stop being reborn and are fully reunited with the Brahman. It's like the drop of water stopped collecting in a cloud, raining down, and evaporating, and instead simply dissolved into everything, the air, the earth, and the water. So what does this have to do with the self? Nora's already figured out that Hindus think very differently about the self than she does. They think in terms of centuries and lifetimes, whereas she thinks about herself in terms of who she is today and tomorrow. In Hinduism, the self, or the Atman, is just part of a larger whole, the Brahman, which encompasses everything. The self, or the Atman, is tied to everything, or as one sacred Hindu text says it, "Thou are thou." Nora is starting to understand a little bit how the self can be thought of as part of the universe, but there's still a self, right? Charlie doesn't believe in the Atman. He doesn't believe that there's such a thing as a self at all. That's because he's a Buddhist. Buddhism is a common Eastern religion and philosophy, where the self is often thought of as an illusion. As with Hinduism and Christianity, there are many different branches of Buddhism, and they can believe vastly different things. Two concepts that are agreed on in most Buddhist branches are the ideas of interconnectedness and a lack of a self. Interconnectedness basically just means that everything is connected. To understand this better, Charlie tells Nora to think about her favorite book. That book involves words and thoughts being transmitted from one person, the writer, to another, the reader. In essence, they are sharing thoughts. But there's more to it than just that. Charlie points out to Nora that the book she loves is printed on paper, and that paper comes from trees and water. He says that the trees had to be cut down by lumberjacks, and the water harnessed by a machine designed and run by engineers. The wood and the water were combined by many different workers in a factory. In that way, whenever Nora reads the book, she becomes interconnected with the writer, the lumberjacks, the engineers, the factory workers, and many other people. If just one link in the chain doesn't exist, the book doesn't exist. Nora's never thought of it that way, but it makes sense to her. It's kind of like the Hindu text that says, "Thou art thou." Everyone is connected to each other in intricate ways, but, she thinks, that still doesn't explain the idea that there is no self. Many Buddhists believe that humans are just a stream of consciousness, not a separate entity. Because we are so interconnected, they argue, there is no real distinction between us and others. Nora's book is made up of many parts: the paper, the ink, the binding, the ideas, and so on. Each of those parts individually doesn't make up a book, but together they are one being. Likewise, Charlie says, people are just a single part of a larger whole. Alone, they aren't anything other than thoughts, but they are interconnected with everything else. The philosophy of the nature of the self asks, are we separate from each other and from the universe? In Western thought, people tend to answer affirmatively and think of the self as an entity separate from others. In Eastern philosophy, though, the self is often treated as an illusion. Hinduism is a major religion common in South Asian countries like India and Sri Lanka. Hindus believe in the Brahman, or God or the universe, and the Atman, or the human soul. To most Hindus, the Atman is part of the Brahman and will be fully reunited with the Brahman once the cycle of reincarnation is complete. Buddhism is another common Eastern religion and philosophy. Buddhism believes in interconnectedness, or that everything is connected. Because of interconnectedness, many Buddhists believe that humans are just a stream of consciousness and a single part of a larger whole.
There are a few declarations we all just seem to know. There's no taxation without representation. There's we're going to need a bigger boat. And there's I think, therefore I am. Since this lesson is about Descartes and his concept of self, we're going to hone in on the whole I think, therefore I am proclamation. As one of the most famous philosophers of all time, René Descartes is considered by the West to be the father of modern philosophy. Along with his contributions to math and the sciences, Descartes is firmly linked to dualism, a concept he discusses in his work, Meditations on First Philosophy. To explain, dualism is the concept that reality or existence is divided into two parts. When discussing dualism in the context of humanity, this division is between the mind and the physical body. In other words, the mind is separate from the empirically studied physical attributes of the body. To state it differently, dualism tells us that the mind is part of the unseen world. You can't prod it with a needle or hear it with a stethoscope, but it still exists. It's just a separate reality. With its properties that seem to escape all natural laws, Descartes believed this rather ethereal mind holds the seat of consciousness. It's where we find our sentiments, our drive, our understanding, and our passions. In short, all that we really are, or our identity, comes from the mind. As Descartes so aptly put it, I think, therefore I am. Now, even though Descartes is still rather respected in the halls of philosophy, several people have some pretty derogatory things to say about his dualism. To these critics, the mind is just another word for a bunch of chemical reactions going on between the body and the brain. For instance, a guy named Gilbert Ryle came along in the 20th century and called dualism a category mistake. Trying to explain it succinctly, a category mistake occurs when something is illogically placed in the wrong category. To explain, Ryle's argument went something like this. Thinking the mind stands apart from the physical body is like visiting a college, seeing the classrooms, shaking hands with the students, and then at the end of the day asking when you get to see the university. In other words, the abstract concept of the mind is really just made up of physical processes, in the same way that a university is made up of students, buildings, etc. Not wanting to leave anyone in doubt over his feelings toward Descartes' ideas of mind and self, Ryle actually declared that believing in an ethereal mind that controls who we are is just as ridiculous as supposing machines are controlled by ghosts. René Descartes is considered the father of modern philosophy. In his work, Meditations on First Philosophy, Descartes discussed dualism. Dualism is the theory that reality or existence is divided into two parts. When speaking of humanity, dualism asserts that the mind is separate from the body. With his ties to dualism, Descartes believed the mind is the seat of our consciousness. Because it houses our drives, intellect, and passions, it gives us our identity and our sense of self. Very loud criticisms of Descartes' views are found in the works of Gilbert Ryle. He called dualism a category mistake. A category mistake occurs when something is illogically placed in the wrong category. He also believed the idea of a mind controlling the body is as erroneous as the idea of ghosts controlling machines. As a tomboy, I climbed to the top of trees, cliff dove, and rode my bike no hands down the biggest hills I could find. As a mom, I'm now afraid of heights. I tell my kids they can only swim by lifeguards. I make them wear helmets when they ride their bikes. Goodness, what in the world has happened to me? Makes me wonder, am I still the person I once was? According to John Locke, the famous 17th century philosopher, the answer is yes. I am still the same Jessica that once risked life and limb just to have fun. To explain this assertion, let's take a look at Locke's ideas on personal identity. For starters, let's define identity. Although there are many definitions, many philosophers agree identity means being one thing and not another. It's what makes you you and me me. Of course, this leads to all sorts of questions. For instance, if time seems to change all of us, how can you know that you're still you? And how can I know that I'm still me? To answer this one, we have Locke's principle of individuation, the idea that a person keeps the same identity over time. In other words, I'm still the same tomboy who petrified my parents. When discussing this topic, Locke would go to great lengths to discuss what identity is not. For instance, identity is not made up of material substance. In other words, our physical being does not give us our identity. If it did, what would happen to those who lost an arm or a leg? Would they be a different person simply because their physical body had been altered? Locke would answer, of course not. Rather than being tied to our physical bodies, Locke believed our identity was tied to our consciousness. In one of his works, he stated, consciousness is the perception of what passes in a man's own mind. To boil this down, most philosophy teachers or students agree that this rather verbose quote simply means consciousness equals memories. In other words, whether we gain weight, lose hair, go blind, or get a facelift, our memories remain the same. Therefore, Locke tells us our memories give us our identity. Making it personal, because I remember my childhood stunts, I am still the same person who performed them. To illustrate this, Locke used a pauper, a prince, and some serious mental gymnastics. Using some real what-ifs, he asked, what if you took the memories of a prince and gave them to a pauper and vice versa? Which would then be the prince? Wouldn't it be the one who had the memories of the prince despite the fact that his physical body looked like a pauper? With his memories intact, he'd still remember how to rule, stand royally, and hold his head high. On the contrary, just because the pauper's memories had a princely shell, this doesn't mean he'd know how to ride a war horse or write up a treaty. In short, their memories and not their physical bodies would be what determined their identities. Of course, this leads to some problems. Speaking practically, what about my son who walks and talks in his sleep but has no memory of it in the morning? Would Locke say he's the same person at night that he is in the morning? Quite interestingly, Locke would say no, he is not. According to his day-man and night-man theory, Locke believes a person is only the same person if he remembers being that person. Therefore, since my son never remembers his nighttime dialogues or wanderings, he's not the same person in the morning that performed them during the night. Making it a bit more universal, Dr. Jekyll was not Mr. Hyde. and Mr. Hyde was not Dr. Jekyll. Obviously, this leads to about a zillion questions that philosophers have been asking for years. For instance, what about amnesia? What about a drunk who commits murder but doesn't remember it when sober? Should he be punished? How can we say yes if he's not the same person sober as he was drunk? Like I said, Locke's theory of personal identity have given rise to more questions than we have time for. However, despite these questions, he continued to assert that our memories are what give us our identity. According to many philosophers, identity means being one thing and not another. The famous 17th century philosopher John Locke believed that identity came from consciousness. To him, consciousness is the perception of what passes in a man's own mind. In other words, it's our memories. Locke used his belief to support his principle of individuation, the idea that a person keeps the same identity over time. To him, this was possible because of memories. To illustrate this, Locke used a prince and a pauper. Summing it up, if a prince has a pauper's memory, he is a pauper, or if a pauper has a prince's memory, he is a prince. Taking the importance of memory even further, Locke's day-man and night-man theory asserted a person is only the same person if he remembers being that person. Even though this raised and raises lots of questions from amnesia to drunken stupors, Locke held to his belief that our memories are what make us who we are. If you open up a junior high magazine, I'm guessing you'll only flip a few pages before you read something like improve your self-esteem or respect yourself. Yes, the message might be worded a bit differently, but the topic will have something to do with your sense of self. For this reason, I'm guessing the works of David Hume will never get published in today's teen periodicals. To explain what I mean, let's spend today looking at David Hume's theories on lack of self. For starters, let's get to know David Hume. David Hume is a renowned 18th century Scottish empiricist. Breaking him down a bit more, empiricism is the theory that all knowledge is derived from human senses. Stated simply, we only know what we know through our physical experiences, things like sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell. Giving us our first clues into his lack of self-beliefs, Hume made a distinction between impressions and ideas. This topic is covered in his essay concerning human understanding. According to its pages, impressions are everything that originate from our senses. For instance, our sense of touch tells us a porcupine is sharp. This is an impression. However, many philosophers assert that impressions are the actual physical objects themselves. On the other hand, ideas are just feeble images of thinking and reasoning based on our impressions. Going back to our porcupine, our impressions tell us it's sharp. From this impression, we form the idea that it's dangerous to the touch. However, since the concept of dangerous can't necessarily be defined precisely, nor can it be seen, touched, or tasted, it's just an idea, which can't be rationally proven. Using this sort of argument, Hume argues that ideas are always inferior to impressions. Keeping his notions of impressions versus ideas in mind, let's get to his views on lack of self. For this, we turn to his bundle theory. In this rather esoteric assertion, Hume argued that properties we can sense are the only real parts of an object. To illustrate this, the physical properties of an apple are often used, or in Hume's words, we'll use the impressions that make up the idea of an apple. Here we go. Without overthinking things, if this were a real apple, we'd say its properties were red, smooth skin, hard, softer inside, stem, little smooth seeds, etc. All of these impressions give us the idea of an apple. Now, suppose we removed each of these properties. We take away its stem. We take away its color. We take away its smooth skin. We take away its soft inside. We even take away its seeds. With all this removed, we're left with nothing. Without its physical properties, we have absolutely nothing left to give us the idea of an apple. As the bundle theory states, the properties or impressions of our apple were the only real things we could experience about the apple. Without them, we have nothing to prove there ever was an apple. Now, this is an odd assertion, but when we're talking about apples, it doesn't ruffle too many feathers. However, when Hume applied the same theory to humans and the concept of self, the world of philosophy was a tad bit rocked. To explain, while most Western philosophers were going with the "I think, therefore I am" mantra, citing one's mind as one source of self, Hume showed up and said, well, maybe you're not. Maybe the idea of self we've made up is just a bunch of physical impressions. In other words, maybe the mystical idea that we exist beyond our bodies is wrong. Maybe the idea that there's some sort of soul or essence existing independently of our physical workings is a fallacy. To Hume, we'd find that you and I are just faint ideas that are built on physical impressions. Therefore, take away the body and you have a complete lack of self. David Hume was an 18th century Scottish empiricist. He held to empiricism, the theory that all knowledge is derived from human senses. In his essay concerning human understanding, Hume made a clear distinction between impressions and ideas. Impressions are everything we derive from our senses, while ideas are just faint images of thinking and reasoning based on impressions. To Hume, ideas are always inferior to impressions. Using the superiority of senses over ideas, Hume argued his bundle theory, the assertion that properties we can sense are the only real parts of an object. Often illustrated by using an apple, this concept holds that if we remove all the properties of an apple, the idea of the apple disappears and you are left with nothing. In the same manner, Hume asserted that if you strip a human of all their physical properties, the idea of the human also disappears. In other words, we're all just a conglomeration of impressions that, once removed, leave us with a complete lack of self. Basketball has Michael Jordan, golf has Tiger Woods, cooking has Julia Child, and Western philosophy has Immanuel Kant. Since I'm guessing you're here to learn about philosophy, we'll stick to Immanuel Kant and his views on self. However, I must warn you that trying to understand Kant is on par with attempting a half-court shot, a hole-in-one, or the perfect roast duck. For starters, metaphysics can be summed up as the branch of philosophy that deals with being, substance, and identity. Relating this to our lesson, let's take a look at what Kant thought of self and being. Stated simply, how do we get our knowledge of self? To begin, Immanuel Kant was an uber-famous 18th century Prussian philosopher. During his era, much of philosophy centered on self-knowledge. In other words, how do we know what we know, and where does this knowledge come from? Is it internal or external? Many philosophers of Kant's day considered empiricism as the only path to true knowledge. Keeping things simple, empiricism asserts that knowledge is only attained through the senses. In other words, seeing is believing. If something can't be seen, tasted, touched, heard, or physically experienced, it might as well be a unicorn. Standing in opposition to empiricism, many of Kant's cronies espoused rationalism. Rationalism is the theory that reason rather than experience is the foundation of all knowledge. For instance, my eyes might tell me that a 3D monster is jumping out of a screen, but my rational mind lets me know it's not. Seeing isn't believing, reasoning is. Working to find a middle ground in this debate on self-knowledge and perception was Immanuel Kant. According to him, we humans have both an inner and an outer self, which unify to give us consciousness. The inner self is comprised of our psychological state and our rational intellect. The outer self includes our sense and the physical world. To explain his views a bit more, we need to get into some pretty heady and nebulous terms. They are apperception and representation. Kant argued that apperception occurs in the inner self. In a nutshell, apperception is how we mentally assimilate new ideas into old ones. Occurring through rational reasoning, it's how we make sense of new things. For an example of apperception, we can use me and my dog. Weighing in at about 200 pounds, my dog is huge. For this reason, when I meet an 80-pound dog, I don't consider it to be big. However, to a person who spends all day with a tiny little chihuahua, the same 80-pound dog would seem immense. In other words, my rational thoughts on big are based on my already formed apperceptions of my big beast, while theirs are based on teacup-sized canines. Neither is right or wrong, they are just based on internal reasonings that can't be experienced through the senses. Moving on to representation, Kant argued it occurs through our senses. As a part of the outer self, representation can be simplified as mental imagery based on past sensations and experiences. For instance, I have never been to Antarctica. However, based on pictures I have seen and my past physical brushes with snow, I can easily imagine what Antarctica would feel like. Using the previous sensation of snow getting stuck in my boots, I know Antarctica is not for me. No, I've never been there, but my representation of cold is enough to keep me away. According to Kant, empiricists who rely on the sensory world and representation miss the mark on self by negating the effects of apperception. On the other hand, rationalists who cancel out representation miss by just as much. Rather than self being one or the other, Kant believed the inner and outer self combined to give us our consciousness. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy that deals with being, substance, and identity. Immanuel Kant was an uber-famous 18th century Prussian philosopher. Two of the most famous metaphysical views of his day were empiricism and rationalism. Empiricism asserts that knowledge is only attained through the senses. Rationalism argues that reason rather than experience is the foundation of all knowledge. According to Kant, both of these theories are incomplete when it comes to the self. According to him, we all have an inner and an outer self, which together form our consciousness. The inner self is comprised of our psychological state and our rational intellect. The outer self includes our sense and the physical world. When speaking of the inner self, there is apperception. Apperception is how we mentally assimilate a new idea into old ones. According to Kant, representation occurs through our senses. It is mental imagery based on past sensations and experiences. I have a friend who's in a new relationship. A bit to my annoyance, she says things like, "Oh, we're so perfect for each other. He can read my mind." Ugh. Despite this gooey proclamation of compatibility and perfection, Gilbert Ryle would tell her she's mistaken. However, before we burst my friend's bubble by diving into Ryle's theories on self and behavior, let's introduce the man. Gilbert Ryle was a famous 20th century ordinary language philosopher who authored the concept of mind. His field, ordinary language philosophy, asserts that problems and false assumptions develop as we distort meanings of words. For example, look at the distortion we inflict on the word literally. We say things like, "I'm literally so hungry I could eat a horse." Of course, this is not literal at all. However, if an English-speaking alien happened to beam down and hear it, it would definitely give him false assumptions about our stomachs. In fact, Ryle believed that our constant use of the word mind has caused us to believe that minds actually exist. Taking this a step further, this erroneous assumption has led to the concept that there is a mysterious entity called the mind that controls the mechanical workings of the body. Not mincing words, Ryle named this misconception the ghost in the machine idea. In other words, he believed the mind fallacy is as ludicrous as saying machines are controlled by ghosts. Building on this concept, he called the mystical mind a category mistake. Stated academically, a category mistake is an error in logic in which one category of something is presented as belonging to another category. Lucky for us, Ryle gave an example. It goes something like this. One day, a girl visited a college campus. After seeing buildings, teachers, students, and dorms, she looked at the tour guide and sweetly asked, "This is all nice, but when do I get to see the university?" With this question, the girl committed a category mistake. Rather than realizing everything she saw made up the university, she thought it existed as a separate category. In the same manner, those who think the mind exists separately from the body are also committing a category mistake. So, if the mind doesn't exist, where do we get our sense of self? Summing up Ryle's answer in 3 words, he'd say, from our behaviors. While many philosophers espouse "I think, therefore I am," Ryle sort of said, "I act, therefore I am." In other words, we are all just a bundle of behaviors. Someone thinks she's intelligent because she acts intelligently. Someone thinks he's kind because he acts kindly. It's our behaviors and actions that give us our sense of self. There is no mystical magic. It's just a bunch of chemicals, muscles, and electric impulses causing behaviors. From these behaviors, we get our sense of self. So coming full circle and crushing my friend's bliss, Herbo is not reading her mind. He's just taking the time to observe her behaviors. Gilbert Ryle authored The Concept of Mind. He also followed ordinary language philosophy. This asserts that problems and false assumptions develop as we distort meanings of words. Ryle used ordinary language philosophy to call into question the concept of the mind. He called the belief that there is a mysterious entity called the mind that controls the mechanical workings of the body, the ghost in the machine idea. He also believed the very concept of the mind is a category mistake. A category mistake is an error in logic in which one category of something is presented as belonging to another category. Arguing that the mind does not exist and therefore can't be the seat of self, Ryle believed that self comes from behavior. We're all just a bundle of behaviors caused by the physical workings of the body. So here's a question. Why do people say read my mind instead of read my brain? Along the same lines, why is it brain surgery instead of mind surgery? Interestingly, we can find an answer in today's lesson as we explore the works of Paul Churchland, specifically his theories on self and the brain. Since Churchland is a modern-day philosopher who studies the brain, let's first take a look at some older philosophical theories on the subject. For much of history, many Western philosophers have held to the theory of dualism. When it comes to discussing human life, dualism is the idea that the mind and the body are separate. In other words, we all have a physical brain, but we also have a separate mind. Adding to this distinction, dualists have historically asserted the mind is the seat of our consciousness. On the contrary, the brain is really just an organ similar to the heart or lungs. Because the mind is the seat of our consciousness, it's what gives us our identity. No, we can't see it, taste it, or touch it, but it does exist. Not only does it exist, but it is what makes self, self. To this assertion, Paul Churchland has come along and pretty much said, yeah, I don't think so. Tossing aside the concept of dualism and the brain, Churchland adheres to materialism, the belief that nothing but matter exists. In other words, if it can't somehow be recognized by the senses, then it's akin to a fairy tale. Applying this argument to the mind, Churchland asserts that since the mind can't be experienced by our senses, then the mind doesn't really exist. Based on this assertion, Churchland holds to eliminative materialism. Stated simply, eliminative materialism argues that the ordinary folk psychology of the mind is wrong. It is the physical brain and not the imaginary mind that gives us our sense of self. Working to prove his points, Churchland gives a few arguments. First, why should we believe in a mind when science is proving that mental health is connected to the physical brain? For instance, depression is strongly linked to brain chemicals gone wrong. Yes, some people still say things like, she's lost her mind. However, neuroscience says no, it's a physical problem and we aim to fix it. Adding to this, Churchland challenges the concept of the mind by using the misfortune of traumatic brain injury. With this, eliminative materialism asks, if the mind is the seat of self, why does brain injury alter a person's personality? If the mind was a real separate entity, wouldn't it retain a person's sense of self despite damage to a physical organ? Since brain damage alters a person's personality, Churchland asserts that the concept of self originates in the physical brain, not an invented mind. Adding to this, Churchland espouses that the idea of the mind is incongruent with the theory of evolution. Working to keep this simple, evolution purports that humans evolved from purely physical material. There was nothing mystical or imagined about it. Therefore, since evolution is purely physical, why would anyone impose the non-physical mind concept into a completely physical picture? Using all these arguments, Churchland claims the physical brain is the origin of what we call self. With this, belief in the mind is rather unnecessary. Historically, many Western philosophers have held to dualism when discussing the mind. Dualism asserts that the mind and the body are separate. Disagreeing with this is Paul Churchland, a modern-day philosopher who studies the brain. Rather than dualism, Churchland holds to materialism, the belief that nothing but matter exists. When discussing the mind, this means that the physical brain and not the mind exists. Adding to this, the physical brain is where we get our sense of self. This leads to eliminative materialism, the argument that ordinary folk psychology of the mind is wrong. Arguing his point, Churchland points to science, brain injury, and evolution. For instance, if the mind is the seat of self, why are things like mental depression being linked to physical brain chemicals? Also, if the mind is the seat of self, how can personalities be altered by physical brain injuries? Last, if evolution is purely a material progression, what place would a non-physical concept like the mind have in a purely physical process? Using these arguments, Churchland believes the idea of the mind is a completely unneeded one. Before diving into our lesson on Maurice Merleau-Ponty and his ideas on self as an embodied subjectivity, we're going to need to explain what we mean by subjectivity. We're also going to need to understand rationalism and empiricism. With so much to cover, today's lesson will definitely be a bit of a shallow dive into a very deep pool. To jump in, let's define what we mean by subjectivity or subject. For our purposes, we'll think of a subject as something that has being. A subject is a real thing that can take real action and cause real effects. In short, it exists. Keeping this in mind, Maurice Merleau-Ponty believed the physical body to be an important part of what makes up the subjective self. This idea flew in the face of two of the most heralded yet opposing ideas in all of philosophy. They are empiricism and rationalism. In order to understand why Merleau-Ponty's ideas made such a splash, we need to understand the two philosophies against which he was arguing. When speaking of self or being, rationalism asserts that reason and mental perception, rather than physical senses and experience, are the basis of knowledge and self. In other words, our rational thinking minds are where it's all at. According to many who held this belief, the mind is the seat of our consciousness. It is the subject behind what it means to be human. The body is just the shell. As the famous Plato once said, and I paraphrase a bit, the body is just the prison house of the soul. Standing in contrast to rationalism is empiricism. Empiricism is the belief that our physical senses are the only source of knowledge. If the source of our knowledge can't be seen, touched, heard, tasted, etc., it really can't be trusted. Or in other words, if it can't be empirically studied, it's a no-go. Under these parameters, the idea of some mystical mind independently perceiving and giving us our sense of self comes under some serious scrutiny. An empiricist may argue that our physical body and not some mystical mind makes up our sense of self. While a rationalist would say, I think, therefore I am, an empiricist would say, I sense, therefore I am. Almost in a Goldilocks, this porridge is too hot and this porridge is too cold sort of way, Merleau-Ponty stepped on the scene and declared rationalism and empiricism both missed the mark. To him, rationalism elevates the importance of the mind and perception too much, while empiricism too strongly negates them. Rather than seeing the perceiving mind and the acting body as separate, Merleau-Ponty argued that they are interconnected. They both are our seat of knowledge and they both give us our sense of self. Like love and marriage, you can't have one without the other. He argued the mind is part of the body and the body is part of the mind. Yes, we may have some sort of standalone mental faculty that perceives, but it needs the body to communicate with the world. It needs the body to act on its perceptions. Disagreeing with Plato and his prison idea, Merleau-Ponty argued the body is not just an object that imprisons the mind. It is a subject. It is not just a slave to the mind's consciousness. It is part of consciousness. The perception of the mind and the actions of the body are unified as one. Let's hear it in his own words. In Phenomenology of Perception, Merleau-Ponty wrote, "Inside and outside are inseparable. The world is wholly inside, and I am wholly outside myself. To sum it up, this work asserts that self and perception are encompassed in a physical body. Therefore, the physical body is a part of self. To come full circle to our lesson's title, the physical body is the subject that embodies self. When speaking philosophically, the term subject often denotes something that has being. Maurice Merleau-Ponty believed the physical body to be an important part of what makes up the subjective self. This concept stands in contradiction to rationalism and empiricism. Rationalism asserts that reason and mental perception, rather than physical senses and experience, are the basis of knowledge and self. Empiricism is the belief that our physical senses are our only source of knowledge. Disagreeing with both schools of thought, Merleau-Ponty wrote Phenomenology of Perception. This work asserts that self and perception are encompassed in a physical body. The physical body is part of self. The perceptions of the mind and the actions of the body are interconnected. The body isn't a prison house of self. It is the subject that embodies self. Although I live in rather podunk, Pennsylvania, my town is home to one of the largest Hindu houses of worship in the Western Hemisphere. In a real East collides with West kind of way, the ornate buildings and the vivid colors of its campus stand in sharp contrast to the tiny little Baptist church that sits less than a mile from it. Now, since I'm not a Hindu, I can't enter into this private place of worship. However, if I could gain entrance, I've been told I'd experience something rather foreign to me. Knowing this admittance is likely never to happen, I'll have to settle for today's lesson on how the East and West view the concept of the divine rather differently. In order for our lesson to be a success, we need to understand the difference between the philosophical terms dualism and monism. Since dualism is of the West, and most of us are products of the West, we'll start with it. Stated very simply, dualism is the belief that reality or existence is divided into two parts. When speaking of religion, these two parts are usually defined as the seen and unseen, or the natural and the supernatural. Although times may be a-changin', dualism has been a defining trait of most Western religions. For example, Western Christianity teaches a clear distinction between the natural and the supernatural, or in simpler terms, God and man. To illustrate this, take a look at these words from the Bible. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, and all are justified freely by His grace through the redemption that came by Christ Jesus. Romans 3:23 and 24. Notice how these words say we humans have fallen short of the glory of God. In other words, God is a separate being from us. He's God in all His glory, and we are not. Further highlighting this dualistic belief, do you notice the remedy for our shortcomings? It does not lie within us. It is separate from us, found in the grace offered by Jesus Christ. Not only is it separate from us, many places in the Christian New Testament tell us we don't even earn it. According to the book of Ephesians, God saved you by His grace when you believed, and you can't take credit for this. It is a gift from God. Salvation is not a reward for the good things we have done, so none of us can boast about it. Ephesians 2:8 and 9. Adding to these dualistic philosophies, the Western concept of the divine holds to monotheism. This is belief in only one God. Despite their many differences, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all hold to the belief in one standalone supreme being who is separate from humanity. Keeping these dualistic concepts in mind, let's turn our eyes to the East and its monism. Standing in stark contrast to dualism is monism. Monism, not to be confused with monotheism, denies any distinction between the physical world and the unseen world. Rather than there being a separate God in the sky, everything is one, and we are part of that everything. Probably one of the best examples of Eastern monism is the Hindu belief in Brahman. Again, working to keep things simple, Brahman is the great unchanging reality that makes up everything. Although a very vague idea, it's seen as the highest reality of which we're all a part. It's an energy that governs the seen and the unseen world. Adding to this, Eastern faiths are often polytheistic. In other words, they believe in more than one God. However, these gods are usually still seen as part of the divine whole. For instance, Hinduism has Shiva and Vishnu. Also adhering to the concept that we are all part of a whole, Eastern faiths tend to put great emphasis on our treatment of each other and the natural world. This is seen as a way to achieve true glory. For instance, the teachings of Buddha, known as the Dhammapada, read, "Ever grows the glory of him who is energetic, mindful, and pure in conduct, discerning and self-controlled, righteous and heedful." Bringing things full circle, notice how this Buddhist proverb attaches glory to the person, while the Christian text we discussed earlier attributes glory to God alone. There are many differences between how the East and the West deal with the concept of the divine. Traditionally, Western religion has been founded in dualism, the theory that reality or existence is divided into two parts. In religion, these parts are usually identified as the seen and unseen, or the natural and the supernatural. Guided by these dualist beliefs, Western faith see man as being separate from the divine. They also hold to monotheism, the belief in only one God. On the contrary, monism denies any distinction between the physical world and the unseen world. Instead, everything is one. An excellent example of monism is the Eastern concept of Brahman. Being linked to Hinduism, Brahman is the great unchanging reality that makes up everything. It is the highest reality of which we are all a part. Eastern faiths are usually polytheistic. They believe in more than one God. They also place a large emphasis on living morally as seen in the teachings of Buddha, known as the Dhammapada. For longer than why the chicken crossed the road, or which came first, the chicken or the egg, people have been asking, does God exist? This is an especially favorite question among philosophers. With this in mind, today's lesson will be a brief survey of some of the most famous arguments for the existence of God. We'll begin with two arguments that use the natural world as evidence. They are the teleological and cosmological arguments. Also called the design argument, the teleological argument asserts creation is so intricately and purposefully designed there must be a creator. Anytime you hear someone say something to the effect of, "Wow, look at the sunset God made for us today," they are using the teleological argument. As one of the main proponents of the teleological argument, the 18th century philosopher William Paley asserted that believing the universe came to be by chance is as nonsensical as believing the watch we wear on our wrist just one day poofed into being. Putting it in terms to help us remember, Paley purported the pretty plants and planets prove that God exists. Another argument that uses nature is the cosmological argument. This one espouses that everything that is has been caused by something else. Having its basis in the works of Thomas Aquinas and being very linked to the teleological camp, the cosmological argument asserts that all of nature must have been caused by something. Yes, humans have made lots of things, but who caused humans? Yes, plants make oxygen, but who caused the plants? Stretching things a bit more, what about the Big Bang theory? Maybe there was a Big Bang, but it needed to be caused. With this, cosmological campers would say God is the final and ultimate cause of the cosmos. Moving a bit away from the natural world, we come to our last two arguments. They are the moral and ontological arguments for God. Being the easier of the two, we'll start with the moral argument. Again, having its roots in the works of Aquinas and being easy to understand, the moral argument for the existence of God declares that humans understand morality because God is the ultimate measuring stick. To drive this home, let's do a little exercise. I'm going to say a thing and you decide whether it's good or bad. Don't overthink it. Just say the first thing that pops into your mind. Good or bad? Here we go. Feeding starving children. Good or bad? I'm guessing you said good. Hitler's mass genocide. I'm guessing you said bad. Last one, helping an elderly woman after she's fallen. Again, I'm thinking you said good. Now here's the question that the moral argument begs. If I've never met you, how did I guess what you were going to say? Why do we both have the same ideas of good or bad? To this, the moral argument of proponents would answer God. We understand morality because, whether we admit it or not, we use God's perfection as the gauge for everything else. We recognize evil because it so sharply contrasts His perfection. Our last argument for the existence of God is the ontological argument. We've saved it for last because it's the most confusing. In fact, if it makes your head spin, don't worry. The best philosophical minds of the last few hundred years have wrestled with this one. The ontological argument asserts God, being defined as most great or perfect of all beings, must exist, since a God who exists is greater than a God who does not. Like I said, it's pretty heavy stuff. Let's break it down. When St. Anselm of Canterbury authored the ontological argument, he defined God as an unmatched supreme being. He asserted that all humans share this concept of God. For instance, even atheists who don't believe in God are busy trying to prove that this definition of God doesn't exist. They're not arguing against a tiny little inconsequential being, they're arguing against the idea of the supreme. Now, this is where it gets really tricky. Anselm made his point that all humans share the same concept of God. In other words, we all think of God as some sort of supreme being. Now, since we're all able to think of God as a supreme being, then there must be something greater than the idea of this supreme being. In other words, reality is always better than thought or idea. So, if we humans are able to grasp the idea of God, then there must be a real God that is better than the idea, since only a real supreme being can be greater than the idea of a supreme being. Stating it as simply as possible, the ontological argument asserts that since we all share the idea of a supreme being, there must be a real supreme being that is greater than our idea. If not, where do we all get the idea from in the first place? The teleological argument asserts creation is so intricately and purposely designed, there must be a creator. One of the main proponents of the teleological argument is 18th century philosopher William Paley. He argued that assuming the universe has no ultimate creator is as ludicrous as saying a watch has no creator. Similar to this, the cosmological argument also uses nature. Coming from the works of a kindness, it espouses that everything that is has been caused by something else. According to this argument, God is the final and ultimate cause of the cosmos. Also having its foundation in the works of a kindness, the moral argument for the existence of God purports that humans understand morality because God is the ultimate measuring stick. Whether we admit it or not, we use God's perfection as our frame of reference for everything else. As the most confusing of our four, the ontological argument asserts God, being defined as most great or perfect of all things, must exist, since a God who exists is greater than a God who does not. Authored by St. Anselm of Canterbury, the ontological argument asserts that we all define God as an unmatched supreme being. Since we all have this idea of God, and since reality is always superior to ideas, there must be a real supreme being that is superior to even our idea of God. When I was little, my grandma always took us to the zoo. We pretend to bounce like kangaroos, stand like flamingos, and stretch like giraffes. As we giggled and marveled, my grandma would say, at least 20 times I might add, "How can anyone look at these animals and not believe in God?" Without knowing it, my grandmother spent those trips teaching us philosophy, specifically the teleological argument for the existence of God. Also called the design argument, pro-God philosophers use this argument to assert that creation is so intricate and purposely designed there must be a creator. To put it like my grandma would, who else but God would think to put such a huge snout on an elephant? In today's lesson, we'll dig a bit deeper into the teleological argument as we study it and one of its greatest proponents, William Paley. To make sense of its rather academic name, the prefix teleo means end or result. When we put it together with ology, which means study of, we get what philosophers call the study of the end result. Making it a bit simpler, it sort of means the proof is in the pudding. Relating this to the philosophical teleological argument of God, one could say creation itself is proof that God exists. For example, when you take a look at the complexity of the human eye or the amazing detail of a snowflake, a teleological or design proponent espouses there's no way they came to be by chance. They were created by a rather ingenious supernatural power. One of the most famous proponents of the teleological argument for the existence of God is the 18th century philosopher William Paley. Like my grandma, he believed creation is proof that God is real. However, when my grandma uses zoo animals to teach this, Paley is famous for using a common watch. His argument went something like this. Suppose you come upon a rock and a watch. When you take a look at the rock, you could surmise the rock had always been there. After all, it's pretty much a lump. However, taking a look at the watch would make it pretty hard to come to the same assumption. Because the watch has so many intricate and moving parts, most of us would agree someone had to create it. It didn't just poof into being. Now, to expand on this analogy, Paley took it and applied it to the universe in a 5-piece argument of sorts. Argument 1. Human artifacts, let's say a piece of pottery, have been purposely designed. Argument 2. The universe resembles these artifacts. Like pottery, it has a design. Argument 3. Hence, it is likely that the universe also has a designer. Argument 4. However, the universe is way more complicated than an artifact like pottery. Argument 5. Therefore, one would reason the universe has an infinitely more intelligent designer than the piece of pottery. Putting Paley's argument into a nutshell, creating a piece of pottery is child's play in comparison to creating the universe. Therefore, no one but a supernatural being could pull off its intricate design. No one but God could devise the way the plants give off oxygen, the way the oceans obey their boundaries, or the way birds have figured out flying south. Throwing some Bible verses in the mix, Paley could quote from the book of Romans. They know the truth about God because he has made it obvious to them. For ever since the world was created, people have seen the earth and sky. Through everything God made, they can clearly see his invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, so they have no excuse for not knowing God. Romans 1:19-20, New Living Translation. Or to come full circle, he could just quote my grandma, who else but God would think to put such a huge snout on an elephant? Also called the design argument, the teleological argument asserts creation is so intricate and purposely designed there must be a creator. Breaking the term down, the prefix teleo means end or result, and ology means study of. As a huge proponent of the teleological argument, the 18th century philosopher William Paley used his watch argument to support it. He believed that no one could look at the intricacies of a watch and refute it has a creator. In the same manner, no one could look at the complexities of the universe and deny it also has a creator. In his work, Paley relied on a 5-part argument. Argument 1. Human artifacts have been purposely designed. Argument 2. The universe resembles these artifacts. Argument 3. Hence, the universe also has a designer. Argument 4. However, the universe is way more complicated than an artifact. Argument 5. Therefore, the universe has an infinitely more intelligent designer. Putting it plainly, the universe is far too complex to have happened by chance. There must be a supernatural being who created it. It's a theme that's played out in books and on the big screen. Man's life is going well, man believes in God. Same man faces horrible tragedy, same man rejects God. Like I said, it's a refrain that's played out for generations, and it stems from one question: how can there be a God when there's so much evil in the world? Today's lesson will explore this age-old conundrum of reconciling God and the problem of evil. It's a problem that some atheists, or those who refute the existence of God, use to validate their disbelief. Now, before we go any further, there's one thing we must admit. Today's lesson will not even come close to solving this problem. Coming to an answer requires self-study and reflection. Instead, we're going to lay out the parameters of the problem as it pertains to philosophy. Then we'll go over a few answers postulated by some rather famous scholars. First, let's start with the problem. Stating it very simply, it goes like this: how does one rectify the existence of God with the obvious existence of evil? In other words, if there really is an all-powerful God, why wouldn't he wipe out things like evil and disease? Also, if he's supposed to be good, why doesn't his compassion stop the world's suffering? Now that we've laid out the problem, let's look at some answers. For starters, the practice of trying to rectify God and evil is known as theodicy. With this in mind, let's look at 3 rather famous philosophers who practiced it. They are Augustine, Irenaeus, and John Hick. As probably the most famous, we'll start with Augustine. To sum up his views, Augustine believed evil was a product of man, not God. Linking his ideas back to the Garden of Eden, Augustine asserted that God created perfection, but the free will of man, of Adam and Eve, messed it up. Putting it in modern terms, Augustine might say evil is a work of the children and not the parent. Think of it this way. A mom and dad might build a beautiful home with pristine walls and snow-colored floors. However, when the kids come in with their muddy feet, the perfection is tarnished and dirt abounds. Despite this, the parents are still good and loving parents. They just have messy kids. In the same way, God is still good despite the presence of evil. It's humans, not God, who mess things up. Our next philosopher is Irenaeus. Interestingly, Irenaeus believed evil exists to accomplish soul-making. In other words, evil is a tool used to make us better people. It's a means to an end on our journey toward maturity. Going back to our parent-child analogy, parents often use discipline to help their kids reach maturity. No, it's never fun, and sometimes it hurts. However, if used correctly, it's a great tool for bringing about growth. In the same way, God allows suffering to help humans become more like Him. This brings us to our last philosopher, John Hick. Unlike the other two, Hick asserted that humans are still in the process of being created. To use a famous kids song, God's not finished with me yet. Sort of like a baby who is still in the womb, humanity is still in the growing process. Earth is a workshop where souls are still being formed. When the product is finally perfected, evil will disappear. Throughout time, man has grappled with the question, how can God coexist with evil? It's an argument many atheists, or those who refute the existence of God, use to validate their skepticism. Theodicy is the practice of trying to rectify God and evil. Augustine, Irenaeus, and John Hick are three famous philosophers who used theodicy. Augustine believed evil was a product of man, not God. Man's free will has caused evil. Irenaeus believed evil exists to accomplish soul-making. God uses evil as a tool to bring humans to spiritual maturity. John Hick asserted humans are still in the process of being created. Once the process is complete, evil will cease to exist. The question, is there a God and can humans really know Him, is one of the oldest in the books. It's probably been whispered throughout the halls of academia for even longer than which came first, the chicken or the egg. In today's lesson, we'll take a look at this question as we discuss a guy who answered probably not to this age-old question. Our guy is David Hume, and one of his most famous works is Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion. Let's start with a brief bio of David Hume. Hume is famous for being an 18th century Scottish empiricist. An empiricist is someone who holds to empiricism, the theory that all knowledge is derived from human senses. Stated simply, the only way we can know something is through sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell. Making him even more of a tough nut to crack, Hume also held to skepticism, the belief that true knowledge is unattainable. With this belief, Hume made a distinction between impressions and ideas. To him, impressions are everything we derive from our senses. For instance, our sense of touch tells us fire is hot. This is an impression. However, ideas are just faint images of thinking and reasoning. Going back to our fire, our impressions tell us it's hot. From this impression, we form the idea that it's dangerous. However, since the concept of dangerous can't really be defined or actually seen, touched, tasted, etc., it's an idea, which can't be rationally proven. Using this sort of argument, Hume argues that ideas are always inferior to impressions. This, of course, brings us to Hume's assertions on the ideas of God and religion. To put it as simply as possible, Hume felt the concept of God is unattainable through the senses, and therefore believing in God is pretty much nonsensical. God is not an impression, He is an idea. Of course, this sounds a whole lot like atheism, or the lack of belief in the existence of God. However, since this would have been a pretty dangerous thing to espouse in the 18th century, Hume never went as far as publicly claiming this. He did, however, write his Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion. In this work, he investigated whether or not religious beliefs can be rational. In short, he explores whether humans can really draw any valid conclusions about the existence of God. In order to do this, Hume used three characters, They are Demea, Cleanthes, and Philo. Throughout the piece, these three give their arguments for or against man's ability to really know anything about God. First, there is Demea. Demea is an orthodox religious man who believes in God. However, he says God is so huge that he is beyond our capacity to understand him. Reason will never get us there. God simply just is. To remember him, we can remember Demea dogmatically says, "Darn tootin', there's a God." Cleanthes agreed with Demea. There is a God. However, he says man can prove the existence of God through empirical reason. In other words, our senses can lead us to believe in God. All we have to do is open our eyes and look at nature. Its complexity leads us to the conclusion there must be an intelligent creator. Things like the intricate human eye or a rainbow didn't just poof into being. They were created by a very ingenious supernatural being. To put it simply, Cleanthes says humans certainly can reason out the existence of God. Last, there is Philo. Now this guy isn't buying it. He purports that our senses cannot lead us to knowing God at all. In fact, he says the idea that God created the universe is as faulty as saying it just sprang into being. There's no empirical proof. Bringing the argument full circle, he says our senses are impressions let us see, touch, taste nature, but any conclusions we form about a creator are mere ideas. They are faint images of thinking and reasoning. Putting it plainly, Philo believes the idea that we can know about God through nature is bunk. To use some alliteration, Philo says phooey on the whole thing. Using these dialogues, and especially the character of Philo, Hume cleverly gave the world a taste of his skepticism, his empiricism, and his rather controversial assertions that humans can't claim any rational views about the existence of God. David Hume was an 18th century Scottish empiricist. He held to empiricism, the theory that all knowledge is derived from human senses. He also held to skepticism, the belief that true knowledge is unattainable. Using his empiricism and skepticism, Hume made a clear distinction between impressions and ideas. Impressions are everything we derive from our senses, while ideas are just faint images of thinking and reasoning. Ideas are always inferior to impressions. In order to share his ideas that all man's assertions about God are just ideas, Hume wrote Dialogues Concerning Natural Religion. This work investigated whether or not religious belief can be rational. This piece includes dialogue between three characters, Demea, Philo, and Cleanthes. Demea is an orthodox religious man who dogmatically believes there is a God, but he's beyond reason and man's comprehensions. Cleanthes asserted man can prove the existence of God through empirical reason. All one needs to do is look at nature to see there is a God. Philo disagreed with both. He asserted that senses cannot lead us to knowing God. God is just an idea that cannot be rationalized through impressions. Through the character of Philo, Hume espoused his theory that man can't claim any rational views of God. For this reason, many link him to atheism, the lack of belief in the existence of God. My husband is a poster child for pragmatism. In other words, he employs a straightforward, matter-of-fact approach to life. It drives me nuts. However, it gives me a leg up for today's lesson on William James and his pragmatic argument for the existence of God. For starters, let's take a look at the philosophical world in which he lived. This will help us understand him a bit better. During his lifetime, the 19th century, one of the main issues facing philosophy was whether or not it's acceptable to believe in something that has no evidence. For some, the answer was a very loud no. One of the most famous no votes came from W.K. Clifford, author of Ethics of Belief. In this work, Clifford actually referred to belief without evidence as immoral. Seriously, this guy wasn't messing around. To put weight behind his declaration, he used the story of a boat owner. Here's a paraphrase. Suppose a boat owner has a rickety old boat complete with holes and ripped sails. Notwithstanding this, the boat owner believes his boat can sail. Acting on his belief, the owner invites his friends out to sea. However, despite his faith in it, the boat sinks and all his friends die. Wouldn't he be guilty of their deaths? Using this rather strong analogy, Clifford asserted anyone who believes in anything without proper evidence is just as guilty as the boat owner. Yikes! Now, just take this analogy and imagine what he thought of those who believed in God. Enter William James. Unlike W.K. Clifford, James asserted belief without evidence is permissible. In fact, in his famous writing, The Will to Believe, he argued belief without evidence can be beneficial. To him, belief regardless of evidence helps us get through life. To bring it down a bit, I'll use my youngest daughter. Recently, my little one sang on stage for the first time. She was petrified. To get over her nerves, she kept telling herself she was going to be great. Now, since she'd never sang in public, she really had no evidence on which to base this assumption. However, she took it and used it to sing her heart out. As James would say, her belief, although flimsy, benefited her life. Now for the pragmatic part. Like my husband, James also gave a straightforward argument for belief. He basically summed up faith as risk management. To explain, James asserted that everyone risks something. Those who believe risk being wrong. In the same manner, those who don't believe risk missing a truth. I'll pick on my husband a bit for this one. Suppose we're driving down the highway and I think I see a sign for our favorite restaurant. I can't prove I did, but I think so. Now, if we take the exit, which I totally would do, I risk being wrong. However, if my husband refuses to take the exit, he misses out on the potential of a great meal, plus he has an angry wife. James pragmatically applied the same reasoning to religion. If someone believes in God, they might be wrong. However, when their life is over, their faith, even though erroneous, has helped them get through life. They had an anchor to see them through life's storms. Rather practically speaking, the risks of believing are minimal, sort of no harm, no foul. On the contrary, James had different news for naysayers. If God is real, those who denied him have some real problems. First, they missed out on the ultimate truth and the good it could have brought to their lives. Second, they're going to have to answer for their disbelief. To state it very pragmatically, James asserted the risks of not believing are way bigger than the risks of believing. So, to us he may ask, why not believe? William James was a 19th century philosopher who asserted belief without evidence is permissible. In his famous writing, The Will to Believe, he argued belief without evidence can be beneficial. It can help us get through life. Practicing pragmatism, or a straightforward matter-of-fact approach to life, James asserted belief can be looked at as risk management. To him, those who believe risk being wrong, while those who don't believe risk missing a truth. When it came to belief in God, James asserted the risks of not believing are way greater than the risks of believing. An opponent of this pragmatic approach was W.K. Clifford. As the author of Ethics of Belief, he asserted belief without evidence is immoral. He even went as far as comparing those who believe without evidence to a ship owner who lets his friends die on an old boat simply because he believes it will float. Which of these sentences sound better? 1. I believe my car will start in the morning. 2. I have faith my car will start in the morning. If you said number 1, you have a leg up on today's lesson concerning Soren Kierkegaard and his leap of faith. If you said number 2, I'll explain why this same fellow would tell you you're wrong. For starters, Soren Kierkegaard is a 19th century philosopher who argued the merits of faith in God. In fact, he asserted life is only worth living if you have total faith in God. Now notice I'm saying faith in God and not belief in God. This is very much on purpose. According to Kierkegaard, belief is reserved for things that can be supported or proved with evidence. Using this reasoning, I believe my car will start because it has started every day for the past several years. There's evidence to prove a turn of my key will reward me with a humming engine. For this reason, Kierkegaard would say yes to the sentence, I believe my car will start. However, since he believed God's existence can't really be proven, He'd say no to the sentence, "I believe in God." Moving away from belief, Kierkegaard argued faith is reserved for things that lack evidence. Since he also agreed God is beyond logic, proof, or reason, he had no problems admitting it takes a leap of faith to believe in God. After all, lack of logic, proof, and reason are the very things necessary for faith to be faith. In order to reach this type of faith, which Kierkegaard deemed nigh unto impossible, he argued that one must be constantly busied with self-evaluation and analysis. Rather than just sitting around saying, "I have faith," one must take a good long look at themselves. Expounding on his views of self-analysis and faith, Kierkegaard gave the world his philosophical fragments. These are writings in which he explains the three stages of human existence. For the remainder of our time, we'll explore these stages. Kierkegaard's first stage is the stage of the ascetic. According to Kierkegaard, a person in this stage seeks pleasure above all else. To Kierkegaard, this is the most immature stage. Yes, it might help fight boredom, but in the end it will prove empty and meaningless. In order to really grow, a person must move on. Kierkegaard's second stage is the ethical one. In this stage, a person lives life based on rules. Rather than pursuing bliss, he pursues the greater good. Rather than chasing blindly after pleasure, he considers how his actions affect others. Although an ethical person obeys rules, his obedience doesn't always come from the heart. For this, one must pass into Kierkegaard's third stage, the religious life. To Kierkegaard, the stage of religious life is the highest form of existence. In fact, it's so high, he admits very few, if no one, really attain it. It's a stage where religion is personal. It's not defined by church attendance or the rhetoric of organized religion. In fact, Kierkegaard really had no tolerance for such things. Instead, this last stage requires total abandon to the hope of God. Without reason, logic, or evidence, it requires the ultimate leap of faith. Soren Kierkegaard is a 19th century philosopher who argued the merits of faith in God. In his writings, he argued life is only worth living if you have total faith in God. Kierkegaard's works also made a distinction between belief and faith. Belief is trust in something which is supported by evidence. Faith is trust in a faith of no logical support or tangible evidence. Feeling he could offer no real evidence for God, he admitted his theology required a leap of faith. It also required self-analysis. In Philosophical Fragments, Kierkegaard explained the three stages of human existence. Kierkegaard's first stage is that of the ascetic. In this stage, a person seeks pleasure above all else. Kierkegaard's second stage is the ethical one. In this stage, a person lives life for the greater good. They seek to obey rules before pleasures. Kierkegaard's third stage is the religious life. As the highest form of existence, few if any reach it. It requires personal devotion and freedom from rhetoric. It takes a leap of faith without the nets of logic, reason, or evidence. Quoting the philosopher Nietzsche can start a bit of a fire. To prove my point, just walk into a Catholic church and read these words. I condemn Christianity. I bring against the Christian church the most terrible charge any prosecutor has ever uttered. To me, it is the extremest thinkable form of corruption. It has had the will to the ultimate corruption conceivably possible. The Christian church has left nothing untouched by its depravity. It is made of every value a disvalue, of every truth a lie, of every kind of integrity a vileness of the soul. Like I said, Nietzsche can make you swallow your gum. Keeping this in mind, today's lesson on his particular brand of atheism will be an interesting one. First, let's take a look at the man. Actually the son of a German priest, Friedrich Nietzsche is arguably the world's most famous atheist. Ironically, Nietzsche despised this term and what it meant. To him, common atheists share the same fallacies as Christians. They both follow rules, and they both put their faith in something. Christians put their faith in their religion. Atheists put their faith in the non-existence of God. Either way, they both impose rules of what should and shouldn't be believed. Since Nietzsche espoused existentialism, the idea that men are free from artificially imposed rules, he thought both the atheists and the Christians were fools. With this in mind, why do so many people brand Nietzsche an atheist? The answer: because he fervently railed against the Christian God. In fact, if you asked Nietzsche if God exists, I bet he might have answered, "I don't care." However, if you asked him about the Christian God who imposed rules like don't envy or hate, he'd give you a mouthful. For instance, in several of his works, including Thus Spoke Zarathustra and The Will to Power, Nietzsche postulated that Christianity, its God, and its rules are irrelevant. Rather than being a slave to religious nonsense, Nietzsche came up with his own guidelines for life. He believed so strongly in them, he said they were the only way to become an Übermensch, or a Superman in the English tongue. Keeping this rather fantastic name in mind, let's get to a paraphrase of Nietzsche's guidelines. Number 1, own up to envy. Yes, you heard that right. Nietzsche wants you to embrace your envy. To him, the Christian idea that envy is evil is nothing more than a chain keeping you from your full potential. Calling Christians herds, he asserts they're simply too bungling to get what they want, so they label envy as a bad thing. On the contrary, Nietzsche believed envy sparks a fire that pushes us to attain and achieve. Number 2, and this one is really blatant, don't be a Christian. Of course, you can refer to Guideline 1 to see why. According to Nietzsche, Christians believe in their God and his rules because they're too weak to do otherwise. They're afraid to grab what they want, so they condemn envy. They're too weak to take revenge, so they preach forgiveness. Like I said, he can make your eyes pop. Number 3, don't drink alcohol. Although this one seems out of place, Nietzsche fits it by linking it to the Christian God. Like Christianity, alcohol numbs you. It keeps you from living a full life. It steals the energy needed to be free. It makes you sluggish, so throw it away. And finally, number 4, God is dead. For this one, we need to back up a bit. It's important to note that Nietzsche didn't throw a party over this one. In other words, he didn't rejoice in the idea. Although he thought the Christian God flawed, he did admit people used him as a crutch. Since crutches are sometimes helpful, Nietzsche admitted that God's supposed death would leave a void that must be filled. His solution to the God hole in all humans was academics, philosophy, and the arts. According to Nietzsche, these, and not the Christian God, should be the guide to life. Nietzsche is arguably the world's most famous atheist. However, his actual views are more aligned with existentialism, the idea that men are free from artificially imposed rules. Nietzsche is linked to atheism due to his harsh critique of the Christian God. In his works like Thus Spoke Zarathustra and The Will to Power, Nietzsche asserted that Christianity, its God, and its rules are irrelevant. To become a Superman or an Übermensch, man must throw off all such things. In turn, Nietzsche espoused 4 guidelines. Number 1, own up to envy. Number 2, don't be a Christian. Number 3, don't drink alcohol. Number 4, God is dead. Since God is dead, according to Nietzsche that is, and since this supposed death of sorts creates a void for humans, man should busy himself filling the hole with academics, philosophy, and the arts.
Since the 18th and 19th centuries, the feminist movement has inspired women to advocate for themselves, speak out against inequality, and fight for a level playing field in society and culture. Feminism comprises a range of social movements, led by women and some men who advocate for equality for women in social, political, economic, and cultural spheres. There have been a number of very influential leaders in the feminist movement, but there are relatively few that have caused as much controversy as Mary Daly. Mary Daly was a feminist philosophy professor and theologian, notably the first female theologian at the Jesuit-run school, who taught at Boston College until she retired in the late 1990s. Despite a long tenure at Boston College, from 1967 to 1999, Daly's career was marked with numerous controversies and a handful of lawsuits. Her retirement in 1999 followed her repeated refusal to admit men into some of her feminist and women's studies classes because of her concern that some of the women might not feel free to speak openly with males there. However, Daly did tutor them privately on occasion. Regardless of her reasons, it's against the law to segregate classes, and eventually Daly was forced into retirement. In a general sense, Mary Daly's perspective is not uncommon among feminists of her era. For most of her career, Daly spoke out against inequality and focused much of her attention on patriarchal systems that have marginalized women for centuries. Patriarchy, a social system in which men are dominant authorities, is a theme that's constant in nearly all of her work and was the focus of her activism for her entire career. In her first book, The Church and the Second Sex, published in 1968, Daly's position on religion is that of an insider. Her intention for the book was to raise awareness of the oppression which exists in and is promoted by the Catholic Church, while also advocating for women to have a more equal role in the religion. Though the book focuses on Catholicism and the Church, Daly's larger message for the book was to emphasize how women had been forced into being second-class citizens in nearly every aspect of society. Part of the title, in fact, is derived from Simone de Beauvoir's seminal feminist work, The Second Sex, published in 1948. You might expect that in 1968, a book challenging patriarchy and the Catholic Church wouldn't have been well received. However, from many perspectives, The Church and the Second Sex was seen as a valuable contribution to a national discussion. Daly's approach to the subject was measured and included many practical solutions for how women could be integrated into equal standing in the Church. When compared to her later work, The Church and the Second Sex was somewhat passive in that it made a solid case for equality and offered suggestions to create change. Her second book, on the other hand, was less of a suggestion and more of a demand. In Beyond God the Father, Daly's 1973 follow-up to The Church and the Second Sex, she moves from trying to integrate women into Christian practices to positing that religion is one of the biggest contributors to the oppression of women. The foundation of Beyond God the Father is the argument that Christianity is an entirely patriarchal institution. Among the more prominent arguments in the book, Daly focuses a great deal of attention on the language of Christianity, particularly the ways in which it celebrates men. For example, Daly offers a compelling argument that God is constructed using almost entirely masculine language. This, according to Daly, is problematic because if God is male, then the male is God. In the first paragraph of the first chapter, she writes, "If God in His heaven is a father ruling His people, then it's in the nature of things and according to divine plan and the order of the universe that society be male-dominated." What Daly is saying here is that when the ultimate authority is constructed in purely masculine terms, it sends the message that all of the traits associated with God, power, authority, and so on, are masculine characteristics. By giving these traits exclusively to men, the Catholic Church essentially places women in a position of subservience, because as women, they could never possess these characteristics. Beyond this fundamental argument, Daly's book, unlike her previous work, reflects an abandonment of her previous position and inclusion in the Catholic faith. In fact, she had become so disillusioned by the Church's failure to make progress that she entered into what she called her post-Christian phase, which included everything written after The Church and the Second Sex. From her post-Christian position, Daly argues in favor of embracing a new, non-Western spirituality that encourages the empowerment of women and allows for their full expression. Moreover, she stressed the importance of a non-gendered God that was neither male nor even a noun. Instead, she suggested that the God of this new spirituality be treated as an intransitive verb, which is a verb that does not require an object to function. Unlike her previous book, Beyond God the Father was not exactly well received by Catholic communities. Christians argued that Daly's book misrepresented them, and her claims that the church is wholly oppressive were also false. Nevertheless, the book remains a feminist classic that's still used in classrooms today. Given the significant role that language plays in the arguments made throughout Beyond God the Father, it's not surprising that Daly's later work would focus heavily on similar themes. In Pure Lust, published in 1984, and Webster's first new intergalactic wickedry of the English language, published in 1987, she addresses the broader use of language that's potentially used to oppress women and offers alternatives. For example, she suggests redefining certain words, like prude, to become an expression of feminine pride and power. Mary Daly was a philosopher and theologian who spent most of her career teaching and writing on the subject of feminism. A common theme throughout much of her body of work is the prevalence of patriarchy and possible ways that it can be undone to create a more equal society. Daly's 1973 book, Beyond God the Father, was an attempt to address the ways in which religion has been used to oppress women and to offer post-Christian alternatives, such as the creation of a religion that treats God as an intransitive verb.
The argument that God is not real is definitely not new. Critics have postulated it for years. However, very few have taken the gloves off, quite like Bertrand Russell. Today, we'll take a look at this man and his rather famous teapot argument. For starters, although he studied math, politics, and science, Bertrand Russell is best known for his role as a 20th century philosopher who argued against the evidence for the existence of God. Now, when I say argued, I really mean argued. He didn't mince words. In fact, he went as far as to assert the universe has no purpose or creator. It just is. To those who thought the universe was created with a purpose, he asked questions like, what type of God would create things like cancer, pain, and war? He then answered with something akin to, that would be an evil monster, not a God. Like I said, he didn't pull any punches. One of Bertrand's biggest pet peeves came from those who argued God is real because he can't be disproved. In other words, you can't prove to me that God isn't, therefore he is. To combat this one, he came up with his famous teapot argument, found in his essay, Is There a God? To sum it up, and of course I paraphrase, he simply asked, well, what if I told you there was a china teapot orbiting in the solar system, but it's so small no telescope can find it? He then answered, of course you wouldn't believe me. You'd think I was crazy. However, Russell tells the true if not disproved campers if their logic is sound, then so is his teapot. Using their own rationale against them, if you can't prove me wrong, I must be right. He then went on to assert that the argument that God exists because he can't be disproved is as flimsy as the idea of an orbiting teapot. The only difference is the God myth seems valid because it's been around for generations. He attacks the idea that history equals legitimacy by arguing that someone, somewhere has always disagreed. For instance, Catholicism has been around for years, but Jews and Protestants don't buy into its ideology. In the same manner, Christianity has years behind it, but Muslims don't adhere to its tenets. Moving away from religion, I think French fries are the best food on the planet, but you might think they're gross. In other words, no matter the evidence behind them, beliefs are rational if you believe in them, and irrational if you don't. It's just that simple. So to sum it all up, Russell believes his idea of a flying teapot is just as valid as the belief in God. As he said, and I directly quote this time, believe in God. He specifically targeted those who argued God exists simply because his existence can't be disproved. Using analogy, he asserted that this logic would force one to believe a tiny teapot orbited the Earth simply because he said it did. Using the rationale that lack of evidence against means evidence for, Russell asserted his teapot would have to be deemed just as real as God. He also challenged the notion that the supernatural holds more validity than his teapot simply because people have believed in God for years. To him, this argument also comes up wanting because belief is subjective at best. What one believes, another person holds as lunacy.
Besides the family, religion is one of the largest social institutions that sociologists study. Throughout history, religion has been a central part of all known human societies. Sociologists study religion to understand religious experiences around the world and how religion is tied to other social institutions. They study religion objectively, and their purpose is not to judge. They do not attempt to say whether any religion is right or wrong. Instead, sociologists try to determine why religions take a particular form and how religious activities affect society as a whole. Religion can be defined as a social institution involving beliefs and practices based on the sacred. To better understand this definition, let's also define two other terms, profane and sacred. We define most objects or experiences as profane, which is an ordinary element of everyday life. Objects, like beds, computers, and phones, are profane, as are experiences like going to work or brushing our teeth. Beyond the profane, most of us also consider some things sacred, which is set apart as extraordinary or holy and worthy of honor. Objects, like the Bible and the cross, and experiences, like taking communion, are sacred to some people. The dichotomy between the profane and the sacred is at the heart of religion. However, the objects or experiences that are considered profane and sacred aren't universal. For example, although most people regard most books as profane, there are others that certain religions consider sacred. Muslims venerate the Quran, and Christians revere the Holy Bible. Regarding experiences, Muslims remove their shoes before entering a mosque to avoid defiling a sacred place with shoes that have touched the profane ground outside. Christians do not use the sacred name of God while cursing, which is actually where the term profanity originated, to profane the name of God. Sociology, even as a science, does not attempt to prove or disprove religious doctrine. Religion is a matter of faith, which can be defined as belief based on conviction rather than scientific evidence. Faith is frequently portrayed through the use of rituals and totems. Rituals are formal, ceremonial behaviors that represent religious meanings. Rituals rely on symbols to convey their meaning and to reinforce that meaning for participants. Reading from the Torah during a bar mitzvah and touching the mezuzah when going through a doorway are examples of rituals in Judaism. A totem is an object that is collectively sacred. Totems frequently symbolize both a group of people and that which the group considers sacred. For example, the image of the Buddha often serves as an icon representing the Buddhist tradition and community. To practicing Buddhists, it also represents the teachings and enlightenment of the Buddha. Sociologists categorize the hundreds of different religious organizations by comparing them to churches and sects. It's important to note that every religion doesn't necessarily conform 100% to one or the other. Churches and sects merely represent ideal types, which helps sociologists to make comparisons. A church can be defined as a type of religious organization that is well integrated into the larger society. Churches have well-established rules and expect their leaders to be formally trained, educated, and/or ordained. Churches are integrated into the larger society in that they exist within neighborhoods and communities. It is commonplace for people to be members of churches and to treat the church as an ordinary aspect of life, just like work or school. Although most people associate the word church with the building, with this sociological definition, churches would not only include the organizations that are based in Christian and Catholic worship centers, but also those based in Muslim mosques, Jewish synagogues, and more. On the opposite end of the religious continuum is a sect, which is a type of religious organization that stands apart from the larger society. It's typically a small, exclusive fellowship of people seeking spiritual perfection. The leader of a sect is not required to be trained or ordained, but instead must exhibit great charisma and act as a role model. To members of a sect, religion is not just one aspect of life, but a doctrine for how to live. A sect is typically formed as a breakaway group from an established religious organization who wants to practice a pure form of that religion. Often, a sect discourages its members from extensive participation in mainstream society because they consider the world outside the sect to be corrupt and sinful. In extreme cases, members of a sect withdraw completely from society in order to practice their religion without interference. The Amish community is a good example. Often confused with sects are cults, but they are not the same thing. A cult is a religious organization that is largely outside a society's cultural traditions. Where a sect spins off from a conventional religious organization, a cult typically forms around one highly charismatic individual who offers a new revelation or insight. Cults typically have a bad name in our society, and popular culture has come to define the word as a religion that has obscene or taboo practices, or are even evil. The suicides of the members of Heaven's Gate serve to reinforce this negative image. In short, calling any religious organization a cult today amounts to dismissing its members as crazy. However, there's nothing basically evil or crazy about this kind of religious organization. Many long-standing religions, like Christianity and Buddhism, began as cults when their ideologies were considered new. Religion, which can be defined as a social institution involving beliefs and practices based on the sacred, is one of the largest social institutions that sociologists study. The dichotomy between the profane, or ordinary elements of everyday life, and the sacred, or those things set apart as extraordinary or holy, is at the heart of religion. Sociology does not attempt to judge religion or attempt to prove or disprove religious doctrine. Religion is a matter of faith, or belief based on conviction rather than scientific evidence. Faith is frequently portrayed through the use of rituals, which are formal ceremonial behaviors that represent religious meanings, and totems, which are objects that are collectively sacred. Sociologists categorize the hundreds of different religious organizations by comparing them to churches and sects. A church is a type of religious organization that is well integrated into the larger society. Churches have well-established rules, formally trained leaders, and exist within everyday society. A sect is a type of religious organization that stands apart from the larger society. It is typically a small, exclusive group that is formed as a breakaway group from an established religious organization. A sect is sometimes confused with a cult, but they are not the same thing. A cult is a type of religious organization that is largely outside a society's cultural traditions. Where a sect spins off from a conventional religious organization, a cult typically forms around one highly charismatic individual who offers a brand new religion.
Do you believe in God? It's a complex, loaded question, but also one that can help you narrow down to various religious views. For instance, some people who do believe in God think that God is separate from creation. Others believe that God and creation are one and the same. This second group of people is pantheistic. Pantheism is the religious or spiritual outlook that God and the universe are the same instead of separate entities. How can God and creation be the same thing? Is it the same as the belief that God is present everywhere? To explain this further, let's compare pantheism with the monotheistic religion Christianity. Christians believe that God is the creator of the universe and that they are two separate entities. This can be compared to a painter and his piece of art. Though the art was born from the internal creativity of the artist, it is entirely separate and exists on its own. However, pantheism merges God and the universe together. We can compare this to a ballerina and her dance. The dancer and dance exist together as one entity. You cannot remove one from the other because they are, in essence, the same being. In these examples, there are two major differences between monotheistic religions and pantheism, which highlight pantheism's beliefs. The first is the removal of transcendence. In pantheistic religions, God is present in all things. God does not exist beyond our realm of reality. The second is the dismissal of God as a separate entity. Instead, to pantheists, God is seen as the overall existence of everything within the universe. During the 17th century, Dutch philosopher Baruch Spinoza wrote the philosophical discourse titled Ethica. This was in response to René Descartes' dualistic theory that stated that the body and the spirit were two separate entities. Baruch Spinoza took the opposite approach and believed that the body and the spirit were the same thing. Though the term pantheism would not be coined until after his death, Spinoza is recognized not only as one of the greatest philosophers of his time, but also as one of pantheism's greatest advocates. Currently, there are a variety of different religions that practice pantheistic views. Some African tribal religions, Native American religions, and New Age paganism support the idea that God and the universe are the same. One of the oldest religions said to support pantheism is Hinduism. The Advaita Vedanta, which is a school of Hindu philosophy, preaches that Atman, or the human soul, is the same as Brahman, or the unknown universe. Another religion that falls under this category is Taoism. This is a form of philosophy deeply rooted in Chinese customs and is focused on the existence of Tao. Tao is not of material matter or substance in the conventional sense, but is present in all things. It is often said to give rise to being, but have no real being itself. Pantheism is the religious or spiritual belief that God and creation are not separate beings, but one and the same. This is best compared to a ballerina dancer and the dance she performs. Though she is the creator of the dance, the two exist together and cannot be removed from one another. This mentality can be found in numerous religious and spiritual groups around the world, from African tribal religions and Native American religions to New Age paganism. One of the oldest religions to support this ideology was Hinduism. The philosophy of Taoism also has elements of pantheism, specifically with its belief in the presence of Tao.
As the only animals on this planet capable of advanced cognitive logic and reasoning, it only makes sense that we spend much of our lives contemplating and discussing ideas. Whether these are the abstract ideas of strains of Enlightenment philosophy, or the concrete rules and directives expounded by the leadership of a religion, these fundamental ideas are what many of us spend our entire lives mulling over. This lesson will detail how some of these ideas and institutions changed in the second half of the 20th century. Philosophy, in comparison to religion, has certainly undergone far more radical changes in its history than any of the dogmas of major religion. Indeed, from the nihilism of Nietzsche to the realism of Plato, philosophy encompasses a huge breadth of writing and theory. However, in the second half of the 20th century, many philosophers, both popular and academic, embraced the ideas of classical pragmatism. Though its adherents provided varied justifications and theories, pragmatism largely embraced the idea that philosophical tools such as reason, logic, and ethics should be used not to prove or disprove abstract concepts such as the soul or self, but to be put to use to better society and the well-being of people. As a result, many prominent philosophers like Bertrand Russell began calling for philosophy to be taught in schools and the general ideas of classical philosophy to be disseminated to a wider audience. Behind such motivations were altruistic goals to produce a more organized and intelligent society that would work together to improve their community. This coincided with a massive increase in access and enrollment in higher education immediately after World War II, further bolstering the public's exposure to the new pragmatism. Indeed, modern philosophy and pragmatism played its part in various movements of the second half of the 20th century, from the civil rights movement of the 1960s to various community involvement organizations like Kiwanis International or the Rotary Club. Increased engagement with the public was not only the goal of professional and academic philosophers after World War II. The Catholic Church, an organization nearly 2 millennia old, also felt it necessary to address its problems of lower attendance and the growing lack of faith within Catholic circles. As a result, Pope John XXIII called the Second Vatican Council, which convened in October 1962. Catholic leaders from around the world flocked to Rome to discuss the very nature of the Church. Additionally, the Pope invited leaders from several Christian faiths who had broken with the Catholic Church, either recently or in the distant past, such as several Protestant sects or Eastern Orthodox churches, who all attended the council as observers. After several years of sessions and lively debate, the Catholic Church issued a series of decrees and orders which opened up the workings of the Church to its members and fostered greater participation. Prior to Vatican II, as the Council's decrees were collectively nicknamed, most Catholic churches still required the Mass to be said entirely by the priest in Latin, often spoken barely above a whisper with his back turned to the Church. After Vatican II, the Mass was allowed to be translated and said in regional language and vernacular. Additionally, Vatican II dictated for greater lay participation in the rituals and sacraments of the Mass. For example, whereas prior to Vatican II only the priest was allowed to offer the communion sacrament to his parishioners, now lay church members could offer the sacrament to the congregation once it was consecrated by the priest. Other important developments came out of Vatican II which made the Catholic Church appear more open and involved in the worldwide community than it had previously. For example, Pope John signed a decree publicly condemning anti-Semitism, an important step as prior to Vatican II, many ignorant Catholics and Christians still held the Jewish people responsible for the death of Christianity's Messiah, Jesus Christ. Furthermore, Vatican II laid out formal plans for dealing with the media and the details of the duties of certain branches and offices of the church hierarchy, information which had hitherto been unavailable to the general public or even Catholic Church members. The increased openness Vatican II fostered is often seen as a major turning point in the history of the Catholic Church, and certainly is the most important event of Catholicism in the 20th century. As Catholicism scrambled after World War II to make itself more open and retain what followers it had, the fastest growing religion in the world during this period was Islam. Islam is an Abrahamic religion whose followers view themselves as the heirs to the Abrahamic line. While it recognizes the teachings of other Abrahamic religions, Judaism and Christianity, the bulk of the tenets of Islamic faith come from the teachings of the 6th and 7th century prophet Muhammad. In the second half of the 20th century, Islam benefited from Western decolonization and flourished in Africa and Asia. As Great Britain and France withdrew their occupation forces from the Middle East, Arab regions and their largely Muslim population gained political autonomy. Additionally, they asserted themselves culturally through celebrating and spreading their own traditions, of which Islam was a fundamental component. Moreover, as Muslims immigrated to Western Europe and North America, they took with them their religion, establishing mosques and Islamic communities, gathering converts in the process. The spread of Islam was not as clean as one would hope. The Arab and Islamic world has been a hotspot for conflict for the entirety of the post-World War II world. Indeed, while a large part of this has to do with the imposition of Jewish Israel on the Arab and largely Muslim population of Palestine, issues within Islam cause major problems. Sectarian violence has flared at times in the centuries-old rivalry between the religion's two principal groups, Shiite and Sunni Islam, in different regions of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. Additionally, certain isolated sects within Islam have interpreted the Islamic holy book, the Quran, in a decidedly militaristic mindset, believing that all of the Islamic world should belong to a pan-Islamic caliphate governed by Islamic law. These extremist groups often abhor Western influence and values and believe they must do everything within their power to stop the encroachment of Western society upon their traditional territory. Unfortunately, although this militaristic fashion is by far the smallest, it is also the loudest, as extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda perpetrated several terrorist attacks on Western targets in the second half of the 20th century, including the bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Kenya, the Lockerbie bombing over the skies of Scotland, and the attack on the USS Cole in Yemen. Ironically, the violence of these fringe groups has actually made life harder for the vast majority of peaceful Muslims, who are at times subject to both individual and institutional xenophobia in Western countries like the United States and Great Britain. As the struggle for the meaning of Islam portrays, ideas, be they philosophical or religious, shaped and drove many of the world's events in the second half of the 20th century and continue to do so today. Indeed, the pragmatism and community engagement of many post-war philosophers hope to sculpt an intelligent, thoughtful, and engaged community. Meanwhile, the Catholic Church hoped to better retain its own community through fostering increased openness and community involvement in the Church. At the same time, Islam added members in leaps and bounds, growing incredibly fast after the decolonization of the Arab world. However, the post-World War II Islamic world proves that even religious organizations can suffer from significant growing pains.
When most of us hear the name Socrates, we think philosopher. For several reasons, he's rather famous. Despite his fame, he's not the first guy who delved into philosophical thought. For this reason, today's lesson will dig into some of the guys known as the pre-Socratics. Unlike Socrates, who delved into ethics, our pre-Socratics' main claim to fame is that they were some of the first Westerners to ask rational questions about the natural world. If we can keep this in mind, we'll be in good shape. Our first pre-Socratics are the Milesians. The most famous are Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes. Interestingly, they get their name from where they lived, Miletus. To begin, Thales' main claim to fame is that he rejected mythology as the absolute reason for things. For instance, when the seas raged, he thought it a bit naive to just blame Poseidon, or when lovers quarreled, he didn't simply look to Aphrodite. In short, rather than looking to just the gods of Olympus, he sought rational answers to the phenomena surrounding him. This, along with his love for mathematics, exploration, and reasoning, has led many to call him the first Western philosopher. Our next Milesian is Anaximander. Like Thales, Anaximander also thought reality to be more than gods playing with humans. He asserted there is one universal principle that governs all of reality. However, he left this one thing undefined. Yes, it existed without any bounds, but he didn't go as far as to give it a name. Our last Milesian is Anaximenes. Usually linked with Anaximander, Anaximenes also believed in one principle, but he equated this principle with air. To sum up the Milesians, they looked for rational answers to natural phenomena. Next, we move to Pythagoras. Known to anyone who ever sat in a geometry class, Pythagoras believed the natural world can be explained through mathematics. Beyond this, much of what is known about this famous mathematician is rather sketchy. In fact, some believe the works credited to him were actually the works of his students. Despite this, most feel confident saying Pythagoras believed numbers were the way to truth and reality. Our last two pre-Socratics are Heraclitus and Parmenides. Often summarized together, these two dealt with what is real and knowable. Heraclitus believed that the concept of being is always changing. This is illustrated in his famous words, "No one can enter the same river twice." In other words, once they get out and step in again, the water has moved on and the river has changed. Like the others, Parmenides was very interested in knowledge. His main thrust seemed to center around what could be understood. Taking this a step further, he asserted that man can reach true knowledge. To state it simply, while Heraclitus argued there was one principle that governed all, Parmenides argued that humans can understand this principle. The pre-Socratics were some of the first Western philosophers to ask rational questions about the natural world. Named after their home, Miletus, the Milesians philosophers are Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes. As a very early philosopher, Thales rejected mythology as the absolute reason for things. He is often referred to as the first Western philosopher. Also Milesians, Anaximander believed there is one universal principle that governs all of reality, while Anaximenes centered his studies on the concepts of air. Pythagoras is another famous pre-Socratic. He believed the natural world can be explained through mathematics. He felt numbers were the way to truth and reality. Our last two pre-Socratics are Heraclitus and Parmenides. Heraclitus believed there is one principle that governs the entire universe. Parmenides asserted that man can reach true knowledge. Trying to explain the difference between real and true is pretty much an exercise in subjectivity. One person has one opinion, while another has the exact opposite. For this reason, today's lesson on true and real in philosophy will be easy to take issue with. Despite this, we're going to give it a whirl and give some of the more accepted and traditional theories and ideas. With this rather odd admittance of our lesson's shortcomings, we'll start by trying our best to define truth. Many philosophers define truth as what is empirical and logical. It can be studied, and it can be what scientists would deem proven. When speaking of this concept of truth, there are a few things philosophers give as guidelines for truth. First, truths must adhere to the correspondence theory. Stated as simply as I can think to, the correspondence theory asserts that truth must be congruent with accepted fact. Second, truth must uphold the principle of non-contradiction. Again, trying to keep things simple, this asserts that what is true cannot contradict what is already known. To try to bring all this abstract stuff down a bit, let's use an example. Without overthinking it, let's all agree that if I go out in the rain unprotected, I will get wet. This is something we'd say is true. We can prove it. If I go outside in a rainstorm, I'll come in drenched. Since I've done this before, it passes the correspondence theory test. In other words, it jives with what we already know. It also adheres to the principle of non-contradiction. Never once have I gone out unprotected in the rain and stayed dry. Therefore, our statement is true. It can be studied and it can be empirically proven. It does not contradict our experience or our senses. Differing from the concept of true, many philosophers would assert that something is real if it has actual existence and substance. Unlike truth, something that is real does not have to be proven. It just is because it is. For instance, as I work on this lesson, I am sitting on a real chair at a real table. I can see them both and I can touch them both. They are real. Something that is real is not context dependent. In other words, I could take my chair and ship it off to my friend in China and it would still be a chair. I could take my table and send it up with an astronaut and it would still be a table. Both of these objects exist independent of their surroundings. According to many philosophers, the same cannot be said of truth. Because truth is based on empirical evidence, it's derived from reality instead of being reality. If that makes sense, it can cease to be truth. This is rather heady stuff, which has kept lots of philosophers spinning, so we'll just touch on it lightly. For instance, if I lived back 1,000 years, I would believe the earth was flat and that the sun rotated around the earth. In fact, people thought the latter was so true they were willing to kill people over it. Somehow, in some way, the context of their lives made it true to them that the earth was at the center of all. However, in our modern lives of satellites, space missions, and amazing telescopes, this idea has been completely rebuffed. In other words, it definitely doesn't fit the context of today's science. Yes, they thought a flat world was real, but it wasn't. With this mention of real, we come to a bit of an impasse. Here's the problem. What if people think something is real just because it corresponds to some truth? Using our ancient relatives, they thought the earth was a real flat object because they believed the idea that the earth was flat. Bringing it closer to home, what about global warming? Many people think it is real. Based on this belief in its reality, they argue it's true that we humans have helped to cause it. However, there are other scientists who believe it's not real. Therefore, the claim that we humans have part in it would be untrue. Like I said, this lesson is subjectivity at its best. The concept of true versus real is a subjective one. Truth is often defined as what is empirical and logical. Truth must adhere to the correspondence theory. This asserts that truth must be congruent with accepted fact. It also must uphold the principle of non-contradiction. This argues that what is true cannot contradict what is already known. The term reality or real denotes actual existence and substance. Something that is real does not have to be proven. It also does not depend on circumstance. Real is just real. Adding to this distinction, if something is real, it is not tied to context.
Everyone who has ever lived has asked some version of the same question at some point in life. Why are we here? What is the point of all of this? What is reality and what am I supposed to do with or about it? Plato, a famous Greek philosopher who wrote the Allegory of the Cave, attempted to answer some of these philosophical questions, most notably about the nature of reality. He tells the allegory of the cave as a conversation between his mentor, Socrates, who inspired many of Plato's philosophical theories, and one of Socrates' students, Glaucon. One of Socrates and Plato's chief ideas was that of forms, which explains that the world is made up of reflections of more perfect and ideal forms. The material world, the one we can see, touch, hear, and smell, is really just half-seen images of the reality of the forms. Relying on your physical senses alone, trusting what you see, for instance, is, to Socrates, making yourself effectively blind. The world we see is only a reflection of the forms the world represents, and not even that accurately. A form, whether it's a circle or a table or a tree or a dog, is, for Socrates, the answer to the question, what is that? Only understanding forms can lead to true knowledge. Plato uses a parable, a short, informative story, to illustrate forms and the cave in his main work, The Republic, which first appeared around 380 BC. The dialogue between Socrates and Glaucon is probably fictitious and composed by Plato. Whether or not the allegory originated with Socrates, or if Plato is using his mentor as a stand-in for his own idea, is unclear. In the dialogue, Socrates asks Glaucon to imagine a cave in which prisoners are kept. These prisoners have been in the cave since their childhood, and each of them is held there in a peculiar manner. They are all chained so that their legs and necks are immobile, forced to look at a wall in front of them. Behind the prisoners is a fire, and between the fire and the prisoners is a raised walkway on which people can walk. These people are puppeteers, and they are carrying objects in the shape of human and animal figures, as well as everyday items. The prisoners could only see these flickering images on the wall since they could not move their heads. And so, naturally enough, they presumed the images to be real rather than just shadowy representations of what is actually real. In fact, Socrates claimed, the images on the wall would be so real that the prisoners would assign prestige among each other to the one who could recall the most detail about the shapes, the order in which they appeared, and which might typically be found together or in tandem. Of course, Socrates would point out, this was hollow praise, since in fact the images were not real. Then Socrates offered a twist in the plot. What if one of the prisoners were to be freed and made to turn and look at the fire? The bright light would hurt his eyes, as accustomed as he was to the shadows, and even in turning back to the wall and its flickering images, which would only be natural, the prisoner couldn't help but notice that they weren't real at all, but only shadows of the real items on the walkway behind him. If the prisoner was then taken from the cave and brought into the open, the disorientation would be even more severe. The light of the sun would be much more brilliant than the fire. But as his eyes adjusted, the newly freed prisoner would be able to see beyond only shadows. He would see dimensions and reflections in the water, even himself. After learning of the reality of the world, the prisoner now sees how pitiable his former colleagues in the cave really are. If he returned to the cave and rejoined them, he would take no pleasure in their accolades or praise for knowledge of the shadow figures. For their own part, the prisoners would see him as deranged, not really knowing what reality is, and would say of him that he left the cave and returned with corrupted eyes. Socrates and Plato's point is that, once we understand what reality is, the forms, it is the job of the informed to lead the ignorant out of the cave and into true knowledge. This means, of course, that those who still are uninformed will resist, since, after all, the cave is all they've ever known. But this doesn't change the obligation of the enlightened philosopher to try and keep trying to help his fellow citizens. The allegory not only draws on the theory of forms, but it is connected both to the concept of forms and Plato's theory of the stages of life. 1. At the lowest stage, the cognitive stage of imagination, in Greek, ikasia, the prisoners exist bound and hindered in their perspective. They naively accept what they perceive, no matter how confused or shadowy that might be. 2. The second stage belief, what we might call common sense in Greek, pistis. The prisoner who is freed from his chains has come to understand what is causing the perception, or in this case, misperception, the fire, and the puppeteers. 3. The third stage, logical reasoning or cognitive thought, in Greek, dianoia. The prisoner begins to grasp, through deductive reasoning, seeing his reflection in the water for instance, that there are truths about the universe that are eternal and immutable, the forms. 4. And the final stage, knowledge or understanding, in Greek, episteme, is the highest stage of cognition and the state from which truly enlightened philosophers operate. The allegory of the cave is particularly important not only for how elegantly it explains the philosophy of the forms and of reality, but for how it illustrates the concept of reality as a philosophical construct. Socrates, Plato, and their followers believed there was an external world of truth that was knowable to human beings, not a mystery or something beyond their understanding. The cave doesn't have to be a permanent condition. Instead, enlightenment can be gained, but only if one is willing to endure the blinding light. The allegory of the cave was described by Plato in his work The Republic. The story of prisoners trapped in a cave, only able to see shadowy images cast against the wall in front of them by unseen people holding up objects behind them, was meant to represent the manner in which most people, relying only on their immediate senses, could understand only a little of the nature of reality. This reality, the forms that represent the truth of all human experience, can be understood by the prisoner who is able to free himself from the constraints of sensory understanding. It is the role of the enlightened philosopher, according to Socrates and Plato, to return to the cave and help others understand both the forms and the nature of the world.
The ancient Greek philosopher Plato, 420s to 340s BCE, did a lot to change the way we think about the world, and everything from mathematics to ethics to logic. But perhaps one of his most influential contributions to philosophy was the theory of forms. In basic terms, Plato's theory of forms asserts that the physical world is not really the real world. Instead, ultimate reality exists beyond our physical world. Plato discusses this theory in a few different dialogues, including the most famous one called The Republic. It's also likely that Plato inherited some of this theory from his mentor, Socrates. Plato's philosophy asserts that there are two realms, the physical realm and the spiritual realm. The physical realm is the material stuff we see and interact with on a daily basis. This physical realm is changing and imperfect, as we know all too well. The spiritual realm, however, exists beyond the physical realm. Plato calls this spiritual realm the realm of forms, also called the realm of ideas or the realm of ideals. Plato's theory of forms asserts that the physical realm is only a shadow or image of the true reality of the realm of forms. So what are these forms, according to Plato? The forms are abstract, perfect, unchanging concepts or ideals that transcend time and space. They exist in the realm of forms. Even though the forms are abstract, that doesn't mean they are not real. In fact, the forms are more real than any individual physical objects. So, concepts like redness, roundness, beauty, justice, or goodness are forms, and thus they are commonly capitalized. Individual objects like a red book, a round ball, a beautiful girl, a just action, or a good person reside in the physical realm and are simply different examples of the forms. Let's consider a specific example. Think of a square. Now draw a picture of a square on a piece of paper. I will also draw a picture of a square on a piece of paper. Our pictures are likely a bit imperfect. Maybe our lines aren't exactly straight, or our angles aren't exactly 90 degrees. In addition, your picture and my picture are likely a little different sizes, different colors, etc. To put it in Plato's terms, our pictures of squares reside in the physical realm. Despite their imperfections and differences, though, there's something about our pictures that unites them. So what exactly is it that makes both of our pictures squares? The "it" that makes our pictures squares is the form of square. You and I share a similar concept or ideal of what square is, even though our pictures of squares turned out slightly different. To put it in Plato's terms, the concept and ideal of square resides in the realm of forms, and is therefore perfect, abstract, and unchanging. Plato would say that this form of square is more real than our physical drawings of square. Here's another example. Look around your room for green objects. Maybe you see a green pen, a green notebook, and a green sweatshirt. But do you ever see green itself? I don't mean a green marker or a green blob, just green. Green, in and of itself, does not really exist as its own entity in our physical world, even though we all know what green is, and even though individual green things do exist. To relate it back to Plato, green is an unchanging ideal form, while the green pen, green notebook, and green sweatshirt are all individual physical objects that take part in the form of green. Plato's theory of forms shaped many of his other philosophical tenets. For example, when it comes to ethics, Plato argues that we have a moral duty to use reason to pursue the knowledge of the forms. Furthermore, the realm of forms contains not only truth, but also the most important moral ideals, like the good. If we are to construct a good society, then, we have a duty to know the form of good and enlighten others to the good. Plato did not deny the existence of the physical realm, but his theory of forms did insist that the realm of forms is more real than what we see. The forms themselves are unchanging and perfect. Whatever happens in our chaotic, changing physical world, the forms themselves will never change. Later philosophers and theologians were heavily influenced by this concept of the forms. In fact, the idea that there is something beyond what we see, whether that's God, paradise, etc., is a relatively common belief. Plato did not associate the forms with any particular deity or religion, but his theory did offer many thinkers a profound, rational defense of this belief.
Today's lesson on Plato and his concept of innate ideas is a deep one. For this reason, we're going to fill our time with an anecdote and an illustration of sorts. Hopefully, this will help bring this rather esoteric concept down into our laps. To get things moving, we'll start with the easy stuff and a definition. Known to most of us, Plato is credited as one of the founders of philosophical thought. Living in ancient Greece, he postulated all sorts of theories on reality and knowledge. One of his most famous theories is the existence of innate ideas. Stating it as simply as I can think to, innate ideas are concepts that are present in our minds at birth. They're things we just know, not things we've learned through experience. To nail this down a bit, here's an anecdote. Before I could walk or talk, I suffered a very bad burn from a kerosene heater. Even though I have no recollection of this odd accident, which petrified my parents, my mom tells me I spent the next year of my life screaming every time I got within seeing distance of a heater. Of course, this makes complete sense. It doesn't take a philosopher to understand the experience of being badly burned by a heater could make anyone afraid of heaters. After all, our sense of touch or our experience tells us they're dangerous. However, how do you explain how someone learns fear? Remember, my burn came when I was rather small. I was a baby. With this in mind, how did I know that the rather elusive concept of fear is a fitting response to danger? A philosopher might answer, nothing taught you. Fear is an innate idea. Simply put, you were just born with it. To break this whole concept down a bit more, we need to take a look at Plato's ideas of senses versus forms. For starters, Plato believed that existence is made up of two different realms, senses and forms. Making the concept easy to understand, senses are things we learn from our experience. They're what we can see, touch, taste, hear, etc. It's our physical world. On the contrary, forms are separate from our experience. Forms just are because they are. Not linked to our senses, Plato asserts forms exist in the realms of ethics and mathematics. For instance, fear is fear, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and a triangle is just a triangle. These are things that just are. Conversely, a triangle can never be a circle, and 2 plus 2 can never equal 5. Using this argument, forms are linked to innate ideas, things we have known since birth, or as Plato would say, things we've known even before birth. Making the concept even stickier, Plato argued that everything we can sense has a form behind it. To illustrate this one, philosophy teachers often use a table. Think of it this way. A table is something we can recognize with our senses. We can touch it and we can see it. If it's old like mine, we can even hear it creak when people sit down. Our senses tell us it's a table. However, how do we know all the senses we gather from the object we call a table actually make a table? For this, Plato said we have to look at the form behind the physical table. This would be the innate idea of tableness. Ideas like able to hold things, able to be touched, able to support your elbows, able to be eaten at, all make up our innate idea of tableness. Since nothing else, not a car, not a door, not a cat, has all our ideas of tableness, then only a table can be a table. Making it a bit more personal, Plato and all his cronies would argue we all have an innate idea of humanness. In other words, no one ever has to teach a child what it means to be human. No, we can't see, touch, or smell the concept of will, intellect, emotion, and soul that define humanness. Rather, they are innate ideas that somehow exist at birth. They are forms of humanness that make humans the only things that can be humans. Just like cars, doors, and cats can't be tables, they also can't be humans. Plato is heralded as one of the founders of philosophical thought. As an ancient Greek, he postulated the concept of innate ideas, or concepts that are present in our minds at birth. Linked to the concept of innate ideas, Plato also argued that existence is made up of two different realms, senses and forms. Senses are things we learn from our experience. They're what we can see, touch, hear, taste, etc. It's our physical world. Forms are separate from our experience. Philosophers often use a table to illustrate the concept of innate ideas in forms versus sense. For instance, our senses tell us that a table is a table. We can see it and we can touch it. However, the form of tableness, innate ideas like being able to hold something, are really what tell us that a table is a table. Although I'm not really into antiques or memorabilia, two of my favorite possessions are our family's old farm table and my grandma's chocolate chip cookie recipe. Actually written by her, not a copy. Today I'm going to use these two rather old things to teach you about Aristotle's very ancient metaphysics. However, before we get to them, let's define metaphysics. Metaphysics is the part of philosophy that deals with concepts like being, substance, cause, and identity. To really oversimplify, we can say it's the study of how things came to be and what caused them. When speaking of Aristotle's metaphysics, lots of sources center on his idea of cause. According to his ancient work, there are four causes behind all the change in the world. They are the material cause, the formal cause, the efficient cause, and the final cause. To explain each of these, we'll first use my family's table. Let's start with the material cause. According to our famous Greek philosopher, the material cause is the actual physical properties or makeup of a thing that is. It's the stuff we can see, touch, taste, and so on. Using my table, the wood is the material cause of the table. The table is made of wood, and therefore the wood is the material cause. It's a rather simple one to grasp. Next is the formal cause. Stated a bit academically, the formal cause is the structure or design of a being. In layman's terms, we can call it the blueprints or the plan. The formal cause is what makes it one thing rather than another. Going back to my table, we already know its material cause is wood. That's what it's made of. However, the original carpenter could have chosen to make the very same wood into a chair, but he didn't. Instead, his plan or design called for putting the wood together as a table. According to Aristotle, our carpenter's design is the formal cause. Aristotle's next cause is known as the efficient cause. Stated very simply, this is the thing or agent which actually brings something about. It's not what it's made of or the plan for how to make it. It's the actual force that brings something into being. Again, using our table, Aristotle would tell us the carpenter is the efficient cause. It's his swinging of a hammer and sawing that actually brought the table into being. Our last cause is aptly named the final cause. Being a bit more abstract, the final cause is the ultimate purpose for being. Turning one last time to my table, its final cause is to give me and my family something to eat on, to do homework on, and play cards around, making it a very, very special family heirloom. It has been fulfilling this final cause since even before I was born. Keeping all this in mind, let's pretend I just used my grandma's cookie recipe to make some cookies for us. While we sit here and pretend to eat our pretend cookies, let's try to determine Aristotle's 4 causes for them. Here we go. I'll ask the question and give you a few seconds to answer. First, what are the material causes of the cookie? Remember, the material cause of the table is wood. If you said ingredients are things like eggs, sugar, flour, vanilla, brown sugar, salt, you are right. They are what physically make up the scrumptious cookies. Now, what is the formal cause? Here's another hint. The formal cause of the table is its original blueprint or design plan. If you said recipe, you got it again. The recipe is what makes all the material causes into chocolate chip cookies. If we had used a different formal cause, i.e. a different recipe, we could have used the same ingredients to make toffee bars. Almost finished. What is the efficient cause of the cookies? As a tip, think carpenter. Yep, since I made them, I'm the efficient cause. However, you also would be right if you said the heat of the oven. Last, what is the final cause of our cookies? Like everyone knows, the final cause of delicious cookies, their purpose for being, is for us to eat them. It's a shame ours happen to be pretend. Metaphysics is the branch of philosophy that deals with concepts like being, substance, cause, and identity. Aristotle's very ancient metaphysics often centered on the 4 causes of being. There are the material, formal, efficient, and final cause. According to Aristotle, the material cause of a being is its physical properties or makeup. The formal cause is the structure or direction of a being. The efficient cause is the thing or agent which actually brings it about. And the final cause is the ultimate purpose for its being. There usually comes a time when a student begins to question some of the assertions of his teacher. It's just how it goes. One example of this was when a very famous Greek student used the third man argument to disprove his uber-famous teacher's theory of forms. The student, Aristotle. The teacher, Plato. In today's lesson, we'll discuss this disagreement of sorts as we explore Aristotle's third man argument and how he used it to contradict Plato's theory of forms. For starters, let's look into Plato's theory of forms. As we do this, please know these theories are rather complicated and abstract. For this reason, what we really want to grasp is that Plato believed in the theory of forms, while Aristotle refuted it with his third man argument. If we keep this in mind, we'll have half the battle won. On to Plato and his forms. Plato believed that reality is made up of 2 different realms, senses and forms. Like you may expect, senses are the things we learn from our experience. They're what we can touch, hear, see, taste, etc. Differing from this, forms are separate from our experience. They exist simply because they exist. Not tied to our experiences, Plato argues that forms stand apart from the physical realm. Trying to sort of bring it into our laps, we can think of forms as the fundamental nature of what really makes a being a being. They are not physical things. We can't touch, taste, or smell them. They are the essence. Admittedly, this is a bit of a brain bender. To try to illustrate it, I'll use my son. As I've been working on this lesson, my son Jake has come into the room on several different occasions. When he walks into the room, I can see, hear, and touch him. I can see the being that makes up my son. However, Plato would tell us there's something more real about my son than what I can grasp with my senses. There's his intellect, his emotions, and his will that make him him. In other words, Jake's humanness makes him human. This humanness is what Plato would call the form behind us all. It is a perfect, complete essence of what it means to be human. It's the form behind a human being. Now, keeping Plato's ideas in mind, let's get to Aristotle's argument against this whole perfect form idea. Known as the third man argument, this one can also feel like a mental tongue twister. Stated very academically, the third man argument asserts that for something to be a perfect form, it must have all the attributes of the being. Therefore, since it has all the attributes of the being, it would have to be the being, and not just a perfect form of the being. Like I said, it's mental gymnastics, so let's go back to my son. Plato says that behind my son is a perfect and complete form of my son. This form is his humanness. I can't see it or touch it, but it is the perfect and complete form of all that makes him human. Now, according to Aristotle, this can't be possible, because in order for something to be the perfect and complete essence of something, it would have to have all the attributes of that thing. For instance, my son has a long, lanky body and great blonde curly hair. So in order for something to be the complete essence of him, it would also have to have long legs and phenomenal hair. After all, having a physical body is part of being human. The catch is, if a form of Jake had a physical body, it would no longer be a form. It would just be another Jake. In short, a second man. Taking his argument one step further, Aristotle asserted any complete form of our second Jake would also have to include all the physical attributes of Jake. Therefore, what we'd end up with is just another Jake, or to use Aristotle's words, a third man. Using this logic, Aristotle claimed you could keep going until infinity. Lucky for us, he stopped with 3, giving us the third man argument. Plato theorized that existence is made up of 2 realms, senses and forms. Senses are things we learn from our experience, while forms are separate from our experience. In other words, they're not physical substance. When applied to humans, Plato would argue it's humanness that is the perfect form of a man. It's things like will, intellect, and emotion that make us truly human. It's the form behind the physical man that is the actual seat of humanness. Disagreeing with Plato, Aristotle's argument against the forms is known as the third man argument. It postulates that for something to be a perfect form of a man, it would have to have all the attributes of a man. For something to exist as true form of a human, it would have to have the exact physical body of that human. But if it had a physical body, it wouldn't just be a form, it'd be a real man. Likewise, the form of this second man would really just be a third man. Of course, if we wanted to, we could push this argument to infinity. My husband's best friend lives in China. Although he's an American, he has spent so many years in Asia that it feels more like home to him than does the U.S. soil. When he does come here, he often remarks how different the American thought process is from that of the Eastern world. Several times a visit, he usually mentions how the West seems to value independence and freedom, while the East honors being part of a bigger whole. Rather interestingly, a philosopher would probably tell us this difference is directly linked to the metaphysics of the East versus the metaphysics of the West. Quite fittingly, this is the topic of today's lesson. However, before we jump into the differences between the East and the West, we should probably define metaphysics. Keeping it simple, metaphysics is the part of philosophy that deals with concepts like being, substance, cause, and identity. To really oversimplify, we could say it's the study of how things came to be and what caused them. It answers questions like what causes change, or what sort of forces act beyond the world we see. Keeping this in mind, the metaphysics of the East and West definitely differ. The main difference is that Western metaphysics tends to hold to dualism, while Eastern metaphysics centers on monism. As a way to help us gain understanding of the East, we'll first look at the West. When discussing metaphysics in the Western world, many philosophers link it to dualism. Trying to keep things simple, dualism is the concept that reality or existence is divided into two parts. For instance, in most Western religions, people think the body is separate from the soul. When someone dies, the body remains in the ground while their soul does not. Applying this to the living, dualism sees you as separate from me. Keeping this in mind, let's use this information to better understand Eastern metaphysics. Almost the complete opposite of Western dualism is the East monism. Again, working to keep things simple, we'll define monism as the theory which denies any distinction between the physical world and the unseen world. Putting it even simpler, monism holds that everything is one. To nail this down, let's take a look at the Eastern concept of Brahman. According to Eastern philosophy, and especially Hinduism, Brahman is the great unchanging reality that makes up everything. Although a very nebulous concept, the East sees Brahman as the highest reality of which we are all a part. Again, everything is one. Rather than you being you and me being me, we are actually just parts of a bigger whole. Rather than my dog just being an animal and me being a completely separate human, we are both part of a greater something. We are all part of a greater energy that governs the seen and the unseen world. Keeping this in mind, Eastern metaphysics doesn't dabble with the question, how can we reach God? Instead, they believe that everything is part of a greater whole, a cosmic energy of sorts that governs all. Rather than using scientific knowledge and reason to understand this energy, Eastern metaphysics emphasizes behavior and morality. After all, if we're all part of one big whole, we better treat that one big whole rather nicely. An excellent example of this emphasis on morality is the Dhammapada, a collection of sayings attributed to Buddha. In these works, Buddha sets forth principles on how his followers should live. For example, one translation reads, "As a bee gathers the nectar of a flower and flies away without destroying its beauty or fragrance, so let the sage wander in this life." In other words, a wise man will not cause problems or destruction. He will live at peace with all. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy that deals with concepts like being, substance, cause, and identity. It seeks to answer questions like, what sort of forces exist beyond the world we see? Traditional Western physics has centered on dualism, the theory that reality or existence is divided into two parts. Eastern metaphysics is linked to monism. Monism denies any distinction between the physical world and the unseen world. Instead, everything is one. An excellent example of monism is the Eastern concept of Brahman. Being linked to Hinduism, Brahman is the great unchanging reality that makes up everything. It is the highest reality of which we're all a part. We are not separate from the unseen world, we are part of it. With this monistic belief in mind, Eastern metaphysics does not seek to prove this reality with science. Instead, it focuses on living a moral life. An excellent example of this is the Dhammapada, a collection of sayings attributed to Buddha. In these works, Buddha compels his followers to live at peace with the great energy that makes everyone one. Every child's nightmare is the sentence, "Why did you do that?" Really, I hated it. I'd accidentally break a glass, my mom would say, "Why'd you do that?" I'd stay out too late, my dad would bark, "Why'd you do that?" Of course, I could never come up with a reason, and this seemed to make them even angrier. Although this seemed like nonsense to me, my parents were, without knowing it, giving me a crash course on the principle of sufficient reason espoused by Gottfried Leibniz. Today, we'll take a look at this principle. Let's start with a definition. The principle of sufficient reason holds that for every state of affairs or true proposition, there is an explanation of why it is the way it is. Stated for those of us who aren't philosophers, everything has a reason. Although my parents seem to have the market cornered on this one, the principle of sufficient reason is usually linked to Gottfried Leibniz, a 17th century philosopher who used it to support the existence of God. However, before we get to the God part, let's take a closer look at the principle. First, the principle of sufficient reason holds that there are two types of reasons or causes, self-contained and external. Self-contained explanations pertain to things like math and abstract objects. They are things that are simply because they are. For instance, a triangle is a triangle simply because it's a triangle. What it is actually contains the explanation for why it is. On the contrary, external explanations pertain to things like events, objects, and creatures. External reasons are forces outside an event that cause the event. For example, volcanoes erupt and flowers bloom for external reasons. To loop back, my parents wanted an external explanation for why I was late. Was it because I was misbehaving? Was it because I was in an accident? Was it because I just decided to blow off my curfew? Although none of these reasons would have made them happy, the idea of trying to give them a self-contained explanation, I'm late simply because my essence is late, would have really ticked them off. Like Gottfried Leibniz, they held to the principle of sufficient reason. Events, creatures, and objects have an external explanation. Leaving my teenage years in the past, let's take a look at how our principle pertains to God. For this, we turn to the cosmological argument, an assertion that seeks to prove the existence of God. Now, according to the principle of sufficient reason, everything must have a reason for its being. If a thing is mathematically related, i.e. a triangle is a triangle, it's okay if this reason is self-contained. However, if the thing is an event, object, or creature, its reason for existing has to be external. In other words, something else had to act upon it to bring it into being. Now, since the universe is an object, our principle asserts that some sort of external something has to be the reason for its existence. Enter the cosmological argument for God, the idea that God is the first reason or first cause of the universe. Of course, this leads to lots of questions. For instance, what about the whole Big Bang theory? Ironically, the cosmological argument can use the principle of sufficient reason to answer this one. It would simply assert that since the Big Bang is an event, whether theorized or true, it needs an external explanation. In other words, we'll give you the Big Bang, but who caused it? Cosmological philosophers answer God. Of course, the cosmological argument has many critics. One main argument is, perhaps the universe is just because it is. No rhyme or reason, it just is. To answer this one, proponents of the argument cry foul. After all, both science and philosophy seek to find reason. Why then would either of these fields suspend the need for reason when it comes to something as important as the cosmos? The principle of sufficient reason holds that for every state of affairs or true proposition, there is an explanation of why it is the way it is. In short, everything has a reason. With this, reasons can be self-contained or external. Self-contained explanations pertain to things like math and abstract objects. They are things that are simply because they are. External explanations pertain to things like events, objects, and creatures. They are forces outside of an event that cause the event. Gottfried Leibniz is a 17th century philosopher who used the principle of sufficient reason to support the existence of God. His particular form of argument is known as the cosmological argument, an assertion that seeks to prove the existence of God. Relying on the principle of sufficient cause, the cosmological theory asserts that since the universe is an object, it must have an external explanation. In short, the cosmological argument for God asserts that God is the first reason or first cause of the universe. Critics of this purport that perhaps the universe has always just been. It exists without rhyme or reason. Of course, its supporters throw back, so when did we become okay with throwing away reason? After all, we're scientists and philosophers. Today's lesson will discuss Bertrand Russell and his views on reality and appearance. Admittedly, it's a hard one. To try to counteract this, I'll start with a story. About a year ago, I ran into a lady I once worked with. Now, I wouldn't call her a friend, more like a friendly acquaintance. Upon seeing her, I said hello, asked about her family, then inquired of work. She looked at me oddly, answered me quickly, then shuffled away. Feeling a bit blown off and confused, I continued shopping when, lo and behold, I ran into the same lady. This time she greeted me warmly with a hug. She then said, "I'm here with my twin sister, but somehow I've lost her." Immediately and a bit embarrassingly, everything made sense. Although it appeared that I had run into someone I knew, in reality, my first meeting was with a stranger. Keeping this little anecdote in mind, let's dive into Bertrand Russell. Apart from being a mathematician and a scientist, Bertrand Russell is best known for his role as a 20th century philosopher. One of his most famous works is The Problems of Philosophy, a study of appearance, reality, and knowledge. To Russell, philosophy is really just a search for certainty. Working with this premise, he asserted that most of us believe things based on false assumptions. We think we know what we know, but if we take a closer look, we might find we're in error. This leads him to wonder how he can really know anything at all. To work on this question, Russell made a distinction between appearance and reality. Putting things simply, he argued that appearance is what we gather from our senses. Unfortunately or fortunately, if you're into philosophical puzzles, appearance is not always reality. Case in point, that day in the mall, it appeared I had run into an acquaintance. In reality, I had come across a stranger. To try to explain this, Russell used the idea of a table. While sitting at a table, he'd say a wooden one, the table appears brown. However, if you stand up and look at it in a different light, it might look lighter than what you consider brown. If you turn off the lights and look at it in the moonlight, it might appear black. Based on all these different appearances, how can you really know the table is brown? Moving away from the sense of sight, he turned to texture. When you rub your hand across the table, it feels smooth. However, what if you looked at it under a microscope? Although it feels smooth, it would appear to be rough under the microscope. So how can you realistically be certain whether the table is smooth or rough? According to Russell, this leads us to doubt our senses. For instance, he asserted that the real table, if in reality it is a table, is not what we assumed it to be based on our senses. In other words, its appearance is not its reality. However, since appearance, which we glean from our senses, is the only way of obtaining evidence, Russell asserts it's rather impossible to know anything certain about reality. So where does this leave us? According to Russell, our best bet at reality is sense data. Being a pretty confusing concept, sense data is things that are immediately known by sensation. For instance, we see a patch of green, our minds tell us we're seeing something greenish. We have a sense of green, but because we can't really know if it's green, we're sort of left just assuming it is. Looping back a bit, I sensed what looked like someone I knew, so I assumed it was someone I knew. However, since another person who looked just like my friend existed unbeknownst to me, my senses were wrong. Trying to bring this down a bit more, Russell argued we can't be sure of anything that exists outside of our mind. Yes, we may think things appear a certain way, but we always run the risk of being duped by our senses. Think of it this way. I'm sitting at my desk and I hear what I think is my dog barking. Since this is going on in my mind, the reality I can trust is that I think I hear my dog. I might be wrong, but it is a real and true statement to say I think I hear my dog. However, whether or not it really is my dog is an appearance I can't trust. It might be what I think is my dog, or it might be what I think is the neighbor's dog. Goodness, it might not be a dog at all. However, in order to get myself to go let the dog in, Russell would probably argue my best bet is my sense data. Yes, it might be wrong, but when it comes right down to it, it's my best chance at reality. Bertrand Russell was a 20th century philosopher. One of his most famous works is The Problems of Philosophy, a study of appearance, reality, and knowledge. According to Russell, philosophy is really just a search for certainty. One of his main points of study included thoughts on appearance and reality. He asserted appearance is what we gather from our senses, while reality is something we can never really know. Using the illustration of a table, Russell argued we can never really be sure of our senses. For instance, a table can look different depending on the light. It can also feel smooth while being full of divots. For this reason, he argued our greatest chance at reality is sense data, things that are immediately known by sensation. For instance, If we see something that's green, our sense data is we see something greenish. Therefore, our best bet is to believe it's green. To work on this question, Russell made a distinction between appearance and reality. Putting things simply, he argued that appearance is what we gather from our senses.
When you imagine science, what do you visualize in your mind? Perhaps you think of people working in a lab with test tubes and beakers. Or maybe you think of students dissecting frogs in a biology class, or a physicist performing calculations. This lesson looks at how philosophers define science and how they differ in their views of what it really is. We'll hear from the perspectives of 4 influential thinkers. By the end of our lesson, you'll better understand what is meant by the philosophy of science, an approach that looks at how we define science, how science works, and how we build scientific knowledge. First up is Karl Popper. Popper would want you to know the meaning of the term falsifiable. This refers to the possibility of proving a statement to be false. Popper argues that scientific knowledge must be falsifiable, meaning that there must be at least the potential to disprove a theory with an observation that would contradict it. Let's look at this more closely with an example. First, consider the claim, "There is no Bigfoot living in the Pacific Northwest." There is the potential to prove it false if we were able to obtain new information, such as capturing Bigfoot. So this can be considered a scientific claim. Now consider the claim, "Bigfoot lives in the Pacific Northwest." There is no real way to disprove this, to determine it is 100% false. We could comb the region looking for Bigfoot in an exhaustive search, but we can't say without a doubt that the statement is false. Therefore, the claim that Bigfoot exists is not in the realm of science from Popper's point of view. According to his philosophy, science can only ever be about topics that have the potential to be proven wrong. Everything else is not science at all. This is a clear-cut rule that can be used to see the difference, he says. You can remember Popper's name by thinking of how he saw it as important to be able to pop the bubble of belief in a claim to have the potential to prove it wrong. Thomas Kuhn is up next. He's more of a historian of science, looking at how science has developed over time. A key term to know for Kuhn is the phrase paradigm shift. Paradigm shifts occur when old scientific theories are questioned by a revolutionary new approach, and a new framework is developed for assessing scientific knowledge. For example, consider a time when people thought the Earth was the center of the universe. During this period of time, science was based on certain standards and ideas, while later these concepts had to be completely revised to adjust to the new understanding of the Sun being at the center of our solar system. You can remember Kuhn's name by thinking of the word cool. In a way, Kuhn recognized that sometimes cool new ideas would completely change the nature of how we think about science. Now let's turn to Paul Feyerabend, who is definitely not convinced that there is any one standard approach that can get to the truth. He proposes that science as we know it is not as objective as it presents itself to be. He argues that the scientific method is not particularly valuable at all. Feyerabend was interested in completely bending the rules of how we think about science, turning the approach on its head. He questions whether the scientific method really produces useful results at all compared to any other method. Our final philosopher to consider is Helen Longino. Longino acknowledges that scientists each have their own assumptions and beliefs that influence how they present and argue their claims. Yes, this makes them less than objective. Yet there is a way to get to a more objective science. She argues that this is why we need forums in society for criticizing and questioning what is claimed by scientific communities. For instance, imagine a small group of scientists with similar backgrounds reviewing one another's work. They may fail to notice some assumptions in one another's work. But when you have a diverse community reviewing their work, they can help uncover these assumptions. This forum can help determine if the scientific claim is still acceptable or if it needs reworking. Think of Longino's perspective as one that acknowledges science at its best is a combination or combo of many viewpoints that help temper one another to get closer to the truth. The philosophy of science is an approach that looks at how we define science, how science works, and how we build scientific knowledge. Some philosophers, like Karl Popper, argue that a statement is only scientific if it is falsifiable. This is a rule, he says, that can be used to distinguish between science and non-science. Thomas Kuhn points out how the standards used in science can be altered over time when there are paradigm shifts from one way of thinking to another. Paul Feyerabend questions the scientific method altogether, arguing that it is not objective and may be no better than any other method. Helen Longino, on the other hand, sees value in science that gains objectivity from public scrutiny and criticism. The process helps bring forth the assumptions of those making claims. What knowledge do you have today that you didn't gain from experience or education? Are there certain truths that you've come to understand simply from your own intuition? In this lesson, we'll consider whether anything can be known separately from our experience of the world. This is an important topic in the branch of philosophy known as epistemology, or the study of knowledge. If you say to me, broccoli is green, you'd probably feel fairly confident that this is something you know, without question. When you consider how you know this, it's because you have seen broccoli, or a picture of broccoli, or have been told by someone you trust that broccoli is green. You knowing broccoli is green is an example of a posteriori knowledge, which is simply knowledge based on experience. Translated from Latin, a posteriori means from what is after. You can remember the term by thinking about how post means after. So a posteriori refers to what knowledge comes after you experience something, like seeing a bunch of broccoli and learning it is green. Many philosophers agree that much knowledge is gained a posteriori. Modern scientific fields place great importance on knowledge that is gained from evidence we gather from the world around us. What philosophers do not always agree on is this. Can knowledge arise from any means other than experience? In other words, does knowledge exist that is not obtained a posteriori? Knowledge that is separate from our experience, memories, body sensations, or what we have learned from others is known as a priori knowledge. For instance, if a person believes in a God, they may also believe that this God has given them some innate knowledge, like a type of wisdom in their own mind, separate from what they learn from what's around them. Another use of the term a priori is for logical statements that we can reason are true. For instance, if I tell you that a person named Ellen is shorter than a person named Kayla, and Kayla is shorter than Matt, you can deduce that Ellen must also be shorter than Matt. You don't have to meet any of these people to know that. You just need to understand the relationship between each of them. Some philosophers believe that math is also a good example of a priori knowledge. This is because there are consistent rules that can be applied to math universally, like knowing that 1 plus 1 will always add up to 2. Translated from Latin, a priori means from what is before. You can remember the term by thinking of how prior means before. So a priori refers to what knowledge is before experience, or separate from experience. Many of the philosophers who believe that we have knowledge that is separate from our experience are known as rationalists. Rationalists in philosophy generally believe that knowledge can come from reason and logic alone and is not dependent on experience. A rationalist might argue that we know things not just because of our world experience, but also because of innate ability to reason what is true. This makes them big believers in a priori knowledge. You can remember the term rationalism by thinking of how those with this viewpoint see human beings as having a strong capacity to be rational or to reason using their own minds. What's more, they believe that we do not always need outside data to know certain things. Philosophers want to know if there are some things we know even though we haven't seen them, felt them, or learned about them. Are there some things we can know a priori? What do you think? A posteriori knowledge is knowledge based on experience with the world around us. For instance, scientists gather data and evidence to develop their knowledge. Knowledge that is separate from our experience, memories, body sensations, or what we have learned from others is known as a priori knowledge. Rationalists in philosophy generally believe that knowledge can come from reason and logic alone and is not dependent on experience. Other philosophers debate whether a priori knowledge can be said to exist. These discussions are relevant to epistemology, which is the study of knowledge. Is the world inside your own mind an accurate model for what the physical world really is? Does your perception come close to being a true, complete picture of the world, like a copy of it? This lesson looks at these types of questions in relationship to the thoughts of philosopher John Locke and his causal theory of perception. He rejected the concept that your mind could produce ideas that match the precise truth about the physical world. Locke argues we can never really form a complete picture of an object in our minds that matches the object itself as it really is in the material world. We can only have ideas about that object. For example, let's say you have a slice of lemon in your hand. You look at the lemon, you smell the lemon, and then you take a taste of it. Your mind will develop ideas about the lemon from your experience with it. You might even argue that your mental images about that lemon are pretty close to what it's really like in the physical world. Yet Locke argues that your thought of what this lemon is can only be a representation of the reality of the lemon. It can never match the lemon exactly. He says that our ideas about a physical object are perceptions based on sensations we've experienced, like when you observe and interact with the lemon. When we learn about an object with our senses by looking at it, touching it, smelling it, hearing it, or tasting it, we can gain information about what the object is like, even if it doesn't give us the ultimate truth about it. Locke distinguishes between two different types of qualities in an object: primary qualities and secondary qualities. He argues that the primary qualities are the undeniable properties of an object, like the size and shape of the lemon. These help us to create mental ideas for what an object is. Primary qualities are quite reliable for producing ideas that resemble the real thing, according to Locke. On the other hand, secondary qualities of an object are attributes like the yellow color of the lemon and the sour taste that are subjective. Locke considers these secondary qualities to be the results of the action of primary qualities on the organs. What does Locke mean by this? In the case of our lemon, our ideas involve more than just the primary qualities we can all pretty much agree on. We might agree that the lemon is 3 inches in length, but we won't necessarily agree on how sour it is. This is because perception also involves the secondary qualities that we experience when our own body interacts with the item. Let's say that you have just had something very sweet. When you bite into that lemon, it will likely taste even more sour than it would if you had not just had something sweet. Another example is how it feels to jump in a pool of water when you've just had a cold shower versus when you have had a hot one. The water feels warm in one case, but feels freezing in the other, even though the temperature of the pool has not changed. Secondary qualities produce effects in the body that are not objective, that not everyone would agree on. These qualities are what make our picture of reality less than a precise match to what it really is. The sourness of the lemon and the temperature of the pool are just a couple of examples. It may help to remember Locke's theory by thinking of how when you look through the keyhole of a lock, you can see part of the picture but not all of it. You see a representative of what's on the other side of the door, but it's not an exact copy of what's beyond the door. In this case, one side of the door is physical reality, and on the other side are you and me, each with our own mental reality. These mental realities involve ideas about what the world is like, but they are nowhere near a photocopy of that reality. Why are Locke's ideas on this topic referred to as the causal theory of perception? In his view, objects have qualities that cause us to have sensations, like when we perceive the qualities of a lemon and then develop ideas for what the lemon is like. In other words, Locke believes there is a real physical world, and our sensations help us create a mental understanding of that world. Although it's not perfect, this representation of reality we develop through our senses and experience is the best information we have available to us. According to the causal theory of perception, objects have qualities that cause us to have sensations. Objects have both primary and secondary qualities. Primary qualities are the undeniable properties of an object, like the size and shape, while secondary qualities are the results of the action of primary qualities on the organs, like the sour taste of a lemon. Locke believes in the existence of a physical reality that is separate from our mental realities. He argues we can never really form an accurate copy of an object in our minds that matches the object itself as it really is in the material world. We can only have ideas about that object based on our experiences.
Before there was the big screen HD television, there were tiny, fuzzy, black and white televisions. Before there were flashy, high-performance sports cars, there was Henry Ford's Model T. Everything, from high-end products to the humblest of our daily tools, had to start somewhere. For the calculator, it started way back in 17th century France, where one of the period's greatest scholars created a rudimentary calculator when he was only 18. This man was Blaise Pascal. Pascal was born in Clermont, France, in 1623. Pascal was only 3 when his mother died, and when he was 8, his father moved Pascal and his 2 sisters to Paris. Once in Paris, Pascal was homeschooled by his father, who did not trust the local schools. Pascal's father attempted to steer Pascal, whom he recognized as a prodigy, toward literature and language, forbidding Pascal from studying mathematics and geometry. As an amateur mathematician himself, Pascal's father feared an interest in math would cause his son to forego learning other topics. However, the decree only piqued the young genius's interest, and before long Pascal was teaching himself geometry. After discovering this, Pascal's father relented, teaching his son Euclid and allowing the young Pascal to accompany him to meetings of the local mathematical society. There Pascal met and conversed with many of the leading mathematicians of the period, including Marie Mersenne and Pierre Gassendi. Before long, Pascal was ready to publish his own findings. In 1640, he published the Essay on Conic Sections, which made important advances in the transcription of objects onto two-dimensional paper. Pascal showed his father's fears to be unfounded, as Pascal soon found other meaningful pursuits in addition to theoretical math. In 1642, he created a rudimentary calculator to aid his father in tax calculations. In the mid-1640s, Pascal also took up an avid interest in physics, and his 1651 Treatise on the Vacuum turned contemporary attitudes concerning the existence of vacuums on their head. In 1646, Pascal experienced a profound religious awakening. When his father broke his hip, two bone setters who were also Jansenist converts stayed with and cared for Pascal's father. Pascal soon realized many Jansenist beliefs were closely aligned with his own personal faith, and he became a devoted convert. In the 1650s, in part due to this religious conversion, Pascal's writing became increasingly philosophical and driven by his religious beliefs. In his 1656 Provincial Letters, for instance, Pascal fiercely defended the teachings and beliefs of the Jansenists against contemporary attacks leveled at the Catholic sect by Jesuit priests. Pascal died in 1662, only 39 years old, after an undiagnosed illness which historians surmise may have been a stomach tumor. The Pascaline, as he dubbed the calculator already discussed, was only marginally successful, though it did have its intended effect of making his father's job easier. Many of Pascal's greatest accomplishments were in mathematical theory or in physics. For example, when Pascal took interest in physics, he single-handedly changed the prevailing theories on vacuums. Prior to Pascal, most early scientists believed vacuums of space to be virtually non-existent, trusting in the ages-old Aristotelian maxim that nature abhors a vacuum. However, Pascal disproved this theory by using a recently created device devised by Evangelista Torricelli. Torricelli essentially created the first atmospheric pressure barometer by taking a tube of mercury and placing it upside down in a bowl full of mercury. Pascal caused a sensation when he successfully demonstrated in his treatise on the vacuum that the space which emerged at the top of the tube when the air pressure forced the liquid into the bowl was indeed a vacuum. The achievement Pascal is perhaps most known for is pioneering mathematical probability theory in concert with his colleague Pierre de Fermat. The two exchanged letters discussing thought problems and experiments they both conducted using dice and other seemingly chance outcomes. Through their correspondence, Pascal realized that the outcome of any roll of two dice was not as random as it seemed. Indeed, each outcome instead had a fixed probability. For example, rolling two dice can come up 7 several different ways: 3 and 4, 1 and 6, or 2 and 5. However, rolling a 2 can only occur once, when both die come up as 1. Finally, Pascal was an accomplished philosopher in addition to his work in math and physics, specifically after his Jansenist conversion. He defended his own personal religious beliefs and those of the Jansenists in several publications in the 1650s. Pascal believed that only through submission to God can man gain true knowledge. Scientific and mathematical work, including his own, could provide explanations of the natural world, but could not claim to be universal. Pascal further combined his fervent belief in God and his work on probability theory to show that it is reasonable and prudent to believe in God. According to Pascal, God's existence has only two outcomes: either he does or he does not. If he does not, our choice to believe or not believe has no impact upon our current lives. However, Pascal argued, if he does exist, then our choice has an enormous effect, leading to either eternal happiness or eternal damnation. Considering the number and scope of Pascal's achievements, it is truly unfortunate the Frenchman never saw his 40th birthday. In his short time, Pascal achieved much, becoming an accomplished and published mathematician before the age of 16. He went on to prove that vacuums existed in the universe after becoming interested in physics. After having a significant religious experience, Pascal became a Jansenist and spent the remaining decade of his life defending Jansenist beliefs. He also pioneered probability theory in this decade and used it to argue that it is reasonable to believe in God.
How can we be sure that what we know about the world we live in is true? How can we be sure the planets revolve around the sun? How can we be sure a particular dinosaur ate a particular diet? Do scientists simply take a guess and hope it's right, and hope everyone else just believes them? Of course not. Scientists use a very specific process to arrive at scientific truth. We call this the scientific method. The scientific method is a technique used to establish knowledge or modify existing knowledge. The scientific method allows scientists to formulate theories and then test them to determine whether those theories are correct or not. The scientific method involves several steps. The process begins with asking a question. The scientist would then conduct research and then propose a hypothesis, which is basically an educated guess, answering the original question. Next, the scientist would test the hypothesis through experiments. After that, the scientist would analyze the results of the experiment and then form a conclusion. The conclusion might support the hypothesis, or it might show something entirely different. The scientific method can vary considerably depending on the field. For example, in the field of astronomy, the testing of the hypothesis might involve performing complex mathematical computations, while in the theory of botany, it might involve exposing a particular plant to a particular substance, or putting the plant under certain conditions. In any case, the basic structure of the scientific method remains the same. The scientific method, as we know it, didn't simply pop up overnight. It evolved into being. The ancient Greeks were keen students of science, and many Greek philosophers helped develop ways to arrive at scientific knowledge. Aristotle, an ancient Greek philosopher, in particular, helped devise formal ways to inquire about the universe. During the Middle Ages, Christian scholars called scholastics combined Christian teachings with Greek logic and came up with improved ways of ascertaining knowledge. The real breakthrough in the development of the scientific method, however, came from a man named Roger Bacon. Roger Bacon, 1214 to 1294, was an English philosopher. Bacon's contribution to the development of the scientific method stems from his emphasis on experimentation. Bacon suggested scientific truth could be found out through the cycle of observation, hypothesis, experimentation, and independent verification. Of course, there is more Bacon, and not the yummy breakfast food. Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, was another English philosopher. He is sometimes known as the father of empiricism. What is empiricism, you may ask? Basically, it's the belief that knowledge comes from sensory experience. Francis Bacon stressed inductive reasoning, which involves reasoning through specific cases in order to reach broader conclusions. Another important figure in the development of the scientific method was René Descartes. Descartes, 1596 to 1650, was a French philosopher who has often been called the father of modern philosophy. Descartes was a rationalist, which means he believed that human reason was the chief source of knowledge, not sensory experience. Descartes is famous for his axiom, "I think, therefore I am." He published many important works, notably Rules for the Direction of the Mind and Discourse on Method. Remember, the scientific method evolved into being over hundreds, even thousands of years. It didn't just pop up overnight. The men we've mentioned, namely Aristotle, the Greek scholastics, Roger Bacon, Francis Bacon, and René Descartes, helped to formulate and perfect the scientific method. The scientific method helped allow science to explode throughout the scientific revolution. Today, the scientific method continues to provide the basis for establishing scientific knowledge. Now let's review the key terms in this lesson. The scientific method is a technique used to establish knowledge or modify existing knowledge. Aristotle was an ancient Greek philosopher who helped devise formal ways to inquire about the universe. A breakthrough occurred with Roger Bacon, an English philosopher. Roger Bacon emphasized experimentation. A few hundred years later, Francis Bacon, the father of empiricism, came along. Finally, René Descartes was a French philosopher who has often been called the father of modern philosophy. Descartes was a rationalist who believed reason was the source of knowledge.
Epistemology is the study of knowledge acquisition. It involves an awareness of certain aspects of reality, and it seeks to discover what is known and how it is known. Considered as a branch of philosophy, epistemology addresses cognitive sciences, cultural studies, and the history of science. Moreover, epistemology explains why our minds relate to reality and how these relationships are either valid or invalid. It is needed in order to distinguish between the truth and falsehood as we obtain knowledge from the world around us. Epistemology encompasses the construction of concepts, the nature of conditions, and the validity of the senses. Because the study of epistemology enables us to think about the way we think, it is a useful method for evaluating the world around us. Accordingly, without epistemology, human beings would have no reason to believe in their thoughts and actions. Teachers would have no reason to give tests or assign classwork because there would be no difference between truth and error. We need epistemology in order to accept reality and live our lives in successful pursuit of truth. One of the major questions we ask is, where does knowledge come from? Many philosophers have supposed that knowledge comes from reason. Thus, humans have the ability to reason, and therefore, they have the power to know. Conversely, other philosophers have contended that humans only become knowledgeable when they experience life situations, such as watching a movie or playing an instrument. These philosophers insist that man can only learn when he experiences life through his own senses. Further, there is a theologically driven concept of knowledge, which suggests that knowledge is a God-given condition. This suggestion pertains to divine revelation and tends to blur the line between belief and knowledge, since there are many different religions. There are three main examples or conditions of epistemology: truth, belief, and justification. First of all, truth occurs when false propositions cannot be discerned. Consequently, in order for something to be considered as knowledge, it must be true in nature. Also, the truth must originate from reliable sources and be based on fidelity to the standard. For example, a lie cannot be truth because it is not factual and false. Secondly, belief is a state in which someone accepts something as true. For example, a student of math knows that right angles equal 90 degrees, and this belief is based on factual truth. On the other hand, when beliefs originate in sources based on psychological factors such as prejudice, desire, emotional need, and bias, they do not qualify as knowledge. Yet when sources of belief such as memory, reason, and testimony are reliable, they are forms of knowledge. Lastly, justification, the third condition of epistemology, is the act of showing that something is reasonable or right. For example, a child who lies about doing homework feels justified because he feels it is right to avoid being punished by his parents. A notion is justified when a person has evidence to support his or her claim. This leads to the statement that any belief must be both true and justified. Epistemology is the study of knowledge. Three epistemological factors that contribute to knowledge acquisition are truth, belief, and justification. Truth is an occurrence in which there are no false propositions. Belief is the acceptance in something as being true. Justification is an action of demonstrating that something is right and reasonable. Epistemology helps people to think about life experiences that lead to well-being. Epistemology, when properly defined, is based on reasoning, which is the method for acquiring knowledge. In turn, knowledge pertains to the facts that are absolute and can never be false. Knowledge itself can be defined as justified true belief. Consequently, epistemology is useful as a study of how man locates knowledge and uses it for the betterment of society.
I want you to convince me that you are not a robot. What will you say to help me know you're human? Can you ever know for sure that you're not a robot? In this lesson, we'll consider this question as we explore two branches of philosophy, epistemology and metaphysics. Epistemology, put simply, is the study of knowledge. In particular, epistemology focuses on how we come to acquire knowledge and what types of limits there are to our knowledge. In other words, how do we know what is true? You might believe something that is appealing to you, but it's quite another thing to feel that you are justified in believing this. Epistemology deals with how we know that what we believe is true and justified. Perhaps you believe that there is some intuition inside you that tells you that you are human, that you are not just a programmed computer. You might also point to your experience of the world, giving different examples of where you have more in common with a person than a machine. Most likely you would mention both your intuition and your experience to help you justify why you think you are human. There have been philosophers who believe that your intuition that you are human is a valid form of knowledge, while others would disagree. Others believe that what is true must be determined by experience, like what can be scientifically proven. Why is epistemology interesting to philosophers? One reason is that it helps us to more thoroughly define what is true, and even question if we can know something is definitely, absolutely true. A different branch of philosophy deals with a related question: what is real? The study of reality is known as metaphysics. It focuses on determining what, if anything, can be said to be real. At this point, you might wonder whether there is really a difference between what is true and what is real. In philosophy, the terms do mean different things, even though we use them interchangeably in everyday life. What is true has to do with what beliefs we can justify, while what is real is about all of existence. A question related to metaphysics and what is real is what is the nature of being? Let's use an example of robots again to help you make this question more concrete. We'll imagine that today you discovered that you are indeed a highly advanced robot with a manufactured human-like body. You have obtained your identity from that of the memories of an actual human being. In this case, are you still that human being, even given these changes? What defines a person's identity and existence? Are you still you if you have consciousness and memories of your former self? One reason why metaphysics is considered important to some is because it involves efforts to explain the very nature of existence. Like other branches of philosophy, metaphysics strives to cope with the complex questions about life in an organized way. You and I could talk casually all day about the meaning of existence, but philosophers try to structure their arguments more thoroughly to make them useful for further conversations and debates. It's like creating a language or framework for more discussion. For instance, some theorists use this framework to look at how privilege, based on such factors as gender and ethnic background, affects how we understand our reality. Discussion can build on other discussions over time to better understand this topic. On the other hand, some philosophers see the pursuit of metaphysical questions as an impossible task, a task that will never come to any useful, provable conclusions. They wonder, is there still value in doing our best to try to answer such unanswerable questions? Can we still learn from these approaches? Just as epistemology considers how we come to understand the true, metaphysics explores what we know, if anything, about the real. Both play a role in the history and continuing debates of philosophy. Epistemology is the study of knowledge, while metaphysics is the study of reality. Epistemology looks at how we know what the truth is and whether there are limits to this knowledge, while metaphysics seeks to understand the nature of reality and existence. An example of a classic debate within epistemology is whether some knowledge can be intuitive, or is truth only grasped by looking at the evidence from outside of us. Important considerations in metaphysics include the nature of existence, identity, being, and the impact of privilege on our understanding of the world. If you take a philosophy course in the United States, you might notice something about these classes. Most of the philosophers you'll learn about originated in Europe. You might start with the ancient Greeks and then learn about philosophers from other areas of Europe, the United States, and possibly the Middle East. What about the rest of the world, you might wonder? Why is academic philosophy so focused on these traditions at the exclusion of other regions? Is philosophy magically something that only evolved in Western Europe? Of course not. People in every region of the world have a variety of understandings about human origins, existence, and the types of topics that philosophers are interested in exploring. In this lesson, we'll look at how philosophers from the academic world make efforts to understand knowledge cross-culturally and what challenges they face in the process. Why is this important to discuss? Well, focusing on philosophers from your own region of the world could give you the skewed idea that philosophers only emerged in those areas, or that somehow knowledge in one region is the standard, while knowledge of any other region is the other. As Argentine-Mexican philosopher Enrique Dussel argues, you are also missing out on an opportunity to learn how people around the world have attempted to address what he calls the core problems of philosophy. Questions like, why do we exist? And what is the nature of reality? These are questions we all have in common as human beings, he argues. Philosophy has evolved in every region of the world throughout history. So why do many lessons in academic philosophy from universities based in the United States and other areas focus mainly on European philosophers and how they understand knowledge and reality? As in many areas of society, both here and elsewhere, racism and chauvinism have played a role in determining which ideas are valued the most, whether conscious or unconscious. Normative chauvinism, according to American philosopher Martha Nussbaum, involves the view that one's own tradition of philosophy is the best and only way to approach philosophy. Historically, ideas that came from other regions of the world were both unfamiliar and suspect, as were the contributions of women and people of color. Many argue these have been blind spots of academic philosophy, and that this legacy continues today. After all, what we know as academic philosophy has been taught in a particular way for many years, and it takes time and effort to change that. In an open letter to the American Philosophical Association in 1996, Professor Brian Van Norden aimed to push for this type of change. He wrote about his distress at the assumption that Chinese philosophy should be segregated to specialty academic journals rather than included in mainstream journals. He says Plato is vastly different in his claims, methodology, cultural context, and style than Hume, who is equally different from Nietzsche. Yet work on all of them would be published and reviewed in mainstream journals. He argues, why not Chinese philosophers? As our culture has become more aware of this bias, and we ourselves have become a more diverse group, philosophy as a discipline has opened up to the contributions of those from other regions to our understanding of what can be said to be true and real. However, there are still challenges. For instance, think of a concept such as justice or freedom. If you were raised in a culture that values these concepts above many others, thinking about these concepts may seem natural to you. Now imagine you are given a text to read from a philosopher that has a completely different worldview about how knowledge is obtained, or doesn't express the concept of freedom in the same way as you have understood this idea your whole life. You may struggle to understand this text until you've learned the cultural context, or even portions of a language unfamiliar to you. Today, the academic field of philosophy is in flux, coping with the challenge of how to address these world traditions that take a different approach to addressing the core problems that Enrique Dussel describes. He recommends we take a closer look at world philosophy to understand the discoveries made by those who are not part of the Western tradition. Others are concerned that meaningful comparison between philosophies of different regions is simply not possible. Imagine again, for instance, that all of your training in philosophy has taught you to look for an argumentative style, and in another region's philosophy you don't see this pattern in how they arrive at the truth. Instead, you see a poetic style. How do you analyze this argument as you would others? Perhaps new skills are needed to do this, and new research. This is where the approach of comparative philosophy can help the larger field evolve. Comparative philosophy involves the study of thinkers from a variety of traditions and geographic regions. The purpose is not just to describe those different approaches. The purpose is also to bring philosophers into conversation about how different traditions understand knowledge and reality, and to think about how well they address the core problems of philosophy. Philosophy is involved in its own way in every region of the world, changing over time and affecting one another. Today, the study of thinkers from a variety of traditions and geographic regions is a part of philosophical work known as comparative philosophy. This approach aims to avoid normative chauvinism, the view that one's own tradition of philosophy is the best and only way to approach philosophy, and to address the core problems of philosophy such as why do we exist and what is the nature of reality. Due to the work of those who study philosophy cross-culturally, the field is evolving to understand different ways of tackling philosophical questions and how we obtain knowledge. Of all of the school subjects you've studied, which is the most clear in your mind today? Is it history or math? How about science or art? Which do you consider the most valuable to have learned? Plato looks at the topic of knowledge in his work The Republic, written in the 4th century BCE. However, he focuses on more than just subjects of study. In this text, Plato turns to specific ways of accessing knowledge, such as looking at the objects we see around us, or having a conversation about a topic like justice. From his perspective, some methods of understanding the world will give a far clearer picture of truth compared with others. In this lesson, we'll look at Plato's views on which methods are best for helping us describe reality, and which methods fall short. In the Republic, Plato includes a description of how his mentor Socrates understood the world and what is true. In particular, his divided line analogy provides a way to visualize the distinction between different states of mind and to learn which states of mind are more reliable than others. Similar to how you might consider which school subject has been most valuable to you and which is most clear in your mind, Socrates explored which states of mind are more accurate and useful than others. He starts with a division between an intelligible world and a visible world. The visible world is understood with our senses, like when you walk down the street and take in your environment through seeing, hearing, smelling, and feeling. The intelligible world, on the other hand, is not focused on our senses, but instead on our intellect and ability to reason, like if you were to sit down and work on a geometry problem. It might seem natural to you to think of the world you experience as you walk down the street as more real and accurate a representation of reality than a math problem. That's not how Socrates describes his understanding of the world. Let's dig deeper to see why not. Socrates describes the line for the visible world as subdivided into two specific states of mind. He says that one section is made up of reflections and shadows. In a shadow or reflection, you see a version of an object, like when you look into a pool of water and see a fuzzy and unclear reflection of your face. This form of accessing knowledge is the least reliable. However, Plato was likely referring to more than just literal shadows and reflections. For example, this category also includes the kinds of ideas we get from hearing secondhand stories from others. Some even argue that Socrates would include some art forms, like theater, as part of this lowest category of knowledge. We can't be sure of everything that he thought would fit into this category, but we do know that Plato viewed this state of mind as less useful for understanding the world as it really is. The other state of mind in the visible world includes the observation of physical objects and ordinary things, such as we might experience as we walk down the street and take in the buildings, people, plants, trees, noises, and smells around us. What's so inaccurate about observing what's around you as you walk down the street? Plato's view was that this type of knowledge is still very far from understanding the way the world really is. You're forming opinions about the world as you interact with it through your senses, but this, he thinks, falls short of the knowledge that can be gained by the intellect. What we consider to be the real world as we walk down the street isn't reality, he says. The intelligible world is another story. In the world of higher reason, so much more is possible from Plato's point of view. While our understanding of the visible world is made up of opinions, the intelligible world can reveal knowledge. His teacher Socrates breaks down the intelligible world into two parts. The lesser of the two ways of reasoning includes a subject like geometry. Imagine drawing a square, for instance. If your square is drawn a tiny bit lopsided by mistake, it still represents something more abstract. The bigger idea of a true square that has 4 perfectly equal sides. Even if you can't draw a perfectly accurate square to the point where even a microscope could confirm each side is equal, we can still think of the idea of a perfect square as a form or a universal idea. An absolutely 100% perfect square can't be perceived by the senses, but in the intelligible world, using our reason and intellect, we can work with these abstract ideas. Yet even a person performing mathematical equations is not using their most accurate state of mind, according to Socrates. So what is the best method for accessing knowledge about what really exists? First, consider whether there might be other universal ideals besides perfect squares and other shapes. For instance, what is the concept we call justice? We know instances of justice when we experience them, but much like a 100% perfect square, we haven't seen the concept of justice in a pure form we can see or touch. It's abstract. What we can do is talk about what the essence of justice is like and try to understand it better. Socrates claims that being a philosopher is a great way to start to know more about these forms, which are the universal, eternal ideals that make up reality. Your physical body, the device you're using to watch this lesson, the building you're in, or the plant growing near it are all part of the less real, visible world, while the forms like justice, beauty, courage, and the ultimate ideal, the good, are what's real. Do the forms sound pretty mysterious to you? Plato saw it as the job of philosophy to work toward knowledge of the forms, even though we can't observe them directly. Think of how a philosopher might try to better understand how to create a just society. The philosopher doesn't have to get a 100% perfect answer to what the form of justice really is like. Much like drawing a perfect square may be impossible, a philosopher doesn't have to have perfect knowledge of the forms. According to Socrates and his student Plato, we just have to rely on our ability to reason to get as close as possible to understanding the forms, using the methods of philosophy. The divided line analogy provides a way to visualize the distinction between different states of mind, and to understand which states of mind are more reliable than others. In the Republic, Plato describes how Socrates understood the divided line. He first distinguishes between a visible world and intelligible world. In the visible world, we perceive objects, reflections, and shadows. Using our senses to take in the visible world is much less reliable than using our reason in the intelligible world. Through the intelligible world, we access knowledge, while we can only access opinions through the visible world. This is because the intelligible world is focused on the forms, which are universal, eternal ideals that make up reality. While we may never understand the forms fully, philosophy can help us come as close as possible, according to Plato. Seth is traveling to India to meet the extended family of his wife, Rhea, for the first time. On the plane ride over, he asks Rhea if she can tell him something about Eastern philosophy in Asian countries to help him better understand the culture. This lesson will consider how Rhea, who is trained in epistemology, might describe this topic to Seth. Epistemology involves the study of how we come to acquire knowledge and what the limits are to that knowledge. Rhea decides to focus on 3 overall traditions: Buddhism, Hinduism, and Taoism. Is there an Eastern way of looking at things in philosophy compared with a Western way? Many academic philosophy departments in our region tend to focus on the philosophies of American and European thinkers. This is sometimes referred to as Western philosophy. Philosophies developed in Asian countries such as Japan, China, and India are sometimes referred to as Eastern philosophy. Yet Rhea explains to Seth that not everyone agrees that the philosophies of Asian countries have a set of features in common that justify them being grouped together. Therefore, terms like Eastern philosophy and Asian philosophy can be problematic, meaning they are not always the best descriptors for such a variety of epistemologies or ways of understanding knowledge. A great example of this diversity, Rhea says, is Hinduism. Hinduism is a religion and a way of life based on interpretations of Hindu texts. Hinduism is particularly prominent in India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. But like there is no one Eastern philosophy, there is also no one unified religion or philosophy of Hinduism. A main source of knowledge often recognized among Hindu philosophers is the perception of the senses. Some thinkers have also acknowledged inference, or a type of reasoning by which we can conclude something when the senses are not adequate to do the job. For example, Rhea asks Seth if he knows they are currently in the air. He says that his senses can't really confirm it since he was asleep when they took off, there's no turbulence, and the window shade is closed. However, he can infer that since they were supposed to take off at 6:30 and now it is 7, they were probably in the air. Still another way of acquiring knowledge is testimony from others, which could be something as straightforward as Rhea confirming for Seth that she saw them take off into the air. Some argue that Hindu texts could be viewed as a type of sacred testimony. Additional methods of acquiring knowledge have been discussed in this tradition. For instance, the experiences one has during meditation are important to many who practice Hinduism. Rhea explains that another significant tradition in Asia is Buddhism, a religion established from the teachings of the Buddha. The person we know as the Buddha lived in Southeast Asia in the 5th century BCE. In this tradition, many believe that the Buddha was able to access knowledge that explained the truth about the world in which we all live. Over the course of many centuries, Buddhist perspectives have been varied in the way they interpret everyday life and how they view sacred texts. In Buddhist epistemology, perception and inference are often seen as sources of knowledge, but thinkers have disagreed about the details of whether perception from the senses alone are enough to constitute reliable knowledge. They wonder if some mental process needs to come into play to confirm a belief is reliable, beyond what the senses tell us. For instance, is it enough for Seth to use his senses to feel the motion of the plane and see sky out the window to know he is flying, or is there more involved in him coming to know this? Those following Buddhist religious traditions often believe that much of what we view as true is actually an illusion. Striving after things we think will make us happy can sometimes lead us to suffer in the process, for instance. Some Buddhist thinkers have speculated that when we experience the world, we tend to jump to conclusions about what is true, and this only lends itself to perpetuating these illusions. The practice of the religion then becomes a process of detaching from these illusions. Rhea also wants to discuss Taoism with Seth before they land. Originally emerging out of ancient China, Taoism is an ancient philosophical and religious tradition that is based on the Tao. What is the Tao? Well, that's a tough one, since the idea of Tao is considered indefinable. It may help to think of Tao as the ultimate truth about all things and a way to live. We can't really talk about the concept itself using regular language because Tao encompasses everything. To help explain this philosophy better, Rhea asked Seth if he's ever had a moment in life where things somehow spontaneously made sense to him, even though he hadn't used logical reasoning. Seth mentioned how when he goes running and stops by the stream afterwards, he often feels like he is in sync with nature and balanced. Rhea asks what feels so harmonious about it. Seth explains how the water in the stream moves along so naturally at its own pace. He takes time to observe that it can be both powerful, cracking branches in its way, yet at other times the water in the stream can be accommodating, moving itself around rocks. It is both powerful and yet accommodating as part of its whole, complete nature. This stream has an effect on Seth as he watches how it flows. Rhea tells Seth we are considered in sync with the Tao when we found a place of harmony, like the moment Seth has by the stream. During that time, he's not focused on acquiring things, arguing, or trying to change the world, for example. He's able to live simply, and even talk less as a way to stay in touch with the truth of how things are. These actions are ways to be knowledgeable within Taoism. Philosophies and religions that originally emerged in the countries of Asia are often described as Eastern approaches. Not everyone agrees that this is an appropriate grouping of these ideas. Within each tradition are a diverse range of beliefs and interpretations of how we can acquire knowledge, and if that knowledge is possible. Hindu and Buddhist philosophers have often cited sense perception and inference as ways of knowing what is true, but beliefs vary in what other ways we have access to the truth. Some debate how reliable sacred texts are for revealing knowledge. These traditions have also changed over time. In still other traditions, like Taoism, the truth itself is indefinable. We can only know truth through living in harmony with the natural way of things. As you learn philosophy, you'll notice that different thinkers treat the subject of God differently. For some, the topic of a deity plays a central role, for others a behind-the-scenes role, and for still others no role at all. In this lesson, we'll look at a Muslim philosopher of the Islamic Golden Age in the 10th century, known as Al-Farabi, who aimed to understand the connection between God and knowledge. He explored areas as diverse as science, education, and music, and in his philosophy, he aimed to explain how humans come to know what we know. For Al-Farabi, God was central to everything that exists, as a knower and creator of it all. To him, religion and philosophy were highly related, and just different ways to describe the same reality. He saw the job of philosophers like himself to obtain greater knowledge of the intellect. Ultimately, he viewed the perfect human being as someone who has developed virtue through this work. To him, virtue and knowledge of the intellect are connected ideas. Today, you might think of these as two different worlds. For instance, you might think that practicing moral behavior, like helping out a person in need, is a kind of virtue, while learning science is increasing your intellectual knowledge. Al-Farabi saw the two as interrelated and both relevant to the human soul. Al-Farabi is often described as the second teacher, following the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, who was called the first teacher. Aristotle's work had a significant effect on Al-Farabi's philosophy. Both Aristotle and Al-Farabi were interested in a concept called the active intellect, sometimes translated as the agent intellect. According to Al-Farabi, the active intellect is a key to the development of human knowledge and involves a force outside of humans and God that allows humans access to abstract divine ideas. This active intellect is viewed as coming from an overflow of intellect from God. From Al-Farabi's point of view, we're not acting all on our own when we look around the world and determine that certain things are true and others are not. Through reason, a person can observe the material world and rationally think about it, but it's more than that capacity that gives a person the truth about things. The active intellect plays a part in taking what we could potentially know and makes it possible for us to actually comprehend it for what it is. This helped him explain how prophets like Muhammad, who were central to Islamic beliefs, could receive revelation from God. Beyond prophecy, even what we see around us in day-to-day life is comprehended by our senses and rational mind only through the intervention of this active intellect. With all this interest in the intellect, you might assume that Al-Farabi's view of knowledge has little to do with human happiness. Actually, that's not the case. In fact, Al-Farabi saw happiness as an ultimate goal of the active intellect. By exposing us to the understanding of what is divine, we can understand truths and stay in line with what is natural and good. Here's another way to describe his views. God is the ultimate good, and as a philosopher, a person can work to better understand God. This work to better understand God gets a person closer to that good stuff. So being virtuous and working to understand the intellect at work are ways of achieving ultimate happiness. Religion and philosophy are connected in this way for Al-Farabi, and for many philosophers who followed his lead. Known as the second teacher, Al-Farabi was a Muslim philosopher of the Islamic Golden Age who saw religion and philosophy as highly related. In his view, God was central to everything that exists, and so a philosopher's job was to get closer to an understanding of God. How does a human acquire knowledge? One of the key players is the active intellect, a force outside of humans and God that allows humans access to abstract, divine ideas. The goal of the active intellect is human happiness. In Al-Farabi's view, a perfect human being will pursue knowledge of the intellect and develop virtue. His approach helped to create a link between Islamic theology and philosophical theory on how humans acquire knowledge. If someone describes you as a skeptic, they probably mean that you question what others take for granted as true. They might be saying you're doubtful of something you heard and are wondering whether to believe it or not. You want proof first. For instance, if you hear a rumor that an asteroid is expected to destroy an entire U.S. city 5 years from now, you'd probably investigate through a variety of sources before believing that it's true. In philosophy, skepticism refers to a worldview that is more than just doubting a particular claim. It's an approach that goes beyond just demanding evidence and instead questions the evidence itself. Broadly speaking, skepticism is the view that we cannot know anything about the world with certainty. While we're used to thinking that we can and do have knowledge about things we have studied or experienced, skepticism questions whether that's really possible. Are you a philosophical skeptic? One way to find out is to ask yourself this: do you think there are any areas of life about which we will never know what is true for sure? A person may believe that lots of things can be known and proven true, but then have one or more subject areas where they are a skeptic. Imagine, for instance, an astronomer who studies asteroids for many years. They might say they have a strong knowledge about asteroids. They might feel confident that after many years of studying asteroids, they know quite a few things about them for certain. But perhaps when it comes to knowledge about the existence or nature of God, they say there is no way of knowing for sure. This approach is modified skepticism. involving the belief that some things can be known while other things cannot be known. By contrast, total skepticism involves the belief that nothing can be known with certainty. If the astronomer was never willing to claim anything for certain about asteroids, God, or anything else, they would be considered a total skeptic. There is also another way to distinguish between forms of skepticism: academic skepticism and Pyrrhonian skepticism. Both of these particular traditions have their roots in the philosophy of ancient Greece and involve doubt as a way to avoid assuming something that could be untrue. Academic skepticism asserts that we cannot know anything about the world with certainty. This is the basic definition of skepticism given earlier, the one most commonly referenced when thinking about philosophy. You can remember it by thinking of how this is a main way that the discipline of philosophy thinks about skepticism in the academic world. Think again about the astronomer. An academic skeptic might say to the astronomer that you cannot know anything about an asteroid for sure. There's no way to prove an asteroid has particular qualities. Even if you have samples of asteroids here on Earth, and even if you can see them with telescopes, nothing can be said for sure about them. An academic skeptic would likely question every step along the way by which the astronomer has drawn conclusions about asteroids. An academic skeptic would challenge the basis for beliefs of all kinds, from fantastic claims about asteroids headed toward Earth to more believable claims like the belief that they exist at all. Why would a philosopher doubt the observations of an astronomer who gathers information in a scientific way? Well, a skeptic might look at the very process by which we take in information, the senses, and question whether they can be trusted. It probably seems natural to trust your own senses, such as the images you see, but an academic skeptic might caution you about this and say there's no way for you to prove that your senses are giving you an accurate picture of the real world. They might admit to the likelihood that what you're experiencing can tell you something is probable about the world, but not that it is certain. The other type of skepticism, in contrast to academic skepticism, is Pyrrhonian skepticism. In this view, we cannot say for sure whether we can know anything. Think of this approach as admitting that you might be able to know things about asteroids. A Pyrrhonian skeptic would say to the astronomer that it's possible you can know about the qualities of an asteroid for sure, but it's also possible that you cannot know for sure. They suspend judgment completely about whether this knowledge could be obtained. You can't be certain your senses are trustworthy, but it's also equally likely that you can trust them. There's no telling either way, no way to prove that either approach is correct. You might wonder how a skeptic could live with this uncertainty about the world around them. Why doubt everything in such a comprehensive way? Your objection is a common one against skepticism. Living as though nothing can be believed would be very difficult, if not impossible. We naturally cling to some beliefs to go about our day-to-day lives, such as the need to eat to survive. A person wouldn't survive if they doubt they need food to live. Contemporary philosophers tend to incorporate belief that certain things are likely while still questioning the foundations of those beliefs. Another objection to skepticism involves the circular nature of its claims. Even a belief in skepticism is a type of belief in itself, some argue. There are modern attempts to address this philosophical challenge as well. Though there are objections to skepticism, there are also some who advocate for its benefits. Think of how often an area of proven science is actually then proven incorrect. Think of the variety of beliefs and customs throughout the world, and how often people disagree about even basic concepts. If our senses are perfectly reliable and our knowledge so comprehensive, why does it sometimes seem that we know so little without a doubt? Skepticism gives an explanation for why our knowledge is lacking. We have no method by which we can know anything for sure. Skepticism is the view that we cannot know anything about the world with certainty. This approach may also be described as academic skepticism. This approach would include the view that we can't know anything about asteroids for sure. Pyrrhonian skepticism involves a variation on this approach. We cannot say for sure whether we can know anything. Maybe knowledge about asteroids is possible, then again, maybe not. Modified skepticism is the belief that some things can be known while other things cannot be known, such as when an astronomer would think knowledge of asteroids is possible, but perhaps question whether we can know God exists. Total skepticism, by contrast, is the belief that nothing can be known, such as when a person might reject even the evidence an astronomer gathers related to asteroids. When you see an object in front of you, like a tree, do you ever doubt whether it actually exists as physical matter? You might consider the objects you can see, touch, or feel to be separate from your ideas about them. From this point of view, objects exist and you use your senses to perceive them. What would you say to someone who suggests that only ideas exist, that only our ideas about objects can be said to be real? Perhaps you have some objections to this. In this lesson, we'll look at how George Berkeley tackled this topic and why he rejected the views of many other philosophers. Some of Berkeley's views were aligned with the main idea of empiricism, which argues that what we know comes from sense experience. However, unlike some of the other empiricists of his time, such as John Locke, Berkeley did not see a separation between a physical world and a mental world. Instead, his perspective was idealism, the view that mind-independent things do not exist. So you might wonder what that means. Does Berkeley think you're hallucinating when you see a tree in front of you, one you can touch? Does he think that when you hear leaves rustling in the breeze, this comes from your imagination? Berkeley is not saying that our experiences of objects are hallucinations. He recognizes that we do experience sensations that appear to be connected to things like trees and their leaves. However, he doesn't think the cause of those sensations is physical matter, like a material tree that's totally separate from our minds. Instead, the tree or other objects that we believe we are experiencing are collections of ideas. You still might be scratching your head with confusion about how Berkeley can say that objects are just ideas. To better understand the context of his philosophy, let's first look at the other popular theories of his time. Scientific discoveries of the day were providing a view of a world that could exist without a supreme being, a god, as part of the plan. There were also philosophers at this point in history who were looking at sensations in our body as responses to physical matter. In many cases, this view did not require a god to be part of the equation. From this point of view, perhaps the world could operate without the existence of a god guiding it. Still, another approach of the time was to strongly question whether we know anything at all. Berkeley's major motivations in making his claims were to incorporate God into explanations of how the world works and to confirm that there are some things we really can know about reality. Berkeley put God smack dab in the middle of the scene as a significant explanation for how the world can be explained. According to Berkeley, it's God that has structured our experience in a specific way. He explains that the concept of objects exists in God's mind. When we experience the sensations of an object, like the color of a leaf for instance, we are perceiving an idea from within the mind of God. Ultimately, everything is made up of ideas, and these ideas come from God. Berkeley is known well by the phrase, "to be is to be perceived," meaning that all that exists is our perception of things. To help you remember his name, you might think of how Berkeley thought that even bark on a tree is a collection of ideas within the mind, and not a separate object somewhere out there in the world. Yet Berkeley's idealism involved more than just an argument for belief in God. He makes an interesting case for his approach by arguing that objects do not really have qualities that we typically ascribe to them. For instance, let's say you have a pot of boiling water. Heat is one quality of that water. But what about the qualities of room temperature water? If you were to put your hand in the freezer, and then put your hand in water at room temperature, the water might seem to have the quality of warmth. Then again, if you put your hand under hot water, then place it in the warm water, the water would feel cold. Berkeley argues, as others have, that this shows qualities like temperature to be relative, even contradictory, and in his view, not so material at all. Perceiving hot versus cold is about ideas, not an experience of a separate physical reality, he claims. He goes on to claim that the same sorts of problems come up when we look at qualities like the size of an object. These too are relative to who is doing the perceiving. An object can't be said to have any material qualities at all separate from the mind of a person. Berkeley advocates for rejecting the view that objects in the world are made up of physical matter and qualities associated with matter. George Berkeley was both an empiricist and an idealist. Empiricism involves the belief that what we know comes from sense experience, while idealism is the view that mind-independent things do not exist. This means that Berkeley believed there are no real material qualities of an object, that what are described as objects or physical matter are actually collections of ideas. These ideas originate in the mind of God. To Berkeley, to be is to be perceived, meaning that all that exists is our perception of things. Two people are standing outside of a locked door. One person says, "I have the key. I know it's the correct key because I've tested it in the lock and it works to open the door." The other person says, "I have a key too. I've never tried to open the lock with it, but I know it will work because I have a gut feeling about it." Whose key do you think is the most likely to work? The second person's key might end up working, but you would probably feel most confident in using the first one that's been tested. Some philosophers believe that testing and experience, like having tried a key in the lock, are the only ways we can legitimately claim something is true. They believe this approach to be the most effective way to understand even complicated aspects of the world. In this lesson, you'll consider what John Locke had to say about this topic in an essay concerning human understanding. One of Locke's main goals in the text is to determine what can be claimed legitimately and what cannot. How do we develop our knowledge? A simple way to express his view is knowledge comes from experience. This is the perspective of empiricism, a major school of thought within epistemology. It may help to remember what the term empirical means based on how it starts with the same letter as experimental, an approach that values experiencing and testing. So in his view, actually experiencing the world through our senses is the only way to arrive at a conclusion and to know the truth about something. A person testing a key in a lock would be a legitimate way to come to the conclusion, "My key opens the door." Locke saw a human being as a blank slate or blank tablet at birth. The Latin phrase often used to describe this concept is tabula rasa. To Locke, this means that we come into the world without any understanding inside of us, like a blank piece of paper where nothing has been written yet. We can only reason based on what happens to us and what we learn. So if a human being is a tabula rasa from day one, they can only know things based on interactions with the world. It may help to remember the views of John Locke by thinking of how we might test a key in the lock of a door as a way to develop knowledge. You might wonder if Locke is saying that because we never interacted with a particular object, like a camel for instance, that we can't say anything is true about that object. Locke isn't saying we have to see a camel to know something about it. We don't have to physically experience something to gain knowledge of it. For instance, we may learn things from someone else who has experienced them and then claim knowledge about those things. Locke highlights two main ways we gain knowledge: sensation and reflection. Sensation involves the use of the senses to obtain information, like seeing the color of a camel or tasting a lemon. Reflection, on the other hand, uses an internal sense, our own consciousness, to think about what we experience. For example, if you know the shape that a key needs to be to fit the lock, we could reflect on whether another key of a similar shape would fit, even if we've never used that key in the past. Reflection can also involve our memory. A person who says they've used a key to open a particular door in the past is using their memory to come to the conclusion that the key will work today. It might be hard to disagree with the idea that testing a key in the lock of a door is the best way to know if it works. That's a no-brainer and something we'd all agree is a good approach in the real world. What some philosophers debate is whether knowledge comes mainly from experience itself, or if it's actually our capacity to reason that is the stronger basis for knowledge. For Locke, the answer is clear: experience. There are no innate ideas inborn in humans, no knowledge present from the start. As a tabula rasa, we can only develop knowledge based on sensations and reflections. Locke's approach to empiricism involves the claim that all knowledge comes from experience, and that there are no innate ideas that are with us when we are born. At birth, we are a blank slate, or a tabula rasa in Latin. Experience includes both sensation and reflection. Sensation is the use of the senses to obtain information, like seeing the size, shape, color, and smell of a camel. Reflection, on the other hand, uses an internal sense, our own consciousness, to think about what we experience, like considering whether a certain shaped key will open a door. Reflection can also involve our memory, as when we reflect back on whether a key worked in the past. Many philosophers in history have had a deep interest in questions like, what is the nature of the soul, and does God exist? David Hume was not one of these people. In fact, his focus was less about explaining the mysteries of existence and more about considering the question, why do we believe what we believe? In this lesson, we'll look at how Hume categorized different human experiences and how this influenced his approach to philosophy. Hume believed that what we know comes from sense experience, a school of thought called empiricism. As a Scottish philosopher living in the 18th century, he took a great interest in the scientific discoveries of his time. These discoveries involved testing, calculations, and experiments to learn about the world. One of the key concepts during this era in science was the idea that natural laws could explain much of the phenomena we see in the world. For instance, an apple falling from a tree could be observed and a law of gravity used to explain it. Measurements and calculations could be used to better understand and speculate about many other phenomena like the shape of the earth or the speed of sound. Hume was drawn to consider philosophy from this perspective of the physical world and its natural laws. This is part of why he took less interest in metaphysical questions like what is the nature of the soul, and more interest in a somewhat more concrete topic like how we come to know what we know. He was looking to explain what could be observed, rather than speculate about spiritual matters like whether God exists. If you stop for a moment and observe your own train of thought, you might notice how many different kinds of thoughts you have and how sensations in your body affect you. For instance, as you read this, your mind is working to comprehend what is being said. Meanwhile, if you have an itch on your arm, your mind will also become focused on that sensation. Some philosophers believe that sensations and emotions are physical in nature. For instance, they would describe what it's like when you scratch your arm as physical. These philosophers might go on to claim that the ideas we have about these sensations and emotions are spiritual in nature, like you processing the information in this lesson and understanding it with your mind. While watching this lesson might not seem spiritual in the same way as prayer or other religious practices, some philosophers still view it as separate from our physical existence and therefore something spiritual in nature. They draw a distinction between the physical experience, your itchy arm, and the spiritual experience, your ideas and beliefs. So what did Hume think about this? On one hand, he did agree that it is helpful to describe the sensations we receive from an itchy arm using a different term than the word we would use to describe a concept from this lesson. Mental perceptions, in Hume's view, fall into the category of either impressions or ideas. Your itchy arm is an impression, whereas the concepts in this lesson are ideas. Other examples of an impression are the feeling you would have if you stubbed your toe, or the emotion of anger you feel when you stub it. An idea, on the other hand, would include the memory of stubbing your toe, or using your imagination to think about stubbing your toe. An idea could also be a belief you hold following stubbing your toe, such as the thought, if I bump my toe against the table leg, it will really, really hurt. But Hume didn't accept that one category is physical and the other is spiritual, as did many other philosophers. He rejected the idea that sensations are physical and ideas are spiritual. Instead, he saw both of these phenomena as related to our physical nature. So from Hume's point of view, even what we believe is rooted in a physical experience, one that can potentially be explained by science and natural laws. His philosophy included explanations for how our impressions and ideas are connected to one another. For instance, exactly how do we go from feeling the pain in our toe to developing a belief that if I bump my toe against the table leg, it will really, really hurt? This belief may seem simple and obvious from the outside, a result of stubbing your toe and realizing it will hurt if it happens again. But Hume wanted to study even these seemingly obvious conclusions we draw in life. He wanted to explore how we develop beliefs, similar to how a scientist would investigate any other phenomena and explain how things work in the physical world. Like others from the tradition of empiricism, David Hume approached philosophy from the view that what we know comes from sense experience. In his work, he wanted to answer the question, why do we believe what we do? He used his philosophical writings to explore the mental perceptions we experience, including both impressions and ideas. Hume's interest in the science of natural laws influenced his work a great deal. While some philosophers described some mental perceptions as physical and others as spiritual, Hume saw them as physical in nature. He was particularly interested in explaining the connection between impressions and ideas, and more specifically, how we develop beliefs. How do I know you exist? I mean, if you were to provide me with proof that you are a conscious person, what would you offer as evidence? You might show me your birth certificate, or meet me in person to demonstrate that you are a real, thinking, breathing human. Now try a different question. How do you know that you exist? You could look in a mirror or look at documentation that shows that you were born, but isn't there a more fundamental way that you can say that you exist, even without this information? Is there some proof that comes from within you and not from anything outside of you at all? In this lesson, we'll look at how early modern rationalists René Descartes and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz understood how we arrive at conclusions about what is true, including even the basic knowledge that we exist at all. Rationalism is the view that what we know comes from reason. In philosophy, this approach is often understood in contrast to the view that what we know comes from sense experience or empiricism. Those who are described as rationalists may see sense experience as beneficial in some respects, but still believe that our rational minds are mainly responsible for determining truth. Let's look at Descartes for his explanation of what this really means. René Descartes was a French philosopher, mathematician, and physicist who is often described as the father of modern philosophy. He lived during the 17th century, an era of many empiricists, but he did not follow this path. Descartes started with the idea that one should doubt most of what we think we know to help us get to the truth. So let's begin with the skeptical concept that we may know nothing at all. What is the first thing we can consider proving from this place of total doubt about everything? Descartes believed that the first thing we know for sure can be summed up with his famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am." Okay, what does this mean, you might wonder? Well, Descartes had set about the task to doubt anything and everything, even his own existence, until he could reasonably conclude that something is true. So if you question even your own existence, how do you go about proving you exist? Descartes pointed out that in order to doubt, there has to be someone doing the doubting. In fact, to think at all, there must be someone doing the thinking. So starting in a place of complete doubt, then, first and foremost is the knowledge that you are thinking, and so your own thinking mind proves you exist. I think, therefore I am. From here, Descartes believed you could go about establishing other truths that are reasonable to conclude, like the beliefs that the physical body is separate from the mind, and that matter exists. Note that it's not from experiencing the world with one's senses that he came to this belief, but through reason or using one's own rational mind. This is the essence of rationalism, that sensory information, what we see or hear for instance, is not the primary way we come to know things. Instead, our own rational mind is how we come to know things with certainty. He also points to examples of where senses could even mislead us. For instance, we might sense something in our dreams, like the idea that we are in a garden, smelling flowers with a breeze blowing. But in this case, our senses are not accurate. There is no garden and no breeze. But Descartes doesn't poo-poo the senses completely. He does recognize they are useful insofar as the senses help us move around in the world and do what we need to do. Yet the senses are not the sole basis for our knowledge and are well worth doubting, says Descartes. Like Descartes, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz saw reason as the main source of knowledge. A German philosopher and mathematician, he made significant contributions to a variety of disciplines, including physics, logic, ethics, and theology. Born just a few years before the death of Descartes, he is also considered an early modern rationalist. Leibniz acknowledged that the senses are responsible for some of what we discover as truth, but he did not agree with the empiricist idea that the senses are the basis for all knowledge. Instead, like Descartes, he believed that a good deal of what we know comes to us through our ability to use our rational minds. While we might think of our mind as an organ called the brain, Descartes argued that the concept of the mind is something much more than physical matter. The mind is not made of material in the way the rest of the world is. It's not stuff like a chair or a plant. It's immaterial. Leibniz also believed the mind was immaterial, but then went even further to question whether even the physical body and other stuff is material in the way we imagine, coming up with his own theory for what makes up the world as we know it. He used the term monads to describe what he saw as the primary elements that make up the universe. These monads contain all the potential properties they could have in the future and a trace of all the properties they've had in the past, folded up to appear as we perceive them in the moment. Both Descartes and Leibniz rejected the idea that the mind is a blank slate at birth, as philosopher John Locke had said. The human mind starts off life with some innate ideas all its own. Rather than giving credit to the senses for most of what we know, early modern rationalists saw this innate reasoning as a key basis for gaining knowledge. René Descartes and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz were both early modern philosophers considered to be rationalists. Rationalism is the view that what we know comes from reason. In philosophy, this approach is often understood in contrast to the view that what we know comes from sense experience or empiricism. Descartes believed that starting from a place of complete doubt about everything, the first we know for sure can be summed up with his famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am." He was also able to conclude that matter exists and that the physical body is separated from the mind. Leibniz went even further to propose that everything is immaterial based on his theory of monads. Both philosophers placed primary importance on the power of the rational mind and innate ideas, emphasizing the ability to know things rather than focusing only on sensory experience. Consider the following 3 statements. Dogs are canines. All dogs bark. 1 dog plus 2 dogs equals 3 dogs. You might think of these as somewhat obvious-sounding statements, but a few simple statements about dogs can reveal something interesting about how philosophers distinguish between different types of knowledge. Immanuel Kant was a German philosopher of the 19th century who made big waves in his field. In this lesson, we'll focus on what he had to say about these 3 types of statements and why his theories are considered so influential. Kant arrived on the philosophy scene with 2 very strong traditions to understanding knowledge already firmly in place and often at odds. A tradition of rationalism claimed that what we know comes from reason, while a tradition of empiricism took the view that what we know comes from sense experience. You might wonder why there was such a division between those who argued in favor of reason being primary compared with those who argued that experience is primary. Can't both play a role? If this is your point of view, Kant would agree with you. According to him, reason and experience are both related to how we acquire knowledge. Kant found a way to explain that they're related, and by the end of this lesson, you'll have a better idea of why he saw both empiricism and rationalism as limited in explaining truth individually. In order to better understand this topic, Kant took a look at how rationalists understand knowledge. He considered the question of what is pure reason actually capable of accomplishing? What are its limitations? Let's take the earlier statements about dogs once again, and we'll come back to how reason fits into the picture. Dogs are canines. All dogs bark. 1 dog plus 2 dogs equals 3 dogs. first consider dogs are canines and what this really means. We know that the word canine is another way to describe a dog. Saying dogs are canines holds no information about dogs that is separate from the very definition of a dog. Instead, we're simply using another word in the language to describe what is already true about dogs without any room for question. By definition, a dog is a canine. It's a little like saying dogs are dogs. It's not particularly informative unless you've never heard the term canine before today. Kant referred to this type of statement as an analytic judgment, or put simply, it's definitional. How about all dogs bark? This provides a different kind of information. It's more than a definition of a dog. It's a description that isn't necessarily a given and aims to describe dogs. It's about information, and in this case, misinformation about dogs, since there are some dogs that do not bark. This type of statement is called a synthetic judgment, one that contains more than just the definition and provides information. Kant called this a synthetic judgment because you have to synthesize one thing, in this case dogs, with another thing, that they bark. The phrase dogs are canines doesn't require synthesizing because the two ideas, dogs and canines, are really the same thing. In other words, the term dogs contains the idea of canines. Before we get to the last phrase, let's consider another set of terms Kant used to describe these two different phrases. Kant would add another label to the first phrase, dogs are canines, the label of a priori knowledge, or knowledge that comes from reason. This means it's not experience in the world that would prove or disprove that dogs are canines. They're just canines, and as long as we know the language of these words, we can reason dogs are canines is a true statement. We don't need to experience dogs in any way to know this. Since canine is a category to which a dog belongs by definition, remember that we already said it was an analytic judgment. Combining the two descriptors then, the statement dogs are canines is an analytic a priori statement. What about the second phrase, all dogs bark? This is knowledge that has come from experience of dogs and is called a posteriori knowledge. Knowing whether dogs bark can only come from experiencing dogs or learning from others who have experienced them. We can also remember that the statement is a synthetic judgment because it provides information about dogs, not just a definition, and synthesizes the concepts of dogs and bark together. Combining the two descriptors then, the statement all dogs bark is a synthetic a posteriori statement. Got it? No? It's okay to be a bit confused by the different terms Kant used. It may take time to wrap your head around what Kant was trying to say. What's important to grasp is that he had a purpose in trying to be very precise about labeling statements in this way. This labeling became particularly important when he considered a phrase like the last one, the math problem, 1 dog plus 2 dogs equals 3 dogs. Written as an equation, this would be 1 plus 2 equals 3. Which of the previous phrases do you think this one is most like? Perhaps you think it's a bit like the first phrase, dogs are canines, because knowing 1 plus 2 equals 3 is true regardless of our testing this in real life. The numbers are abstract concepts. Like many other philosophers, Kant argued that mathematical truths like this were a priori knowledge, knowledge based on reason and not experience. But wait, it's also a bit like the second phrase, all dogs bark. Kant would argue that 1 plus 2 equals 3 is not just defining those numbers, but giving some new information about them and synthesizing one concept, 1 plus 2, with a somewhat different concept, equals 3. The number 3 is not contained in the concept of 1 plus 2 in the way that dogs equal canines. So here we have a synthetic, a priori statement. This description of mathematical truths as synthetic a priori statements was extremely important to Kant's argument and shaped the way knowledge would be discussed ever since. So what made this so revolutionary? Remember how Kant wanted to demonstrate the capacity of reason alone and understand its limitations. A priori synthetic statements help to demonstrate that reason and experience are interrelated. Instead of choosing sides in a rationalism-empiricism debate, Kant worked to show that knowledge comes from the use of reason and our experience synthesized together. He also recognized that reason could be used to understand the workings of the mind itself, as he made efforts to do in his own philosophy. Immanuel Kant considered the tradition of rationalism, that what we know comes from reason, and asked the question of what really can come from reason alone. In addition to distinguishing between knowledge gained from reason and knowledge gained from experience, Kant also considered the categories of synthetic judgments and analytic judgments. Put simply, an analytic judgment is more definitional, while a synthetic judgment contains more than just the definition and provides information. Synthetic judgments synthesize or put together one concept, such as dogs, with another concept, such as barking. In identifying mathematical principles as synthetic a priori knowledge, Kant opened the door to consider how experience and reason were interrelated. Meet gullible Gertrude. When Gertrude uses social media, she shares just about any wild claim she sees online, like information about a new wonder drug that will supposedly make you lose 20 pounds in 10 days. She also believes just about anything someone tells her, even when there is no evidence that it is true. Now meet skeptic Steve. Steve is at the opposite end of the spectrum from Gertrude. He doesn't believe anything he reads, always questioning its source no matter how well respected it is. He's also such an extreme skeptic that he doubts that any human being even has the ability to reason within them. He thinks we can't ever know anything with certainty about the world around us enough to make any judgments or take any action with confidence. This lesson takes a look at how Scottish philosopher David Hume would look at the approach of these two characters when he was writing about skepticism in the 1700s. Skepticism, broadly defined, is the argument that we cannot know anything about the world with certainty. First, let's consider how Hume understood perception. He argues that experiences or impressions we have from our senses are vivid, while the ideas and memories we form from them are not. So when you have an object in front of you, like a grapefruit, you experience a sensation of the grapefruit through seeing it, feeling it, smelling it, and tasting it that is different from what you experience when you think about a grapefruit. Your mental thought of a grapefruit is related to the actual experience of interacting with one in person, but it's much less vivid and far less reliable. Gertrude might say that what she thinks of as a grapefruit in her mind is basically the same as the grapefruit itself, like an exact copy. Steve, on the other hand, agrees with Hume and says that our thoughts and beliefs about grapefruits are different than an actual grapefruit. In fact, Steve is convinced that even if he has enjoyed a certain variety of grapefruit 100 times in the past, he has no way at all of knowing for certain that he would enjoy it in the future. You might wonder, what is Steve's problem? Why can't he use common sense to believe that if you like a certain type of fruit in the past, that you'll enjoy it in the future? Isn't that simply obvious? Here's where Hume can help again. He would say that skeptic Steve is onto something to a certain degree. Events we see as cause and effect, like I ate a grapefruit and I felt satisfaction, are not so firmly tied together as we think they are. So many elements of our life seem to be connected by one thing happening followed by another, as cause and effect. Yet there is no real firm justification for this belief that the two are connected, he says. Remember, our ideas about anything, including grapefruits, are far less vivid than the experience itself, according to Hume. We may confuse the actual experience with our memory of it. Yet they are not the same thing. This puts us at risk of thinking that what we have come to believe over time is the truth about something, even when it's not certain. What we see as cause and effect relationship are really events that have a strong probability of occurring in conjunction with one another based on our experience. For instance, if someone asks you if you think the sun will rise tomorrow, you might feel confident saying you are 100% sure that this will happen. You've seen the sun rise day in and day out for your entire life, so isn't it safe to say that the sun will definitely rise? Not so fast, says Hume. We don't really know this rationally. We just know it based on habit and custom. It's familiar to us to watch the sun rise every morning, and scientifically we expect this to happen, but we can't say for sure that this is definitely going to happen. We can only say that the sun will probably rise tomorrow. In short, according to Hume, we have no rational justification for most of what we believe. But Hume doesn't really think we want to live like skeptic Steve. Imagine looking at the fruit available for you to eat and saying to yourself, I can never really know for sure if I actually like any of these. It sounds completely silly, right? We can't function in life if we don't make use of some of our beliefs, even things we can't know for sure. After all, Steve will have a hard time doing just about anything if he doesn't assume the sun will rise tomorrow. Instead, Hume advises a less extreme form of skepticism compared to that of skeptic Steve. So Hume is definitely not a fan of gullible Gertrude's acceptance of everything at face value. But he's also not a fan of Steve's resistance to any use of beliefs to live his life. In fact, this kind of life would be impossible. Remember Hume's approach to skepticism by thinking of his view that we have to rely on some of our beliefs in order to function in day-to-day life, like the kinds of choices we make at home, for instance. He still advocates for continual questioning of what we believe to be true and coming to conclusions only as we have evidence. But he doesn't have a problem with acting as though the sun will rise tomorrow or that you enjoy eating grapefruits if it helps you to live your life. David Hume held views within the tradition of skepticism. In other words, the argument that we cannot know anything about the world with certainty. He argued that we have no rational justification for most of what we believe. He questioned how we arrive at conclusions about what we think is true. Often it is by habit and custom that we believe something happens in a cause and effect way. He argued that we can only really say that something is more probable, not that it is certain. Therefore, we should question what we believe to be true and strive for as much evidence as possible before coming to a conclusion. Yet in order to function and act in the world, we do sometimes have to make use of beliefs we have formed along the way, like our belief that the sun will rise tomorrow. Meet Anton. Anton is a student that likes learning about philosophy, but sometimes he wonders whether it's worth investigating certain topics. He likes to see the practical application to thinking about questions such as what is real, what is true, and what is good. As he researches thinkers William James, John Dewey, and C.S. Peirce, he's intrigued to learn that more than a century ago, they had similar concerns about focusing on what is useful. As a result, they aim to take an approach of pragmatism. Generally speaking, the pragmatism of these classical thinkers is a philosophical perspective that claims that the truth is what works on a practical level. You can remember the term pragmatism by thinking of the word practical. Rather than simply focusing on the theories, pragmatists wanted to see belief in action. Let's consider an example, one used by William James, an American psychologist who thought it was important to look at things in relationship to what they mean to human beings. For example, let's imagine Anton finds himself in lectures that seem of little relevance to the world in which he lives, and unrelated to his life and the lives of those around him. Dewey would acknowledge that this is not the ideal way to learn at all. Students learn by testing their thoughts through action. For instance, rather than solely learning history from a lecture, Anton can consider how historical events have affected those who lived through that era. Like James, Dewey argued that beliefs should be considered in connection to what consequences they have in the world. If discussing a topic won't lead to any useful knowledge, it's best to move on to a topic that does have the potential to be productive and solve a human problem. Prior to Dewey and James, C.S. Peirce had already established a pragmatic method for gaining knowledge. Peirce was a late 19th century American philosopher, logician, mathematician, and scientist. He is known for his significant interest in the scientific method and logic, and less focus on the social consequences explored by Dewey and James. Like other pragmatists, he believed in clarifying terms. He was also interested in how a belief is a way of predicting what will happen if you take an action. A belief is not just a concept in your mind, but something that is actionable, something you can test. Peirce distinguished his own views from those of James and Dewey. Think of Peirce as more likely to see pragmatism as a method to use, but not necessarily an entire philosophy in itself. He even renamed his own approach pragmaticism to distinguish it from the pragmatism that was being discussed in academic journals in a particular way he did not intend. For a student like Anton, who likes to discover things through hands-on tasks, Peirce is an intriguing leader who advocated for pragmatic experimentation as a way to understand the truth. Generally speaking, pragmatism of the late 19th and early 20th century is a philosophical perspective that claims that the truth is what works on a practical level. You can remember the term pragmatism by thinking of the word practical. Rather than simply focusing on theories, pragmatists wanted to see belief in action. William James and John Dewey were particularly interested in the social consequences and impact on social progress that beliefs can have. C.S. Peirce, on the other hand, focused more on scientific inquiry and logic. All three philosophers were interested in clarifying terms and in exploring topics in a productive, actionable way. If a teacher says to a student, "Tell me about cereal," in an essay, the student might respond by researching the production, economics, and nutrition of cereal, and then compiling this data into a paper for the teacher. Perhaps the student would include numbers of boxes of cereal produced, statistics of which ingredients are prominent in the most popular products, or a breakdown of the chemical structure of a cornflake. What if the teacher says to a student, "Tell me about cereal from your own point of view and experience"? The student might say something like, cereal can be crunchy like baked flakes and granola, or soft like oatmeal. Or they could say, I eat it in the morning, I eat it in a bowl with milk, or perhaps I never eat cereal. The first approach, the research paper, is how we might aim to describe cereal using theories and data. The second approach, talking about our experience of cereal, is a different way to describe cereal and can be part of a method known as phenomenology. You might think that the first type of essay sounds more reliable. After all, what can one person's experience of cereal contribute to our understanding of cereal? What the second approach can offer is not necessarily a more complete explanation of cereal all by itself. Instead, talking about what cereal means in your own life is better as a method to describe things as they appear in consciousness. This is the central goal of phenomenology. Phenomenology looks at first-person, lived experiences for information. Gather many experiences of cereal together from a variety of people, and you'll start to notice patterns in the human understanding of what cereal is like, what the essence of cereal is. This meaning could also vary from culture to culture and be dependent on language and other factors too. What is so critical about this approach is that it is focused on describing how we actually experience phenomena like a bowl of cereal. The person considered the founder of the phenomenological movement was a German philosopher named Edmund Husserl, who lived in the late 1800s and early 1900s. He described our everyday approach to the world around us as the natural attitude, one in which we go about our business as though there is a separate world of things that exists outside of our consciousness. For instance, wherever you are right now, look around you or listen to the noises you hear, and you probably would say these things and noises exist as facts. This Husserl saw as our default way of thinking about the world. Husserl wanted to go beyond this way of thinking. He was interested in our direct observations of the world around us as we experience them. His hope was that one could use a first-person perspective to accurately describe what is around them without trying to explain what causes them. For instance, let's say that you and a friend are having lunch together. You start to discuss the cafe around you and what you see. If you describe things pretty much as you experience them, you would notice that you and your friends seem to share a similar structure of the world. The table is in between you, the deli counter is to your right, etc. From this conversation, you've learned how your friend envisions the world and what her viewpoint is. You could have assumed this as part of your natural attitude, but in dialogue you learn that this is definitely a shared understanding and pattern of how things are structured for both of you. Why was this important to Husserl? He was responding with an alternative to other methods that sought to explain human consciousness the way you might explain the design of a machine or the functioning of an organ. He pointed out that studying consciousness requires a far different approach than how scientists study the natural world. The conversation with your friend is an example of a more phenomenological approach, one that relies on a person reporting on what they themselves experience. Since Husserl's initial writings on phenomenology, additional methods and approaches in the same style have been developed. Think of phenomenology as a way of getting down to the nitty-gritty day-to-day descriptions of phenomena, like a cafe, a bowl of cereal, or any other experience in life. Phenomenology is a method to describe things as they appear in consciousness. Phenomenology looks at first-person lived experiences for information. The founder of phenomenology, Edmund Husserl, felt that a different approach was needed to describe human experience and consciousness, rather than the scientific method. Although the natural attitude we have may be to assume the world around us exists in a particular way, it is through each person describing our experience of this world that we can see patterns and the essence of things. We have to set aside theories and consider what is being described. According to Husserl, if we put our experiences together, we will have a far more accurate picture than we could if we relied on data that comes from outside of ourselves. Do you consider pets to be family members? Or do you cringe if someone refers to their pet as they would a child? Whatever your feelings on this subject, this approach to treating pets like they are part of the family is a cultural practice for many people in our society. It's an example of a belief that has been constructed by our experience in the world with other humans and with our animals. Our beliefs about pets are one example of how people actively participate in the process of constructing knowledge. In this lesson, we'll look at how an approach known as constructivism is used in various fields of study. We'll also look at a major contributor to this theory, Jean Piaget. Constructivism is the view that people construct knowledge through their experiences and interactions with the world. The belief that pets are like family, for example, has been constructed over time. The belief is not what you think of as an observable scientific fact. Yet many people feel as though their pet can be described as a family member and have constructed the idea that pets are similar to children or grandchildren. Several academic disciplines use constructivist theories to explain how people come to know what they know. Sociologists and anthropologists, for instance, might explore the topic of how we have come to consider pets to be a part of the family. They also look at other central ideas in our culture. For example, they might explore what we believe to be true about men and women. They might research how blue has become associated with boys and pink with girls, or question why people believe that men have certain qualities while women have other qualities. They would consider how we have formed shared beliefs and ideas as a culture about topics like these. This approach is sometimes referred to as social constructionism. In the field of psychology, constructivism says that we are more than passive recipients of the world around us, more than just sponges. We are not merely observers of what we encounter. As students, we do not simply make a photocopy in our brain of what the teacher tells us is the truth. Even as you watch this lesson, you are engaging in a learning process that is more than just you absorbing the words I'm saying. You are weighing what is being said with what you already believe to be true and with your own experience. If we were in a classroom using a constructivist approach, you might have the opportunity to discuss with other students what you think about these topics. Or you might be assigned a problem to tackle with a group of other students, learning from one another as you go. From a constructivist perspective, engaging with others and continually learning from our experiences is how we learn. As a result of constructivist theories, different approaches to education have been implemented. One important thinker in constructivist research is Jean Piaget. Originally a zoologist, Piaget was ultimately best known for his work as a Swiss psychologist who theorized about cognitive development. He was a pioneer of genetic epistemology. Genetic epistemology is a theory for explaining how human beings learn and proposes that we are active participants in the construction of reality. While some philosophers have theorized that we are born with the ability to reason in a particular way, Piaget proposed that our abilities develop over time. Consider how babies begin to form knowledge about their environment as they grow. First, babies get opportunities to encounter new objects, like the building blocks in their play area. Over time, a child may start to learn how to think about objects like blocks more abstractly, learning how adding one block to 2 blocks gives them a total of 3. They may then also develop cultural understanding, such as the idea that blocks are not to be thrown at people, or how one's pet dog is welcome in the house, but a wild squirrel is not. Piaget also explained what he saw as the stages of development in children to explain how learning occurs and knowledge develops. This research helped those working in education consider how to structure learning environments to support this development. Constructivism is the view that people construct knowledge through their experiences and interactions with the world. Rather than mere observers of the world around us, constructivist theorists propose that we are actively engaged in constructing reality. Many fields have been influenced by constructivist thought, including sociology, anthropology, psychology, and education. A Swiss psychologist who theorized about cognitive development, Jean Piaget proposed that there are types of knowledge that children acquire as they grow. His work and that of others has influenced how we understand the development of beliefs, from simple mathematical concepts like 1 + 2 = 3 to shared cultural ideas like how we view pets and what we think about gender. Imagine you have a 6-year-old child who is watching TV one day and sees a new amusement park advertised. She gets incredibly excited, jumping up and down, asking you if you can take her someday. It's not that the park costs too much or that it's far away. The problem is that you and your daughter are simply not allowed to go. You see, it's 1963 and you live in segregated society. How do you break the news to your young child? What will she learn as a result of what you say about the situation if you tell her the truth? What will she think about herself and the color of her skin as a result? What other opportunities will she never have the chance to experience, ones even more critical than a visit to the amusement park? In this lesson, we'll consider how epistemology, or how we come to acquire knowledge, is approached by 3 African American thinkers, W.E.B. Du Bois, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Anna Julia Cooper. The example of the 6-year-old is one of many situations described by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in his letter from a Birmingham jail. Of course, the horrors of racism go beyond missing out on an amusement park. He recounts many other results of segregation and mistreatment due to ethnicity. But even the simple example of the little girl helps us to understand something about how deeply flawed a system of racial injustice is, and how it affects the way we come to know things about the world. He describes how the little girl would try to process that a person with her skin color is not allowed in the park, even one designed specifically for children. He argues that she will end up seeing herself differently than white children as a result of this segregated society. Those not living the experience of what it is like to be black in 1960s America seemed unable to fully comprehend what it would be like to live with such injustice, and King calls them out on this. He used his letter to make it clear what was at stake. King argued that those who sympathize with his position at all must try to imagine what it's like to live with no real timetable for these conditions of segregation to end. Rather than being told to continue to wait for the right time to make change, he advocates that change is needed right then, in 1963, and not some unknown future time. How does this relate to epistemology? Well, King recognized how what we know is affected by more than just our common human experience of the world. What we come to know is affected by our ethnic identity, including the color of our skin, and how other people interact with us. For instance, the little girl's sense of herself would forever be affected by being told she was not able to go to the public park because of her skin color. Her knowledge of the world would be influenced by this incident and impact her view of her own life and identity. Earlier in the 20th century, W.E.B. Du Bois had described this as double consciousness, looking at oneself through both your own eyes and the eyes of others. Using the concept of double consciousness and other insights, Du Bois explored what it was like to be of African heritage in U.S. society in the early 1900s. It's a terrible tension to live with, he says. Not only are rights and opportunities denied to a person based on ethnic identity, but also even one's own knowledge and sense of self are affected by this unjust system. Du Bois hoped that those like the little girl who have experienced unjust treatment could still come to a better place in her understanding of herself, a place of empowerment and self-knowledge. During a similar era as Du Bois, another thinker was also considering how oppression affects a person's knowledge about the world. Her name was Anna Julia Cooper, and from her perspective, it's not just ethnicity that influences our experience in a big way. As a black woman, Cooper had a first-hand view of another form of oppression, the oppression of women. Imagine again if the little girl who couldn't go to the amusement park has a brother who can go because he is a boy. A parent tells her that they are lucky he can go because it's an improvement. Now imagine the same structure throughout society, including access to employment and education, where men have access and women still do not. That's not justice, Cooper would say. Cooper fought to ensure that advancements in society took into account gender and that women were afforded the same opportunities. An 1894 essay helps to summarize her thoughts. We take our stand on the solidarity of humanity, the oneness of life, and the unnaturalness and injustice of all special favoritisms, whether of sex, race, country, or condition. If one link of the chain be broken, the chain is broken. In Cooper's view, black women faced at least two oppressions, that of being a woman and that of being black. From her point of view, what we know is based on factors that include both gender and ethnicity. Only through eliminating all special favoritisms can justice be achieved. These special favoritisms affect everything from how we are treated in society to how we come to believe what is true. In this lesson, we explored the way that three African American thinkers viewed knowledge. All three recognized that the experience of being of African heritage in the United States affected how one views the world and one's own self. In the 20th century, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. highlighted the urgency of changing segregated society. He pointed out how what we know about ourselves is affected by this system of racial prejudice. Years earlier, W.E.B. Du Bois had also described the phenomenon of double consciousness, looking at oneself through both your own eyes and the eyes of others, and how even our internal view of ourselves is influenced by ethnic identity. Anna Julia Cooper pointed out that it's not just oppression based on ethnicity that influences our understanding of what is true, but also our gender and any other special favoritism. Julia is reading all about epistemology for her philosophy class. Epistemology is the study of how we come to acquire knowledge and what the limits are to that knowledge. Julia notices that the authors of essays and books about epistemology in the past have often been male. From Plato to Locke to Kant, there are men speaking about the experience of knowledge and knowing. This lesson looks at what Julia discovers when she starts to learn about what feminists have to say about epistemology. So what is feminism? This term has many definitions depending on the person describing it, but we'll use the term here to mean movements to establish greater equality for people of any gender. From Julia's perspective, even including female philosophers is an example of feminism in action in her philosophy class. Without women's voices, you still get a variety of viewpoints. However, they are still restricted to one biological sex, that of men. That said, it's important to note that men can also be feminists if they seek the goal of equality. So what do feminist philosophers care to discuss? Many of the same issues that have been important throughout the history of philosophy also concern contemporary feminist philosophers, from metaphysics to ethics to epistemology. Yet Julia notices something as she reads what female philosophers in particular have to say. The very experience of having been excluded from philosophy in the past is important. This perspective leads some thinkers to have new insight on this topic of how knowledge is acquired. It makes them want to consider how we can improve on the ways we develop knowledge. Consider Donna Haraway's observation that each of us has a limited perspective based on our experiences. She argues that what we think of as being objective is not very objective at all. When philosophers research and write, they try to come from a place of erasing their bias by stepping outside of their experience. But does this really work? Can a philosopher who is born into a wealthy family, for instance, act as though they don't have that experience in their life? Or can a person like Julia, who was raised in poverty, step outside of that experience when she talks about epistemology? Haraway says that we can never really make ourselves objective outsiders like that. We can only do the next best thing, which is to acknowledge our own limited perspective. We can even call attention to it by being honest about it. In other words, if we are female, for instance, we aim to talk about our experience of being female. We don't try to pretend we can be completely objective. In this way, our economic background, ethnic identity, and any other aspects of who we are become relevant to our discussions. While there are exceptions, many feminist approaches focus on social epistemology. Social epistemology involves research into the social impact of knowledge. Those taking this approach would tend to focus less on finding out what is true and more on how people come to believe what they do. Julia is a fan of social epistemology because she likes to consider the lives of real people. For instance, Julia's mother grew up in Guatemala. Her ancestors had experienced colonization, which affected her entire family history. Even in the United States, her mother's life was impacted by many factors that led her to hold particular views about what is true about men and women. Another feminist activist, and poet to boot, Cherie Moraga, argues that Latina women's understanding of gender has historically been affected by such experiences. Among women and even among feminists, what it's like to be female may be understood differently from one person to another. Julia's mother's experience of past colonization and her ethnic identity have affected how she's come to understand what it means to be female. Julia is affected by other factors herself as well. For instance, Julia has friends who support those who are of any sexual orientation and who bend most gender roles. She has some classmates who don't identify as male or female at all. These experiences all factor into how we come to our own individual beliefs about gender. Coming from this wide range of perspectives, some feminist theorists also question some of the main traditions of epistemology. Alison Jagger, for instance, writes about how philosophers have often focused on reason and observation in their work, rather than emotion. She questions this approach. Why is emotion so suspect in all situations? Don't some individuals have use for emotions when they address poor conditions? Imagine again Julia's mother and the response of her ancestors to threats in their country. Wouldn't their emotional responses have been important to their beliefs? She states that emotion and reason, evaluation and perception, observation and action all have a place in building knowledge. Feminist philosophers aim to consider these viewpoints and come to a better understanding of epistemology in the process. Generally speaking, contemporary feminism involves movements to establish greater equality for people of any gender. Feminist epistemologies look at how to work toward this goal. For instance, Haraway recommends that greater objectivity can be achieved by acknowledging our personal perspective. Jagger revisits the role of emotion in building knowledge. Feminist approaches may also involve social epistemology, research into the social impact of knowledge. They look at how the variety of experiences in our real lives influences how we come to believe what we do. Imagine writing a diary about the challenges of your life and how you try to face them. You admit your failings and try to work out how to improve. Now imagine a Roman emperor who is trying to live out his philosophy of life and uses a diary to do this. In this case, the end result is the work known as the Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. The philosophy of Stoicism continues to have an influence on ways of thinking today. In this lesson, you'll learn what Marcus Aurelius had to say about how to live a good life. If someone calls you stoic today, they likely mean that you endure life without complaint. It's not that you don't feel or don't experience pain or pleasure, but you keep this in perspective compared to bigger issues. This term relates back to some elements of the ancient philosophy of Stoicism, which says that only virtue contributes to happiness, only vice contributes to unhappiness, and all else is indifferent. So if Marcus Aurelius stubs his toe on the way to sit down to work on his diary, he might react and feel the pain, but he would not see this as contributing to unhappiness. And even bigger issues, like being without food and enduring hunger, cannot contribute to unhappiness. This is because hunger is not a vice or virtue, but is indifferent. You might think it would be a bad thing to have a stoic as a friend. Wouldn't they tell you to buck up and get over your stubbed toe or your hungry belly? Actually, a person with a stoic philosophy could potentially make a good friend and neighbor. This is because those like Marcus Aurelius saw themselves as aiming to be responsible citizens of a cosmic city in which it was right to behave in ways that contribute to the greater whole. Virtue to a Stoic is living in accordance with nature. To Marcus Aurelius, a person can get a good idea of what is in accordance with nature by considering what role an action will play in the grander scheme of things. A Stoic would be willing to feed a hungry person because that is what a citizen should do for a fellow citizen. It is a just action in the big picture. He viewed fellow human beings as siblings in a common universe. In Stoicism, humans are mortal, less significant parts of a much greater whole, which includes a type of providence or a path that is already laid out before us. For a Stoic, it doesn't make sense to overindulge in pleasures or complain too long about pain. These are not significant elements of life compared with the happiness that can result from living virtuously. Today, you can still see the legacy of Stoic philosophy in our culture. A phrase like, "it's no use crying over spilled milk," reminds us that it's ultimately not helpful to focus on circumstances you cannot change or events that are minor in the grand scheme of things. In the Meditations, Marcus Aurelius expresses his own philosophical thoughts and challenges, and describes an approach to life that is Stoic, meaning he attempts to endure life without complaint. In the ancient philosophy of Stoicism, only virtue contributes to happiness, only vice contributes to unhappiness, and all else is indifferent. Those like Marcus Aurelius saw themselves as aiming to be responsible citizens of a cosmic city in which it was right to behave in ways that contribute to the greater whole. Marcus Aurelius viewed fellow human beings as siblings in a common universe. Virtue to a Stoic is living in accordance with nature. Humans are mortal, less significant parts of a much greater whole, and can understand what is most natural by considering what contributes to that whole. There are some things that most human beings share in common no matter where we live and in what time frame we were born. For instance, we share many of the same functions in our body, such as the need to eat food and the ability to digest it. If we're sighted, we'll look up and see the same sky above us. These are givens for what it is to be a human being on Earth. What about when it comes to morality? Do all human beings share a moral code? In this lesson, we'll look at the viewpoints of those who give the answer that there is a natural law at work when it comes to morality. We'll focus on three thinkers: St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, and Thomas Hobbes. St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas both emerged from previous philosophical traditions with a particular focus on moral law, a set of rules that human beings should follow. Being religious thinkers as well, these two men both saw a distinction between man-made laws and God's law. You can also think of man-made laws as human law and God's law as divine law. Human law is what exists on the rule books and can vary from place to place and from time period to time period. For instance, today human law might involve a particular nation's classification of certain crimes and the punishments associated with them. These laws may be very different from those of another country or time period. Divine law, on the other hand, is what God wants for human beings, what God expects from us, according to Augustine and Aquinas. It doesn't change and is universal for all human beings. These thinkers believe that God had given human beings a very important gift, the gift of reason. A person can use their reason to learn what divine law really is. Natural law, according to them, is God's law made known to man through his reason. Thomas Hobbes also saw natural law in this light, but with a bit of a twist. While Saints Augustine and Aquinas had thought of natural law as fixed and unchanging, Hobbes saw this differently. Hobbes agreed that morality is what we can observe through reason, but he also thought it may change over time. He took a descriptive approach to natural law, meaning that he observed what morality appears to be in the present and past, without insisting this would be the same throughout time. You can remember the term descriptive by thinking about how Hobbes was willing to describe what he saw in different time periods. This contrasted with the prescriptive view of Augustine and Aquinas, who also thought that morality is what we can observe through reason. But in their view, natural law involves the unchanging, fixed rules that continue throughout time. You can remember the term prescriptive because of how they felt that this moral code was prescribed and inflexible. Here's an example of how these two viewpoints differ. Imagine there's anarchy in your community. Things have gone haywire and the rule of law is virtually destroyed. You can't trust your neighbor to abide by the law, and there will be no authority to enforce the law if it's violated. You hunker down in your home with a baseball bat and try to stay safe as your home is looted. In the view of Augustine and Aquinas, in this state of unlawfulness, natural law is still the same as far as what is right and wrong. Following God's law means behaving in the same ways that you would in a lawful society, because natural law is unchanging across time and situation. Just like all human beings eat food and digest it, natural law is a set of moral rules that operate consistently and without variation. In Hobbes' point of view, on the other hand, the moral code can depend on the circumstances. If there's no human law in place and you have to defend yourself by hitting someone with a baseball bat to stay alive, this is not an unreasonable thing to do. Why? Hobbes argues that it's easy to see that an important aspect of human life, a fundamental good, is self-preservation. But it's unpleasant to hunker down with a baseball bat and live this way. So Hobbes explains that human beings choose to create government and abide by the laws of that authority rather than live in this fearful, violent state, even if he must give up some of his freedoms. Living in a lawful society is a better method of self-preservation than every man for himself, a better expression of natural law. St. Augustine and St. Thomas Aquinas recognized a distinction between human law and divine law. Natural law, according to them, is God's law made known to man through his reason. Hobbes agreed with these two men in some respects, including that natural law includes what we can observe through reason. However, he took a descriptive approach to natural law, meaning that he observed what morality appears to be in the present and past, without insisting this would be the same throughout time. Augustine and Aquinas took a prescriptive approach instead, meaning that in their view, natural law involves the unchanging, fixed rules that continue throughout time. For Hobbes, the moral code can depend on the circumstances. For him, an important aspect of human life, a fundamental good, is self-preservation. Man has opted to live in a lawful society because it is a better method of self-preservation than every man for himself. Regina is the owner of a company that produces tables. The company has found through research that out of 100,000 tables produced, one is likely to collapse after many years of use. Regina's company has sold about 1 million tables, so probability says about 10 tables may collapse over time. The company is struggling financially. Regina is considering issuing a recall for the tables now that they know the flaw, but this will likely bankrupt the company if they publicize it. Bankrupting the company will put a large number of people out of work. In this lesson, we'll look at the ethical approach taken by utilitarian thinkers and how they might view Regina's challenge. We'll refer to the philosophies of 3 individuals: Epicurus, Jeremy Bentham, and John Stuart Mill. Epicurus was an ancient Greek philosopher who considered the topic of how to make decisions that lead to the greatest amount of happiness. He was known as a hedonist because he was a person who focuses their life on maximizing pleasure. In his text, Letter to Menicius, Epicurus writes about pleasure in different terms than we might normally think. He says that pleasure can be described as the absence of pain in the body and of trouble in the soul. You can aim to remember the name of Epicurus by thinking of how he was curious about human pleasure. You might think that someone like Epicurus would look at Regina's company's situation and respond that she should ignore the potential problems of the faulty table and enjoy better profits instead. This might sound like the more pleasurable option. Yet Epicurus was interested in more than short-term self-interest. For Epicurus, the consequences of our actions do matter, and other people matter too. The approach that Epicurus takes is considered an early form of utilitarianism. In this philosophy, the best action is the one that increases pleasure for the greatest number of people. You can remember the term utilitarianism by thinking of the utility or usefulness of an action, and whether the action increases pleasure and human happiness. But what about when it's unclear what is the best action? Take the one table in 100,000 that will bankrupt Regina's company if it's recalled. Should she recall it, even if only a few people will ever be affected? Should she opt to keep the company running and have all of her employees able to earn a living instead? How does a utilitarian come to a conclusion about what is best? About 2,000 years after Epicurus, Jeremy Bentham was continuing a utilitarian hedonist approach in his own work, An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. Sounds exciting, right? Well, believe it or not, this sleepy-sounding title actually starts out with a bold statement about human beings. He kicks off his text by writing, "Nature has placed mankind under the governance of two sovereign masters, pain and pleasure. It is for them alone to point out what we ought to do." He's saying that people are ruled by pain and pleasure, and that this helps us to know what is moral. Bentham then makes the case that it's not just our own pain and pleasure that should matter, but the pain and pleasure of all human beings. Everyone's pain and everyone's pleasure are of equal importance. So in the case of Regina's problem at her table company, Bentham could look at the situation and ask, which action truly maximizes happiness for the most people? Using Bentham's approach, Regina would weigh the needs of her employees versus the concern for very few customers. She would have to consider factors such as the intensity and length of pain or pleasure that might result for both groups, the consequences of a bankrupt company for all of her employees, and the consequences of a faulty table for a few customers. Bentham's approach has been called moral calculus because it's almost like a math equation for calculating human happiness. You can remember Bentham by thinking of how he could look at the benefits of actions using his moral calculus. A follower of Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, ultimately saw pleasure in a different way than Bentham. He pointed out that while everyone's pleasure is of equal importance, all pleasures are not equal. To Mill, some pleasures are more valuable than others. Some pains are more troubling. While Bentham might argue that enjoying an ice cream cone is the same pleasure as a conversation with a loved one, Mill saw variations in the importance of one pleasure over another. He also was especially eager to highlight the rights of individuals and focused on this in his text On Liberty. Mill wanted to emphasize that unless an action hurts someone else, others do not have a basis for regulating what a person should do. Our own internal feelings also help regulate our actions. Regina's question about whether to recall the tables involves both the law and her own feelings. The laws where her business is located might dictate that she must order a recall or face penalties since her faulty tables could cause harm. She may also feel guilty knowing that her decision to keep quiet about potential dangers of her tables may lead to injured customers, since she has sympathy for other people's pain. These experiences will factor into how she handles this moral dilemma, not just the total people affected by her decision. Utilitarianism is the belief that the best action is the one that increases pleasure for the greatest number of people. In this lesson, we look at the utilitarian ideas of three philosophers: Epicurus, Jeremy Bentham, and John Stuart Mill. Epicurus defined pleasure as the absence of pain in the body and of trouble in the soul. He was an early hedonist, a person who focused their life on maximizing pleasure. To remember his name, you can think of how Epicurus is curious about pleasure. Jeremy Bentham also believed that human beings are governed by pain and pleasure, and aimed to calculate how to achieve the most good for the most people. To remember his name, consider that Bentham wanted to calculate benefits. John Stuart Mill agreed with Bentham on some things, but had his differences too. He felt an action should be regulated if it causes harm, but otherwise wanted to avoid interfering with a person's liberties. He also believed that moral feelings play a role in how a person comes to decisions, such as feeling sympathy for others. You have a 5-year-old child who loves to stomp on other people's feet for fun. If you had to explain to them why they need to stop stomping on other people's feet, how would you explain this to them? You might start by saying, "Having your foot stomped on hurts. You wouldn't want someone to stomp on your foot." You could also say, "If you stomp on someone's foot, I will put you in timeout and take away your favorite toy." Eventually, you might also say, "It's wrong to stomp on someone else's foot. You ought to stop doing it." In this lesson, we'll consider what ethical subjectivists might have to say about this topic. We'll look at perspectives of 3 key thinkers: David Hume, Baruch Spinoza, and George Santayana. David Hume, a philosopher from the 18th century, would look at the conversation you are having with the child and notice something in common with how most people make their moral arguments. We typically start with statements about what we believe is factually true. Stomping on someone's foot is painful. Stomping on someone's foot is going to result in being punished. These are our observations and experiences. But then something interesting happens in our argument. We jump from saying what is and start to use the words should or ought to. You should not stomp on someone's foot, or you ought to stop stomping on my foot right this minute. What Hume points out is that a person may start a moral argument by expressing statements they know to be accurate based on their experience in life, such as the pain you feel in your foot if someone stomps on it. But often a person will then move to a statement as something that cannot be known as a fact, that a person simply should not do it. Hume doesn't argue that it's a positive thing to go around injuring other people. He just wants to point out that we can't know it is wrong in the same way we know that it hurts to be stepped on. We can only know our own personal version of what is, and cannot claim to know what ought to be. Another thinker, Baruch Spinoza, considered similar issues about a century earlier. Like Hume, he noticed how we think we can determine what should be, even though we don't have enough information to know this for sure. Spinoza recognized how imprecise our feelings are and how our senses can only get a partial idea of what human experience is like. He pointed out that the senses alone are only good for picking up information about what we experience in the moment. The insights of philosophers like Spinoza and Hume are often classified as ethical subjectivism. This is the view that what we call ethical statements are just expressions of that which we disapprove, and that there is no actual objective standard for what is ethical. For Spinoza, we cannot know that foot stomping is objectively wrong. We can only know what we feel subjectively in our own minds. More recently, in the early to mid-20th century, thinker George Santayana added to the conversation with his own thoughts on ethical subjectivity. Santayana recognized the great variety of human perspectives based on individual experience. Like Spinoza and Hume, he noticed how there is no objective good that can be understood by a human being through reason. There are many forms of morality, and to Santayana, all are equal. You might wonder then, if all versions of morality are equal, what's to stop a person from assaulting another person, for instance? Here's where subjectivist thinkers often turn to the role of government, which can be used to decide how society will function. Rather than saying assault should be punished because it is wrong, instead one might say assault is not allowed by law because we've decided we want less of it in our society. If enough people share similar views about morality, their agreement can form the basis for what is allowed and what is not in that community. Eventually, even a child with a compulsion to step on others' feet will learn from various punishments that this is not a behavior that is accepted by the community. A subjectivist would argue that it is possible for them to learn this even without the moral argument that they should not do it. Ethical subjectivism is the view that what we call ethical statements are just expressions of that which we disapprove, and that there is no actual objective standard for what is ethical. Those who make ethical statements using should or ought to are really only giving their opinion based on their experience, according to a subjectivist. Hume in particular highlights the problem of talking about what is, then jumping to what ought to be. Spinoza also argued that the senses alone are only good for picking up information about what we experience in the moment, not for coming to conclusions about what is moral for all human beings. Finally, Santayana pointed out that there are many forms of morality, and all are equal. Since they believe there is no objective moral standard, some subjectivist thinkers take a particular interest in recommending forms of government, which can be influential in deciding how society will function. Jack is on the verge of starvation. His brother has a small amount of food in his home and a small crop ready to be harvested. Jack goes to his brother to request a bit of food to keep him fed until his own crop is ready. Jack says he can repay his brother with food as soon as he can. His brother rejects him and sends him away angrily. As he's about to leave, Jack takes a look at his brother's crops, and since he's dying from being without food, he takes a bite out of a tomato. His brother sees him, chases him away, and tells others in the community. Jack is now a complete outcast, never to set foot in the community again as long as he lives, because of a single bite. Who is behaving in a normal, moral way in this case? Jack or his brother and the whole community? This lesson explores how what is normal may differ from culture to culture, and how Ruth Benedict described this. You'll learn the definition of ethical relativism and how this relates to our story about a very hungry Jack and his stingy brother. What could possibly justify the reaction of Jack's brother and the community to treat a starving man as an outcast for requesting some small amount of food from a family member when he even offered to repay him? In our culture, sharing of resources among family members is often seen as appropriate to a certain degree. While it may not be seen as normal to support an adult family member financially for the long term, a family member who is starving would probably receive a small amount of food from a brother in dire circumstances like Jack's. But what if your culture had developed to believe that the sharing of food is simply not done, ever? What if even in cases of being near starvation, a person is not justified in taking a bite of even a family member's food. Does this seem abnormal and wrong? Well, imagine now that the culture is built on a central concept that another person's food may actually be poison to you, that it could be dangerous, and other food is not to be trusted. Leaving your pot of food on the stove for even a few minutes is inviting you to the possibility of contamination by another person. These beliefs are part of a study of an island culture that Ruth Benedict cites in her essay, Anthropology and the Abnormal. She claims that the people in this culture believe that everyone else is using black magic to poison them. As strange as it may sound, she argues, that is what they believe and how they operate. This is not a pathological fear or a temporary panic, according to her, but simply how the culture functions day in and day out. This philosophy involving the fear of another person's food affects every aspect of human interactions in this culture. Imagine, for instance, that the polite thing to say when you receive a gift is, "And if you now poison me, how shall I repay you this present?" A bit different than the typical reaction in our culture where we open a gift and say, "Oh, thanks, I love it." Benedict uses this and other examples to demonstrate that cultures have different ethical standards, and that no one outside of a culture can possibly claim to know what is moral and good in that culture. For her, ethical relativism means that a person's morals are completely shaped by culture. In this view, a normal action is one which falls well within the limits of expected behavior for a particular society, and is not based on any universal moral code. You can remember the term relativism by thinking about how Benedict considers cultural values as relative to the particular situation. She argues that what we think of so firmly as normal and abnormal categories are actually variable depending on a culture. If you think of human cultures as encountering various forks in the road along the way in their development, you can imagine how a particular culture could vary more and more until so few of our categories of what is normal actually overlap. It helps to explain why leaving a brother to go hungry, to deny him food, and to carry mistrust for the food of others are all normal things to do in one culture, while they would be abnormal and even immoral in our own culture. Benedict says modern civilization from this point of view becomes not a necessary pinnacle of human achievement, but one entry in a long series of possible adjustments. In other words, our culture has emerged as one possibility among many. And yet, what if the behavior appears absolutely reprehensible without any moral standing? Benedict leaves a bit of room to consider that there may very well be a consistent set of rights and wrongs and normal and abnormal behavior across all cultures. She says it is quite possible that a modicum of what is considered right and wrong could be disentangled that is shared by the whole human race, but that none of us know what this is at this point. Her essay questions the belief of 20th century thinkers who might believe that they already know for sure what is moral for all humanity. In her essay, Anthropology and the Abnormal, we learn how Ruth Benedict views normality and abnormality in various cultures. A normal action is one which falls well within the limits of expected behavior for a particular society. This is another way to describe ethical relativism, or a belief that a person's morals are completely shaped by culture. In this view, there is not one universal moral code that can be applied to every culture. Those who disagree with Benedict express concern that this approach would approve of behavior we clearly see as horrific in our own culture. She does acknowledge that it is possible that there are some characteristics of right and wrong that are held in common among cultures, but states that we have not studied them enough to know for sure. Is it always wrong to steal something that doesn't belong to you? What if you live in a society where your family will go hungry if you don't steal food for them, and there's no other way to obtain it? Is stealing still the wrong thing to do? How you answer this question can help reveal whether you think of morals in relativist or absolutist terms, or somewhere in between. In this lesson, we learn why Princeton professor and philosopher W.T. Stace believed that both philosophical approaches were inadequate by themselves. When Stace published The Concept of Morals in 1937, he was participating in a conversation among philosophers about whether good and evil really are absolutes or universal. Absolutism, in the way Stace described the approach, is the view that certain specific morals should be applied to every human being, regardless of their situation or culture. This could include beliefs like whether it's always wrong to steal, and many other areas of life. Religions have commonly thought of good and evil in absolute terms, with God as the authority determining what is right. Ancient Greek philosophers like Socrates and Plato were absolutists who tried to understand the nature of what is good, through the use of reason rather than religious methods. An absolutist way of thinking was ingrained in earlier forms of government, such as the idea that a monarch receives the right to rule from God, and therefore knows what is right and wrong. You can remember the concept of absolutism by remembering that it's a way of saying something is absolutely right or absolutely wrong, not taking into account cultural circumstances. Absolutes are one set of ethical standards that apply to everyone, everywhere, throughout time. When our lesson began, we considered whether it is always wrong to steal as an example. Maybe you thought that in certain societies it would be understandable for a person to steal if it's for the purpose of helping their family survive and if there's no other option available. This is an example of a more relativist approach. Stace described relativism as the view that no one universal moral standard can be applied to every human being in every culture. This viewpoint was becoming more accepted as more was understood about different cultures in the 20th century. Imagine, for instance, if an anthropologist describes the terrifying conditions of an impoverished society for the first time, and you start to relate to the plight of someone who might steal to survive. You can remember the term relativist by thinking of how this approach sees different situations as relative to one another, or you can take culture and circumstances into account. Stace pointed out that absolutists and relativists agree that different groups of people have different ideas about right and wrong. This is a commonplace statement, a platitude. It's something that no one really debates because it is simply a basic observation and can be seen in the various norms and customs of societies. He argued that relativists of his time were going further than this accepted observation by arguing that what is thought to be morally right in other cultures is morally right. Stace saw this relativist approach as not simply a commonplace platitude, but a very startling assertion. He points out that just because a culture believes that something is morally right, this doesn't make it moral behavior, even within that community. If a culture believes that enslaving or killing another ethnic group of people is the right thing to do, should the world accept that as their moral value? Yet, even with flaws in relativism, Stace was not in favor of absolutism either. He questioned how there could ever be any one authority who could ultimately determine what the ethical absolutes should be, making absolutism a flawed approach in his eyes as well. So Stace saw both absolutism and relativism as flawed. He says they are both, in my opinion, unreasonable extremes of opinion. Instead, he wanted to use the Concept of Morals text to propose a sane relativism, one that was distinct from the relativism emerging during his era. He argued that there is not a universal set of moral specifics, but instead a uniformity of human spirit. The particulars of each culture's ethical code might be different, but the general morality is in common. Stace felt that this human moral spirit inspires people to act in ways that increase human happiness. If you want to be happy, he argued, it's best to cultivate your own morality. He held the hopeful view that all sane and intelligent human beings are able to tap into a universal moral spirit to guide their behavior. In The Concept of Morals, W.T. Stace defines the absolutism and relativism of his time. Absolutism is the view that certain specific morals should be applied to every human being, regardless of their situation or culture. Relativism is the view that no one universal moral standard can be applied to every human being in every culture. Stace saw both approaches as extreme in the way they were expressed at the time. Instead, he calls for a sane relativism. He suggests we acknowledge the uniformity of human spirit that guides the essence of the actions that increase human happiness, with specifics that may vary by society. Joshua works in a factory in the mid-20th century. He does the same thing day in, day out, pressing a lever and then a button, only to repeat the process a few seconds later. His days feel boring and pointless. On top of that, his home is infested with bed bugs that keep returning no matter what he does to get rid of them. The guy just can't catch a break. This lesson looks at how an existentialist perspective would shed light on Joshua's situation. We'll focus on the essay The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus. By the end, you'll also learn why Camus both is and isn't considered an existentialist philosopher. Many people can relate to Joshua. He's one example of a person who has found himself stuck in a loop of life that feels unfulfilling to say the least. Like Joshua, the Greek mythological character of Sisyphus has a mundane task to do every day. In his case, he's been condemned by the gods for all eternity to push a heavy rock up a hill. Sounds fun, right? What's worse, when the rock reaches the top, it always rolls back down, and Sisyphus is forced to start from scratch and start rolling it back up again. How does Sisyphus spend his Saturday nights? Rolling the rock up the hill. Where will he be 50 years from now? Rolling the rock up the hill. You get the picture. Albert Camus didn't invent the Sisyphus character. He borrowed the story from Greek mythology and used it in his own essay, The Myth of Sisyphus. The example helped him illustrate his thoughts on the plight of all human beings. What value do you see in the lives of Joshua, toiling in mundane factory tasks, and Sisyphus, toiling on the hill? Some philosophers have viewed these types of scenarios as examples of the absurdity of life. Absurdity, from an existential point of view, is desiring to find meaning when there is no meaning to be found. From this perspective, Joshua's experience in the factory is one of absurdity. He is alienated from the fruits of his labor and sees no real purpose in what he is doing. But in his essay on Sisyphus, Camus makes an interesting claim about our absurd hero who continues to push the rock up the hill over and over. He says, "One must imagine Sisyphus happy." What? Happy? How is this possible? Wouldn't this absurd situation make anyone beyond miserable? Camus suggests that Sisyphus can be happy because of his capacity to be free. He can be free not by escaping his task, but by accepting the absurdity of it. Once he knows he is in this situation where no meaning can be found, Sisyphus is free to create his own meaning. How would an existentialist attitude help a man like Joshua, who's stuck in a factory job that bores him? Well, he'd first need to acknowledge that his situation is absurd. It's a futile existence, with little reward for his efforts, and bedbugs to greet him when he gets home. Joshua can choose to let go of searching for meaning in this type of situation. He can stop asking, what is the point of this? That might sound a bit of a downer to an average person. Many of us struggle to understand what the meaning of our lives is. But existentialists might point out that once freed from the idea that life has a set meaning in and of itself, we can choose to find meaning where we can from our own individual points of view. The philosophy of existentialism includes the concept that there is no meaning in our existence except for the meaning we give it. You can remember this term by thinking of how existentialists focus on our individual human existence. You might wonder what's to stop a person from behaving badly if the individual gets to determine meaning for themselves. Don't we need ethical rules to guide us so society doesn't become a free-for-all? Well, Camus responds by saying, "I've seen people behave badly with great morality, and I note every day that integrity has no need of rules." He's suggesting that those who claim to be moral may still act in lousy ways, and those without a standard rule book for their actions may actually act well. Existentialist philosophers tend to focus on how an individual needs to take responsibility for their own experience. Ironically, even though Camus is used here in our examples of existentialism, during his own life he distanced himself from the label existentialist. In spite of Camus' denial of the label, he is often associated with this philosophy. His description of Sisyphus repeatedly rolling his rock up a hill continues to be used as a fitting example of futility in the lives of human beings. Existentialism is often characterized by the concept that there is no meaning in our existence except for the meaning we give it. Those who express an existential philosophy tend to look at the absurdity of life, including human beings desiring to find meaning when there is no meaning to be found. Even though Albert Camus himself did not identify with the term existentialist, his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, is often viewed as an important example of existentialist views. The hero, Sisyphus, pushes a heavy rock up a hill repeatedly, and despite this, Camus says that he can be happy. How? He must realize the futility of his situation. This realization is freeing for a human being. Though free from the burden of searching for meaning, human beings will still act well. Camus noted that those who don't claim a certain morality still act with integrity. This contrasts with how those who claim to be moral often behave poorly in Camus' experience. A group of young children are being given a test. This isn't a typical academic test, though. This test will ask questions about what is right and wrong to do. The researchers want to know whether the children are progressing through various stages of moral development. The stages range from a child choosing the right behavior based on whether they will be punished or not, a lower stage of development, all the way up to the highest stage in which a person chooses their actions based on universal ethical principles, like what is fair and just. There are 6 stages in total. The researchers ask each of the children questions about how they would act in certain situations. They notice a pattern in the answers of the boys when compared with the answers of the girls. Using the scale for the stages of moral development, the girls are lagging well behind the boys. In other words, they don't seem to be maturing morally as quickly as the boys. This lesson takes a critical look at what feminist theories have to say about this moral test. We'll focus on the work of Carol Gilligan and Nell Noddings, who took an interest in a concept known as the ethics of care. So were the girls really morally stunted in their growth? Gilligan argues that it wasn't the girls who were insufficiently moral, but that the scale itself had flaws. One question to ask is how the particular scale of ethics was even developed. How did the creators of this ethical test come to their understanding of ethics? Philosophers often use an approach Gilligan calls the ethics of justice. According to her, this concept is focused on the decisions people make when coming up with rational solutions to abstract moral problems. Think of this approach as mainly involving concepts such as fairness, equality, rights, and freedom. The ethics of justice is primarily interested in universal moral rules that can be applied across the board. An example would be the principle that cheating on a test is wrong. It's a universal rule because it's not just wrong in some situations, it's always wrong. The researchers were using an ethics of justice approach in their test. Children who could make decisions based on universal principles were considered to be the most morally developed. The boys were doing well at making decisions based on these principles. Gilligan argues that the girls have likely learned another way to look at ethics. They have typically learned an ethics of care instead of justice. The ethics of care is focused on how to respond to the needs of others in complicated real-life scenarios. Think of this approach as mainly involving concepts such as responsibilities, compassion, and relationships. The ethics of care recognizes context rather than universal rules. The context of a situation is very important in determining how we should respond. For example, think of a situation where you have to decide how to address too many family obligations in your life. Is there any universal principle for this? Not likely. You have to consider the context of the specific situation, your needs, and the needs of others. Rather than focusing on the consequences of actions or our duties, this theory considers our response to other people in various circumstances. Gilligan points out that women have historically been excluded from discussions on ethics. As a result, she claims that the field of ethics tends to focus on abstract justice rather than caring. Caring has been undervalued. So, would little girls tend to perform better on a test that focuses on the ethics of care rather than the ethics of justice? That's what Gilligan claims. She's not saying little girls are born more caring than boys, or that they will always act more caring. She just wants to point out that girls in general are often taught from a young age to be more caring, while boys are taught different values. As a result, girls and women tend to relate to an ethics of care approach when making ethical decisions. Another philosopher, Nell Noddings, contributes her own point of view to the ethics of care theory. She points out that experience in the private sphere, the world of home and family, is filled with ethical dilemmas and challenges. The ways we respond to these scenarios can provide a lot of insight into the field of ethics. Think of the twists and turns you've had in any important relationship, family, friends, or romantic partners, and you'll notice that there are many situations that are not addressed by an ethic of justice. The ethics of care theory is often described as feminist ethics. This is because it aims to integrate the experiences of women into the study of morality. Those like Gilligan and Noddings want different voices to be heard in a field historically dominated by men. Rather than focusing on individuals as independent from one another, the ethics of care thinks of human beings as quite interdependent. We care for one another and others care for us. This affects our understanding of what is moral and right to do. In this lesson, we contrasted the more traditional ethics of justice with the feminist theory of the ethics of care. The ethics of justice is focused on the decisions people make when coming up with rational solutions to abstract moral problems. The ethics of care, on the other hand, is focused on how to respond to the needs of others in complicated real-life scenarios. It's mainly focused on concepts such as responsibilities, compassion, and relationships. The ethics of care theory says that the context of the situation is very important in determining how we should respond. Feminist thinkers like Gilligan and Noddings see women's experiences as mostly missing from conversations on ethics and aim to correct this problem. They also note that caring has been undervalued. They want the importance of the private sphere of relationships and the interdependence among people to be better recognized and appreciated. This theory considers our response to other people in various circumstances.
What comes to mind when you think of philosophy? For some, the image that comes to mind might be of a graying university professor explaining the universe in a way that makes absolutely no sense. We sometimes tend to think of philosophers as people who sit around not really doing anything practical, just thinking way too hard about everyday things. Nevertheless, philosophers play an important role in society. They help us understand the way we think and why we think that way. They help to explain how we understand the universe and how we understand ourselves. Philosophers formulate ideas about government and politics. Because of this, their ideas are extremely influential. The word philosopher itself comes from the Greek language and literally means lover of wisdom. The foundation of modern Western philosophy rests with the ancient Greek philosophers. You know, men like Plato, Aristotle, and others. We call these men classical philosophers. Let's explore in greater detail the ideas of classical philosophers, particularly as they relate to politics. The ancient Greeks were the first to develop philosophy based on reason and logic as opposed to mysticism. They sought to understand the objective nature of reality. Born in Athens, Socrates, who was born around 470 BCE and died in 399 BCE, was one of the most influential philosophers in history and is best known for his development of the Socratic method. The Socratic method is a process of intellectual inquiry based on a dialectic dialogue. In this process, questions are asked and answered in an attempt to arrive at universal truths. Much of Socrates' philosophy related to human activity as opposed to the physical universe. His views on politics are hotly debated. In Plato's famous Republic, Socrates is presented as opposing democracy, and many scholars argue Socrates favored a government in which wise philosopher kings rule. Unfortunately for Socrates, his views were not accepted by all. Socrates was accused of corrupting the minds of the youth by teaching atheism, and he was sentenced to death by local officials. He calmly accepted his death sentence and died from drinking hemlock juice, which was poisonous. Arguably the most influential philosopher of all time, Plato, who lived from the 420s to the 340s BCE, was a pupil of Socrates and was concerned with understanding the true objective nature of reality, a branch of philosophy called metaphysics. It has been said by prominent scholar Alfred North Whitehead that the whole of Western philosophy consists of footnotes to Plato. Plato is known for developing the theory of forms, in which he argues the true essence or form of material objects exists in another non-material realm. His most famous work is his Republic. Plato's Republic is a Socratic dialogue concerning issues of politics, justice, and the role of philosophy. In Republic, Plato seems to suggest the ideal society is one ruled by just philosopher kings, as opposed to a democracy. Another important Greek philosopher was Aristotle, who lived from 384 to 322 BCE. Aristotle was a pupil of Plato, and many of his ideas centered around matter and motion. In this way, Aristotle's views were considerably scientific. In regard to politics, Aristotle conceived of the city as being the natural political entity and the center of political activity. The purpose of the city was to enable citizens to lead a good, fulfilling life. Cicero, who lived from 106 BCE to 43 BCE, was not a Greek philosopher. He was a Roman and is primarily known not as a philosopher, but as an orator and politician. Cicero warned that indulgence, greed, and selfishness would lead to the destruction of Rome. He viewed the Roman Republic as the ideal political institution and believed it could only be preserved through the virtue of its people. Cicero wrote volumes, and his work was particularly influential among Renaissance thinkers. When political chaos and civil war swept Rome, Cicero found himself the enemy of Mark Antony, and under the orders of Mark Antony was executed. The classical philosophers had a tremendous influence on philosophers who would come after them. During the Middle Ages, the ideas of Plato and Aristotle were synthesized with Christian teaching to form the prevailing medieval worldview. Christian theologian and intellectual St. Augustine was particularly influenced by Plato's theory of forms and other aspects of Greek philosophy. The Renaissance is a term used to describe the revival of classical Greek and Roman ideas and culture that took place between the 14th and the 17th centuries in Europe. The word itself means rebirth. The Renaissance was the rebirth of classical ideas. Cicero's promotion of republicanism was especially influential as new ideas about democracy and the role of government were born during this time. The influence of Cicero on Enlightenment thinkers like John Locke, David Hume, and Montesquieu was substantial, and in turn, these Enlightenment thinkers influenced America's founding fathers. Similarly, the influences of Aristotle can be seen in the philosophy of René Descartes. It is no exaggeration when we say that classical philosophers laid the foundation for modern Western thought. Let's review our key terms. Born in Athens, Socrates lived from around 470 to 399 BCE and was one of the most influential philosophers in history. He is best known for his development of the Socratic method, which is a process in which questions are asked and answered in an attempt to arrive at universal truths. Arguably the most influential philosopher of all time, Plato, who lived from the 420s to the 340s BCE, was a pupil of Socrates and was concerned with understanding the true objective nature of reality, a branch of philosophy called metaphysics. Plato is known for developing the theory of forms and for his Republic, in which he promotes a government of philosopher kings. Aristotle, who lived from 384 to 322 BCE, was a Greek philosopher and a pupil of Plato, and many of his ideas centered around matter and motion. His political writings centered on the importance of the city. Cicero lived from 106 BCE to 43 BCE. He was a Roman and was primarily known not as a philosopher, but as an orator and a politician. Cicero supported republicanism and warned that only virtue could maintain it. The Renaissance is a term used to describe the revival of classical Greek and Roman ideas and culture that took place between the 14th and the 17th centuries in Europe.
The most famous student of the Greek philosopher Socrates was Plato, who was born around the year 427 BC in Athens, Greece. Most of what we know today about Socrates came from his students like Plato, who wrote works after his death to illuminate his life and teachings. Plato's school, called the Academy, is also where we get our ideas of education and pedagogy, or the study and practice of education. Plato developed the Platonic method, or what he called the dialectic, where students are asked to question age-old truths to develop new ideas and concepts that break with tradition. Since Socrates wrote no books, some historians think that many of Plato's teachings and books on these three forms were adopted from earlier musings from Socrates. One of Plato's most famous works, which can be attributed to the lessons he learned from Socrates, was The Republic. This is also considered to be the first book on political science or government, and uses the Platonic method to reason through ideas on justice. In the book, a group decides to create an imaginary city to define what justice looks like. The city is divided into classes: the rulers, who have an understanding of right and wrong, the guardians, who protect the city and care for its people, and the producers, who provide goods and services for the people. In Book 1, Socrates and Plato's brother, Glaucon, are traveling home from a festival when they come upon another brother of Plato named Adeimantus, who is also traveling with a rich Athenian named Polemarchus. Polemarchus invites everyone to his home, where they meet his elderly father, Cephalus. As the men banter, they begin to discuss the meaning of justice and what it means to be just, like being honest and following the law. Socrates takes each idea apart, and this sets the theme for the rest of the book. The primary questions the men try to answer are what justice is, and does it make someone happier if they are just? In Book 2, Glaucon attempts to define the good. He goes on to explain that good can be organized into three categories: good for the sake of being good for the sake of being good and because people get something out of it, good only because people get something out of it. Socrates introduces the idea that they should first define a just city, and this will help them to then define a just individual. The group then begins to argue for what makes a city just, and they imagine the ideal city and what it would look like, and how it would function. Book 3 involves a discussion about the guardians, which Socrates calls the heroes of the city. This conversation evolves into one about the education of the guardians by elder men in the city, and the group argues about what guardians must be taught to want to protect a city. In Book 4, Socrates finally gives his answer to what constitutes a just society: a city that doesn't use money so that there is no poverty or rich, a city that has the wisest rulers uncorrupted by wealth, and a city with the best guardians who value their education more than anything else, and all of this is what creates a just city. Socrates then discusses the best virtues for any city to possess based on the ones they have created in their republic. Wisdom is a virtue that the rulers are endowed with, and courage is the highest virtue of the guardians. Moderation and justice are liberally spread throughout the city, as there is no money, which prevents avarice from the rich against the poor. Book 5 is a deeper discussion, where the social constructs of the city are broken down. Socrates believes women should belong to the guardian class as well, and should receive the same education. He also thinks sex should be regulated, so the best breeds with the best. All children should belong to the community, so a new mom would nurse all babies born at the same time and not really know which one is hers. Socrates and the group also discuss war and what the rules of warfare would look like in a just city. In Book 6, Socrates tries to convince the others that philosophers are wise and just in that they search for the truth as a way of life. However, Adeimantus argues that most philosophers are not like this, and in reality are useless in that they hold ideas that are opposed to popular traditional beliefs. Socrates counters that all a city needs to be just is a ruler who is also a philosopher, or a philosopher king, being that they are of the right mind and soul, always searching for truth. Book 7 is remembered best for its lessons on the value of education, presented in the analogy of the prisoners in a cave who have been chained together, only allowed to view a wall of shadow. While in bondage, they only have imagination, but after becoming free, are allowed to move to the surface, where they see the sun and begin to see the world as it really is. According to Socrates, the meaning of education is to force humans out of the caves of their minds, so that they can see the world as it really is. The conversation in this part of the book revolves around the 4 types of government, which are tyranny, which is driven by unlawfulness, oligarchy, which is driven by the required pursuits of man, democracy, which is predicted by the unneeded desires of man, and timocracy, which is associated with honor. Of the 4, tyranny is the vilest, but according to Socrates, they are all unavoidable, as they are based on the nature of humans. Book 9 deals with tyranny both in the souls of mankind and in the city as well. Socrates states that tyranny is created by the criminal aspects of the human soul, which are present in everyone. However, Socrates states that we do not have to act on these desires, and only the tyrannical allow them to take root. In this last part of the Republic, Socrates speaks against the poets whom he says have knowledge of nothing, but speaks as if they do. The perversion of the truth can lead people away from the truth, which is unjust. In short, poets and their poetry only corrupt the soul, and, by connection, the city as well, and should be banned from any just city. Through the telling of the story called The Myth of the argument is made that it's good to be just because the unjust will pay for their crimes in the afterlife and beyond. Plato wrote many works based on the teachings of Socrates. In the Republic, Plato tells the story of a trip where several men meet and argue to define what is just and justice. Plato uses the Platonic method to ask questions that debunk old ideas and replace them with new, less traditional ways of thinking. In the Republic's 10 books, Socrates and others create an imaginary just city where virtues like moderation, courage, wisdom, and justice are supreme and held by a philosopher king who is also just. Unfortunately, unjust qualities like tyranny will always be present because they are always present in mankind.
History is full of great philosophers. We've got Confucius in ancient China, Thomas Aquinas in medieval Europe, and nowadays whoever it is that writes the advice in fortune cookies. Yes, many people are remembered for being a philosopher, but only one person is remembered for being the philosopher. That's the term Thomas Aquinas used to describe Aristotle, the ancient Greek scholar whose works set major precedents in the fields of mathematics, metaphysics, biology, medicine, theater, logic, ethics, and politics. With influences that are still felt this day, Aristotle tops almost any list of the most impactful philosophers in human history. He really was the philosopher. So who was the philosopher? Born in 384 BCE in the now lost city of Stagirus, Aristotle lived during the rise of the Macedonian Empire. That's the era of Alexander the Great. Aristotle was educated in Athens, the undisputed center of learning in the Western world, and studied under the philosopher Plato, who was himself a former student of Socrates. After Plato died, Aristotle worked for the royal court in Mysia and then Macedonia, where he actually became the tutor for the young Alexander the Great. Once Alexander took the throne and started his empire, Aristotle moved back to Athens and set up his own school, where he taught for the next 13 years. He lectured and wrote, and was recognized as one of the most distinguished scholars of the era. Aristotle studied not only philosophy but also math, biology, physics, medicine, dance, and theater, and gave general lectures on all of these subjects in open forums for the general public of Athens. However, when Alexander the Great died in 323 BCE, Athens became very anti-anything Macedonian, which included Aristotle. So Aristotle fled to Chalcis, where he died in 322 BCE. Aristotle was simply too versatile of a scholar for us to go into all of his theories right now, so we're just going to focus on one main area, politics. Aristotle wrote a lot about politics and ethics because to him, politics and ethics were inseparable. So before we can talk about politics, we need to discuss Aristotle's view on ethics. According to Aristotle, ethics should be defined by discovering your primary purpose. The basic idea is that all things have a purpose or a reason for existence. For example, a knife is made to cut things. Aristotle called this primary purpose or reason for existence the telos. So, if a knife is made to cut things, what are humans made for? According to Aristotle, the human telos is ration. Being rational, insightful, logical is something unique to humans, and therefore this is our primary purpose. So actions that embrace your rational self are virtuous, and decisions based in ration are moral. That's the basic idea behind Aristotle's philosophy on ethics. Now remember how I said that to Aristotle, politics and ethics were inseparable? Well, in order for humans to be able to strive towards perfection, we need to have an environment that nurtures our rational self. That's where politics comes in. The point of politics is to foster virtue in citizens and allow them to develop their rational selves. Basically, politics are like the tool that sharpens a knife. It allows it to fulfill its purpose. This means that having a moral government is necessary in order to have moral citizens. We don't often think of government as a purely moral institution, but that's what it was to Aristotle. So if your people are immoral, it is because the government is not using its power to encourage moral virtues and rational citizens. This gives the state or the government a major moral responsibility to foster education, arts, philosophy, science, religion, and other things that inspire virtuous, rational existence. For many, Aristotle's writings and teachings are the foundation of modern political science. What are the exact purposes of politics and government? What are the moral duties of the state? What is the ideal relationship between government and citizens? Aristotle was among the first to really address these questions in a practical, logical manner and to describe the state as existing to nurture human morality. Aristotle's theories were the foundation for moral and political debates in Western philosophy, and they influenced scholars from ancient Rome to the medieval Catholic Europe and Islamic Middle East. Our modern ideas about government have evolved from this point to include the idea that government exists to protect us and our liberties. Still, Aristotle's writings continue to be amongst the most studied and cited texts in human history. This is especially impressive considering that less than a third of his estimated writings have survived, and that those that did are mostly lecture notes. So it's no surprise that medieval Muslim scholars called him the first teacher, or that Cicero referred to his works as a river of gold. Aristotle was quite simply the philosopher. Aristotle's impact is unquestionable and significant, but there are aspects of his thinking that have reinforced some of the darker practices in human society. While he helped produce one of the earliest taxonomies of plants and animals, Aristotle also sought to categorize human beings. In his book titled Politics, Aristotle described how some individuals are natural slaves, which was later used by anti-abolitionists to justify continuing slavery in the United States prior to the Civil War. Aristotle's position on natural hierarchies existing in human society has been used to reinforce systems like feudalism with serfs, caste systems, as well as the race-based slavery of the United States. Aristotle was an ancient Greek philosopher who lived in the 4th century BCE. Although he was accomplished in dozens of disciplines, Aristotle is often remembered as the founder of political science as an academic field, largely due to his writings on the link between politics and ethics, systems of morality. Aristotle believed that all things had telos, a reason for existence or primary purpose. For humans, it was ration and logic. So morality and virtues were defined by being rational. To Aristotle, this meant that politics were intended to help encourage rational values, so the government was, first and foremost, a moral institution. Not every politician ascribes to this view today, but Aristotle remains one of the most influential scholars in world history, and that's what makes him the philosopher.
Would you rather live with the threat of death around every corner, or live under the rule of a terrible tyrant? Early social contract theorists debated these and other topics related to politics. They concern themselves with why human beings have chosen to live in governmental systems, and what makes a government legitimate. They also imagine what life would be like without government. In this lesson, we'll look at two major thinkers in social contract theory, Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. We'll also look at a key critic of their ideas, David Hume. A social contract is the agreement among people to live under a system of government, and social contract theory involves how and why this agreement emerged. Social contract theorists also discussed which forms of government are legitimate. Let's start with the perspective of Thomas Hobbes and what he believed the world was like before a social contract existed. Warning, it's not pretty. Hobbes described a hypothetical world before recorded human history that was an every man for himself type of environment. In his own words, life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. If you're familiar with the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes, think of how the character of Hobbes was a tiger. This can help you remember that the state of nature for Hobbes was brutal, with individuals struggling to survive alone against fears like tigers and other people coming to attack them. This society without civil government is described as a state of nature. Human beings are rational, according to Hobbes, so it only makes sense that they would want to escape this nightmare. Since human beings are primarily self-interested as well, Hobbes believed only a strong ruler like a king was a good solution to moving beyond the state of nature. Due to how horrible this life was for human beings, even a brutal dictator would be better than life where you fear death around every corner. John Locke disagreed with this view of the state of nature and why we agree to be governed. He did agree with Hobbes that humans chose to create a social contract, but didn't agree with the details of how or why. According to Locke's hypothesis, life without government in the state of nature probably wasn't quite so bad. In some ways, it was an ideal state of personal freedom, where one could choose to do what they want to do. The state of nature was not so brutal in his view, and instead was relatively peaceful. There were even families, and not just individuals surviving on their own. But good things don't always last. Locke envisioned a time when two or more people would begin to fight over something they both desired. This put them into conflict with others and ultimately war. In Locke's view, a social contract is developed at this point, and the men of society come together to make an agreement for how to govern themselves. It may help to remember the name Locke by thinking of how he saw the social contract as protecting private property, property you might lock up to keep safe. They give up their right to attack others themselves and give the power to govern to the state. If the government doesn't act in their interests, these same men can reject the government. Unlike for Hobbes, Locke thought the state of nature would be preferable to living life under an unjust ruler. David Hume didn't buy into the social contract theory of either Hobbes or Locke. He pointed out something you might be thinking too. Aren't there many, many people who have never consented to their own government? Hume wondered if Hobbes and Locke were assuming too much about the early human beings they were discussing. Were early humans enough like us that they themselves could predict that they'd receive benefits from forming a civil government? Was it really a matter of choosing between a state of nature and being governed in a civil society? Weren't there other forces and factors that led to the emergence of governments? Hume points out that many groups of people have experienced conquest rather than a social contract. In his view, the social contract theorists like Hobbes and Locke place too little emphasis on these more prominent historical tendencies. The social contract is the agreement among people to live under a system of government, and social contract theory involves how and why this agreement emerged. Social contract theorists also discussed which forms of government are legitimate. Both Hobbes and Locke describe their own versions of the state of nature, a society without civil government. For Hobbes, this life was solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Even a tyrant would be preferable to no government at all. For Locke, the state of nature was an ideal state of personal freedom, but could erupt in war once one person wanted something another person had. Therefore, a social contract for Locke is about protecting private property. Hume did not agree with these two theorists, suggesting instead that other factors resulted in the rise of government.
I wish that whenever I had a great idea, there was actually a light bulb that appeared over my head. I always picture philosophers this way, with little light bulbs flashing over their heads. This is especially true of one series of philosophers who had so many great ideas that the light bulbs must have been constantly shining. Maybe that's why they called themselves enlightened. The Enlightenment was a philosophical movement from roughly 1650 to roughly 1780 that stressed reason and individualism over the values of tradition. This period was defined by a prominent intellectual culture supported by the spread of printing technology. The thinkers of the Enlightenment gathered in coffee houses and other public places to debate and discuss their theories about government, science, and morality. One of the first major political thinkers of the Enlightenment was René Descartes, a French philosopher in the 17th century. Like many enlightened thinkers, he was an accomplished mathematician and scientist, relying on scientific experiments to produce accurate data about the world. In philosophy, Descartes helped establish the idea of rationalism, which is the idea that truths are found through logic and intellectual reasoning. Descartes laid several foundational principles through his books Discourse on the Method and Principles of Philosophy. But perhaps his most famous is this: I think, therefore I am. This is one of the founding principles of Western philosophy that means, in essence, that the ability to question our existence proves that both thought and existence are real. Existence is the most basic truth upon which all other truths can be built. Another major thinker of this time was John Locke, an English philosopher of the 17th century. Locke was much more focused on political philosophy, especially the nature of the relationship between the government and the people. Locke examined the social contract, an Enlightenment theory that individuals create government by agreeing to give up some freedoms in exchange for the protection of other freedoms. Locke argued that people were born inherently equal and independent, but that they formed society in order to create impartial governments that could resolve conflicts in a civil, non-biased way. To Locke, the government existed to protect the rights of the people, and the government was only legitimate because the people trusted it to protect their freedoms. In the 18th century, the French philosopher François-Marie Arouet rose to prominence under the pen name Voltaire. Voltaire became one of the most versatile writers of his day, composing works of history, fiction, poetry, and satire. He used his pen to advocate for the individual rights that enlightened thinkers promoted. Most notably, these included the freedom of religion and freedom of speech. Another 18th century philosopher was the German writer Immanuel Kant. Kant stressed the individualism of the Enlightenment in political terms, focusing on individual rights. To Kant, the way to create lasting peace was to restructure government as constitutional republics, where elected officials govern over a nation within the legal powers given by a constitution. To Kant, this system protected the rights of the people above all else and secured global, lasting peace. In keeping with those values of individual rights, the Scottish philosopher Adam Smith brought economics into enlightened philosophy. Smith was a major proponent of free markets and laissez-faire economics, which means to leave, or more to the point, very little government regulation. In essence, the government keeps its hands off. Smith also proposed the idea that the efforts of individuals to help themselves often end up helping society, referred to as the idea of the invisible hand. Both of these policies display his belief that the government needed to give the people more freedom and less regulation. The Enlightenment was a philosophical movement from roughly 1650 to roughly 1780 that stressed reason and individualism over the values of tradition. Enlightened philosophers generally focused on the individual nature of people in society. Several prominent philosophers and their ideas emerged during this time, including those of René Descartes, John Locke, Voltaire, Immanuel Kant, and Adam Smith. With every light bulb that went off over their heads, these enlightened thinkers set the foundations for many of our modern beliefs about morals, politics, and society.
Marxism is a political and social theory that argues that social change comes about through economic class struggle. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels developed the theory in the 19th century. Marxism formed the philosophical basis for the rise of communism in the early 20th century. Important works include the Communist Manifesto and Das Kapital. Let's take a quick look at some of the key principles of Marxism. Economics is a dominant factor that brings about change in the world, according to Marxism. This is an important distinction from other major theories in international relations, such as realism and liberal internationalism, that stress the dominance of the political over the economic. Importantly, class struggle is the impetus for social change, according to Marxism. The theory holds that history can be viewed as a series of class struggles where one social class oppresses others. The oppressed classes eventually overthrow the oppressor class, and a new social structure arises with new oppressors and new classes being oppressed. Marx argued that the proletarian class, or worker class, was being oppressed by the capitalists who acquired most of the value of proletarian work as profits for themselves, leaving workers with little. Marxism predicts that the proletarian class will eventually revolt and overthrow their capitalistic oppressors, eventually establishing a classless society based on socialism. In fact, the philosophical basis of the communist movements and regimes of the 20th century, ranging from the Soviet Union to Latin America to China and North Korea, is largely based on Marxism. However, it's important to note that while Marxism supports a form of socialism, not all forms of socialism are Marxist in nature. Marx's original theory focused on the internal dynamics of individual societies, and he went on to expand his theory to the imperialism of his day. He would write extensively on British rule in India and the United States Civil War as examples of how trade relationships and capital influenced the class struggle on a global scale. However, V.I. Lenin, one of the architects of the communist revolution in Russia, refined Marxism on the international stage in the early 20th century even further. Let's see how. Lenin argued that the capitalists in European countries engaged in a policy of imperialism, or empire building, in order to extract the wealth from colonies and use part of that wealth to buy the proletarian class into submission. Thus, according to this new take on Marxism, class exploitation is not just a domestic phenomenon, but occurs between states as well. Lenin also pointed out that since there were only so many colonies available to exploit, the growth of one empire will eventually come at the cost of the growth of a rival, which will lead to war as each country competes for more colonies to exploit. Marxism is often used to explain North-South relations and the gap in relative wealth and development of the Northern Hemisphere compared to the Southern Hemisphere of our world. It has also been used by revolutionaries in Southern states as a justification to overthrow governments that are allegedly aligned with the Northern states and their exploitation of the resources and people of the South. Some noteworthy examples include revolutions in China, Korea, resulting in the split of the country, Vietnam, and Cuba. According to some, Marxism as a viable political theory belongs in the dustbin of history. These critics point to the fall of the Soviet Union at the end of the Cold War and the fact that the only significant state claiming a Marxist heritage is China, but even China has incorporated some capitalism into its economic program. Moreover, there has not been a significant overthrow of a Western capitalistic state as predicted by the theory. The simple fact is that capitalism was able to adapt to the challenge of Marxism through creation of the welfare state, providing some security and social insurance benefits to the working class in the form of retirement pensions, health care, and unemployment insurance. However, Marxism does provide some important insights that have not always been developed by competing political theories. It has elevated the importance of economics and understanding international relations. It also provides some insights into possible causes of the gap between the wealth in the North and the poverty of the South. Finally, with alarmingly increasing income and wealth gaps between the social classes in the Western industrialized states, it is possible that history may not yet be done with the ideas and concepts of Marxism. Let's review what we've learned. Marxism is one of the major social and political theories offered to provide insights into international relations. Unlike other theories, economics is the driving force of political and social change in Marxist thought. In a nutshell, Marxism argues that political and social change is driven by class struggle. Moreover, class struggle can also be found in the international system and the exploitation of the South by the imperialistic North. Critics of Marxism correctly point out that no major state has been able to successfully implement a capitalistic free and classless society, and rather than being overthrown, capitalism continues to thrive as globalization continues. On the other hand, Marxism can provide at least a partial explanation to the wealth gap in the Northern and Southern Hemisphere, and its focus on the power of economics deserves attention.
The concept of justice has changed over time, from the ideas of ancient philosophers to today's various understandings of the term. For instance, you may think that a just society is one in which each person is free to live without too much interference from others, or to speak their mind about the issues. Or when you think of a system of justice, you might picture a courtroom where a jury determines what punishment is appropriate for a criminal proven to be guilty. This may be your version of justice being served. Today, when we hear the term social justice, we may think of equal opportunities in society. For instance, you may view efforts to fight racism and sexism as movement toward greater social justice in our communities. This lesson looks at how two ancient philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, thought about justice over 2,000 years ago in ways that differ from our views today. We'll compare the two and consider how they were similar and in what cases they were different from one another too. In his text, The Republic, Plato explores how to create a more just society. For Plato, justice is a condition of the soul, of virtue. To him, justice wasn't necessarily a framework that we use to create laws that are fair. For Plato, justice was something that came largely from the inside of a person. If you were a just person, you could help create a just society. What would motivate a person to live justly as he describes? Plato considered the virtue of justice to be a key part of living the good life. If you imagine Plato coming up with a list of the essentials for living large, justice would definitely be one of his responses. In his ideal society, philosopher kings would rule, preventing an emotional populace from having too much control. Here you might think, what is Plato thinking suggesting kings when that sounds like the opposite of justice to many of us today? Well, Plato thought that a monarch acting in the best interests of everyone was much better than citizens who are acting on their own private whims. He was concerned, too, about division within societies, and so part of his hope was that private property and family would be held in common. Instead of my family and my things, a society would be one big family without the need to own our own things. Once again, you might wonder what Plato was thinking with this suggestion. No family units? How is that just? To understand his thinking, we have to remember that he didn't view justice in the same way that you and I do. He saw justice as promoting harmony and structure in the individual, and had ideas for how an ideal society would work. He did not necessarily believe that individuals need the kinds of freedoms we think of when we imagine a just life in our societies today. Even among classes of people, like craftsmen, warriors, and rulers, he proposed that there are appropriate divisions and responsibilities for each to keep the society harmonious and just. Doesn't sound particularly equal, right? Though not necessarily progressive to our modern ears, the Republic is still considered by many to be an important exploration into Plato's beliefs about the ideal society. Portions of Aristotle's Politics also strike us as less than just. For instance, he promoted the existing view that men were more natural leaders than women. He also found a way to justify the slavery of his time. These are both topics we would find in opposition to our current understanding of justice and equal rights. He didn't view a philosopher king as the ideal solution like Plato did. Instead, he outlined various true forms of government. According to Aristotle, the true forms of government are those in which the one, or the few, or the many govern with a view to the common interest. He was opposed to governments that rule based on private interest or the accumulation of wealth. He believed that the true forms of government could deteriorate into less just forms of government if rulers didn't govern with the common interest in mind. He disagreed with Plato about issues such as eliminating the family unit and private property. Still, he did not believe that justice is about everyone getting what they want. Instead, he wanted a society where everyone gets what they deserve. He believed that virtuous behavior deserves reward, and wrongdoing deserves punishment. That may sound more familiar since our current system of court justice uses this approach to punishment. Both philosophers agreed that justice is what human beings should want to achieve, and that justice is a major part of living the good life. Today, we consider their ideal societies to be missing key elements such as equal opportunity and fair treatment when compared with modern views of social justice. For Plato, justice is a condition of the soul, of virtue. Justice serves the purpose of promoting harmony and structure in the individual, and by extension, the community. Plato's ideal society was one in which private property and the family unit would be instead held in common by the state, which would ideally be ruled by philosopher kings who would be knowledgeable about how to promote justice. Aristotle disagreed with eliminating private property and the family unit. However, he agreed with Plato that justice is an essential part of living well. According to Aristotle, the true forms of government are those in which the one, or the few, or the many govern with a view to the common interest. He believed justice was primarily about people getting what they deserve. Let's say you are a wealthy business owner, and there's a new tax structure that is about to be established. You will see a 10% reduction in your after-tax income. You have an opportunity to vote for or against this change. How do you think you will vote? Now let's say that you have very little income, and the new tax structure will mean that there will be funding for your child to receive a free college education, among other benefits. How do you think you will vote in this case? This lesson looks at how you might respond to this question if you didn't know whether you are the wealthy business owner or the person with less income. We'll see how this question relates to the philosophy of John Rawls and how he envisions social justice. John Rawls was an American philosopher who focused his attention on the political domain of society in his work, A Theory of Justice. Like other philosophers before him, he considers the concept of a social contract, an agreement among people to live under a system of government. In particular, Rawls emphasized justice as fairness. But what is fair? To a wealthy business owner, what feels fair might be reward for your hard work to achieve success and keeping more of the money you've earned. For a person of less means, equal access to a good education for your children would feel fair. What Rawls proposed was a thought experiment. A thought experiment is using your imagination to consider a new way of thinking. In his thought experiment, you would imagine that you have a representative that will meet with the representatives of every other citizen in a society to come up with principles of justice. This meeting is not a literal election or vote like in our example earlier about the tax structure. Rawls meant these representatives in the thought experiment to be hypothetical only and not a situation that would happen in real life. There's something very unique about this particular imaginary gathering. Those who are involved in this get-together are part of what Rawls describes as the original position, or an impartial point of view used to establish the principles of justice. What makes the original position of the participants so impartial and fair? Well, they've been given a strange characteristic. Each citizen's representative knows nothing about the actual social or economic standing of the person they are representing. They don't know your income or whether you're the wealthy business owner or the lower income parent, for instance. They don't know your ethnicity, your gender, or your age either. They don't even know what political or economic situation has been established in your society. This lack of information about the relative situation of those they represent is called the veil of ignorance. What do they know? They know you have a certain plan for life. They know you have an interest in having enough for yourself. They also know that not everyone in the society will get everything they want. Although resources are adequate for the society in our thought experiment, resources are not infinite. Part of developing principles of justice is considering how to share these resources fairly. Rawls argued that using his thought experiment highlights the importance of equal basic rights and access to opportunities like employment and education to help each person compete in the world. After all, if you don't know what your status is in society, you would want to be sure to create a political system that did not penalize or favor one group over another out of the gate. Perhaps you tend to vote for the political party who will benefit you the most personally. Instead, in The Theory of Justice and his other writings, Rawls promoted a different approach to achieving justice in society. This involves putting yourself in the shoes of various positions in society and then imagining what is most beneficial. Philosopher John Rawls focused his attention on the political domain, emphasizing justice as fairness. In his work, A Theory of Justice, he proposed a thought experiment involving envisioning oneself as having a representative. This representative does not know about your social or economic position, such as your income, age, gender, or ethnicity. The representative is viewed as being in the original position, an impartial point of view used to establish the principles of justice. Those in the original position are purposefully limited in the knowledge they have with a veil of ignorance, a lack of information about the relative situation of those they represent. Using this point of view, Rawls argued that equal basic rights and access to opportunities are evident as the principles most important for a just society and government.
A Vindication of the Rights of Women is a book-length feminist essay by British writer Mary Wollstonecraft, published in 1792. A vindication of the rights of women called for female equality, particularly in the area of education. Wollstonecraft dismissed the cultivation of traditional female virtues of submission and service, and argued that women could not be good mothers, good wives, and good household managers if they were not well educated. She claimed that women were expected to spend too much time on maintaining their delicate appearance and gentle demeanor, sacrificing intelligence for beauty, and becoming flower-like playthings for men. The book is divided into 13 chapters, in which Wollstonecraft addressed topics such as the importance of educating women equally, treating women with dignity, and providing women with the proper training to be good wives and mothers, and intelligent companions for their husbands. Women spend many of the first years of their lives in acquiring a smattering of accomplishments. Meanwhile, strength of body and mind are sacrificed to libertine notions of beauty. Can they govern a family with judgment, or take care of the poor babes whom they bring into the world? 10. How, Wollstonecraft argued, could women teach and raise children and run a household if they focused only on their own appearance and on minor accomplishments, like speaking French prettily, playing the piano, and drawing? Such accomplishments made a woman desirable to a man as an amusement, but not as an equal companion. Wollstonecraft recognized that for many women of her time, raising a family would be their primary responsibility, but she insisted that a husband and wife whose relationship was founded on reason and equality would parent happier and more well-rounded children than in families governed by strict discipline and inequality between parents. To that end, she proposed a system of national education in which boys and girls would be educated together, and education would be open to all classes. Though written during the period of Romanticism, a movement known for celebrating sensibility and feeling over sense and rational thinking, Wollstonecraft warned against false sensibility, a tendency of women to become too overtaken by emotional sensitivity. The French Revolution greatly inspired Wollstonecraft's writing on female equality. Following the Revolution, France proposed to replace church-controlled education with a system of free education, the basis for Wollstonecraft's call for a gender-equal national education system in England. Yet Wollstonecraft noted that, despite the democratic ideals in French revolutionaries, they made no mention of education for girls. In an effort to bring this to France's attention, as well as to encourage the English not to make the same mistake, she wrote A Vindication of the Rights of Women. The book's initial reviews in magazines like The General Magazine, The Literary Magazine, and New York Magazine were positive, and it was published in America as well as translated into French. However, there was also negative backlash associated with the work, especially after Wollstonecraft's death in 1797. Her husband, William Godwin, published a memoir of her life in 1798 in which he revealed previously unknown facts about her, including her love affairs, her illegitimate child, and her attempts at suicide. Though holding many of the same beliefs, female writers like novelist Maria Edgeworth hesitated to mention or reference her in their own work because her philosophies were becoming associated with her scandalous lifestyle. Nonetheless, A Vindication of the Rights of Women was and remains perhaps the foundational text of modern feminism. A Vindication of the Rights of Women is a book by British writer Mary Wollstonecraft, in which she argued that women should be treated with equal dignity and respect to men, especially regarding education. She argued that teaching women only to focus on minor accomplishments and making themselves pleasing to men was harmful and degrading, not only to themselves, but to society in general, because it harmed the health and well-being of the family. Women, who could be the intellectual as well as romantic companions of their husbands, she insisted, had better marriages and set a better example for their children of the importance of basing a relationship on a balance of reason and emotion. Wollstonecraft's views on the balance between reason and emotion were heavily influenced by Romanticism, particularly the emphasis on sensibility over sense, or feeling over reason. The events of the French Revolution also influenced Wollstonecraft's feminist writing. The democratic mood of class equality in France seemed to overlook gender equality, inspiring Wollstonecraft to speak out for the equality of the sexes.
In 2014, Time magazine included singer, songwriter, dancer, actor, and businesswoman Beyoncé in its list of the 100 most influential people. In fact, Beyoncé appeared on the cover. Many view her as a symbol of tremendous talent, female empowerment, and all-around success. Others have questioned the way she represents herself, and even described the Beyoncé brand as, at least in part, harmful to young girls. In this lesson, we'll consider how thinker Bell Hooks understands images like these in popular culture. We'll look at how this relates to what we know about the world. Specifically, you'll learn about Hooks' approach to oppression and postmodernism. Bell Hooks is an American author, scholar, and activist who has written and spoken about issues of race, gender, class, and sexuality in the late 20th century and today. One reason she has chosen to have her name written with lowercase letters on purpose is to place importance on the text of what she has written rather than on herself. From the perspective of Hooks, we all live with the legacy of a system that has historically been dominated by those who are privileged, such as those who are rich, who are white, and who are male. These systems of oppression affect all that we experience, from how each of us view ourselves to how we treat others, she says. Even today, these systems remain largely intact from her point of view. So while some might look at the image of Beyoncé and say, she's so empowered, Hooks would say that the images themselves are examples of how women, and black women in particular, continue to face oppression. Are you surprised to have a pop culture reference included in a discussion of philosophy? In her work, Hooks has chosen not just to discuss the thoughts of her fellow theorists. She also cites pop culture and critiques it, and encourages her students to do so. Why? Media images are a massive part of what influences our view of the world, and they affect how we deal with social problems. This makes it all the more important to critique, Hooks would argue. This willingness to grapple with what we see in pop culture is one feature of postmodernism, a movement that questions previous modes of practice in a variety of fields, and in particular, questions whether one set of truths exist. To better understand what she was trying to say about Beyoncé, let's consider how Hooks understands postmodernism. In her work, Postmodern Blackness, Hooks does want to acknowledge that the identities of black people are varied. There is not a uniform black experience, and no single experience of being female either. There is no one set description for what it is like to be a particular gender, class, ethnicity, or sexuality. But she doesn't believe that systems of oppression are a thing of the past. For instance, she says the women we see portrayed in media images often have little to no control of how they are presented. Instead, those with money and power are in control and choose which images are promoted. But a megastar like Beyoncé is far more in control of how she is portrayed than most women. From Hooks' perspective, Beyoncé's choice to portray herself in the particular way she does is unfortunate. Hooks feels that a focus on the singer's body and glamour doesn't support the empowerment of women at all. In a panel discussion on this topic, Hooks said we need more images that a girl could view that represent something about that girl's real life, images about empowerment for women who are not megastars. Should a woman have to have Beyoncé's particular look, for instance, to feel valued? What alternative images could be portrayed that we don't see as prominently, Hooks asks. Who is choosing the images we see, and for what purpose are they chosen? What consequences do these images have on what we believe? Whether you agree with this critique or not, consider how popular culture references like these might open up discussion about these issues. As Hooks puts it, it's exciting to think, write, talk about, and create art that reflects passionate engagement with popular culture, because this may very well be the central future location of resistance struggle, a meeting place where new and radical happenings can occur. This resistance struggle she describes is the work people do to overcome systems of oppression. Hooks argues that talking about a pop culture icon has the potential to widen discussion about these topics beyond just scholars working in an academic environment. In this lesson, we look at the thoughts of Bell Hooks, an American author, scholar, and activist who has written and spoken about issues of race, gender, class, and sexuality. In particular, we focused on how she recognizes that the experience of being Black and female varies from person to person, and yet rejects the idea that systems of oppression are a thing of the past. Hooks uses her own approach to postmodernism, a movement that questions previous modes of practice in a variety of fields, and specifically questions whether one set of truths exists. By engaging with popular culture, she finds that students can think critically about subjects they believe they know, and then examine them from a new perspective. She believes we can question what we have come to believe through media imagery and consider alternatives.
Until relatively recently, the study of philosophy, which is the discipline dedicated to questioning the fundamental assumptions of reality and knowledge, has been limited in American and European universities to the tradition of Western philosophy. This tradition starts with the ancient Greek philosophers, such as Socrates and Plato, and continues through major figures like Descartes, Hegel, Nietzsche, etc. However, as our world becomes more globalized and connected, the primacy of this Western tradition has been questioned, and philosophies from other cultures and traditions have begun to be studied in the West. In Western universities, these traditions often get lumped together as Eastern philosophy, but this is a catch-all term for a group of different philosophical traditions that often have little in common with each other. They're just grouped together by virtue of not being Western. These include Islamic, Indian, and Chinese philosophy. Islamic philosophy refers to the philosophical traditions practiced in the primarily Islamic countries of the Middle East and North Africa. Not all Islamic philosophy is derived from Islam, however. In fact, the role of religion in society and philosophical inquiry is one of the questions often tackled, while Islamic philosophy also often deals with issues not related to religion at all. Islamic philosophy is the Eastern tradition most closely connected to Western philosophy due to a shared Greek philosophical heritage. Muslim conquests put them into contact with cultures influenced by Greek philosophy, and the Greek philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle were translated into Arabic. Much of Islamic philosophy is in the school of Neoplatonism, which follows Plato in arguing that this material world is a pale reflection of a perfect ideal world. Important Neoplatonic Islamic philosophers include Al-Kindi. The philosopher Al-Farabi, meanwhile, followed Aristotle in arguing that the universe is eternal, which would seem to contradict Muslim belief that Allah created the universe out of nothing. Islamic philosophy also has a long tradition of mystical philosophy. These schools of thought, which include Sufism, the most well-known Islamic mystical philosophy, developed new ways of approaching philosophical questions that incorporated mystical elements. Generally speaking, mystical philosophy advocates for going beyond the intellect, the normal realm of philosophy, and incorporating sensual, emotional, and supernatural. Indian philosophy is a general term for the philosophical schools of thought that developed on the Indian subcontinent. Due to the subcontinent's ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, it's no surprise that the term incorporates a wide range of philosophical perspectives. The three most notable are Hindu philosophy, Buddhist philosophy, and Jain philosophy, each associated with a major religion of the subcontinent. Hindu philosophy is divided into two broad groups, orthodox and heterodox. Orthodox Hindu philosophy take the Vedas, the oldest and most important sacred texts of Hinduism, as their starting point, and don't question their authority. Though orthodox schools vary, they are all founded on the idea that the point of philosophy is to analyze and interpret the sacred texts, a philosophical approach known as scholasticism. The heterodox schools of Hindu philosophy don't accept the Vedas as authoritative. Many of these schools are materialist in nature, meaning they do not accept questions relating to the spirit or supernatural as valid. Others are more explicitly atheistic, either ignoring or outright denying the existence of the Hindu gods. Buddhist philosophy, following the Buddhist religion, doesn't concern itself with supernatural questions, such as the existence of the gods. Instead, it focuses on the ethical implications of the Buddha's Four Noble Truths and Noble Eightfold Path. It is also focused on epistemology, or philosophical questions of knowledge. The basic principle of Jain philosophy is known as Anekantavada, or the idea that people perceive reality differently. Under this philosophy, there's no one perfect or ideal truth. Instead, truth is defined by the individual. Chinese philosophy is another broad term that encompasses many different schools of thought that have developed in China. Chinese philosophy is among the oldest philosophical traditions in the world, dating back thousands of years. The most important Chinese school of philosophical thought is Confucianism. Named for its founder, Confucius, it's based on the Analects, a book said to be Confucius's teachings, which focus on moral, social, political, and religious questions. Confucianism focuses on humane behavior and harmony between the individual and his surroundings. Taoism, which is both a philosophical system and a religion, also focuses on harmony. The word Tao means path, referring to the path of the world that the individual needs to align with. Taoism teaches that compassion, moderation, and humility are the three most important qualities for a person to possess. While Confucianism is severe in its own right, a more severe Chinese philosophy is the political philosophy of legalism. Legalism's main tenet is to set clear, strict laws or deliver harsh punishment. It laid out a system for rulers to follow that required the leaders to be transparent in setting the laws, but then allowed for severe punishments for those breaking the law. All right, let's take a moment to review what we've learned. The term Eastern philosophy is a catch-all term for philosophical traditions that developed separately from the Western tradition that emanates from ancient Greece and includes Europe and the United States. Islamic philosophy developed in the Middle East and North Africa and was influenced by translated works of Greek philosophy. Many Islamic philosophers follow Neoplatonist and Aristotelian ideas. Islamic philosophy also has a mystical branch, which allows forms of understanding beyond the intellect. Indian philosophy includes Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain schools of thought. The Hindu schools divide into orthodox and heterodox branches. Orthodox branches take the Vedas as sacred, while the heterodox schools do not. And finally, Chinese philosophy includes Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism. All are focused on harmony between the individual and the world around him.